that do.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Broadcasting from the WEEI studios. Powered by Verizon. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. An Odyssey Sports Station.
This hour of afternoons is brought to you by East Coast Metal Roofing. Save 10% during the Beat the Heat sales event. Visit eastcoastmetalroofing.com for details.
Obviously, I want to be as candid with you guys as possible. I kind of like have a thing where talk about my personal life with people I don't know personally. I'm pretty sure everybody here, men and women, are great people, but you know what I'm saying? I kind of keep my personal life personal. I had a conversation with Graves, obviously. I'm going to echo everything that he said. He told me, hoping everybody making good decisions, you know what I'm saying? And I had a conversation with people in the building as well, so, everything else is everything else. The particulars is all internal.
This is WEEI Afternoons.
With Andy Hart, Nick Fitzy Stevens,
and three-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson on WEEI.
WEEI Afternoons. That was the voice of Stefan Diggs down at Foxborough today, talking to the media, although not really answering any questions about the viral, infamous video of him on a boat with lots of ladies and an envelope full of Himalayan sea salt.
Like a Ziploc of decorative sand.
Yeah, no, it could be anything. Ted Johnson also here. Teddy.
Hey guys, how we doing?
We're doing well. So Stefan Diggs doesn't want to talk about it, which I get. I wouldn't want to either. He wants us to respect his privacy, which I get, although it would be easier to respect his privacy if he was, I don't know, a private person and we didn't see everything he does on IG all the time. So there's a little bit of hypocrisy there with Stefan Diggs, right?
What do you expect, though? I mean, that's probably the best way to play it if you're the player and if you're the team.
Also enjoyed that he said he talked to Vrabes, and he talked to other people in the building. I'm guessing that some of those in last name would be Kraft.
I think so.
That had conversations. Maybe even an Elliott Wolf mixed in for good measure there.
Maybe Highsmith would get to him. Would he really listen to Wolf?
Quick side note, Alonzo Highsmith, one of the coolest people I've ever seen that I've never spoken with. I was observing him for a while yesterday. He has this weird mix of like badass ex-athlete, but you're not sure how old he is. Got a little like Ivan Fears, almost like Godfather-like view to him. I don't know if you happened to watch him yesterday, Ted. He's a badass guy. He's got gray hair, so I'm not even sure how old he is. I don't think he's that old. I think he's only in his 50s.
I think he's in his late 40s, early 50s.
So, okay.
Spoke with him last year in the media room, or the media center at Gillette. Super nice guy. I was intimidated, like, that's Alonzo Highsmith.
Came out with an LL Cool J one leg up on his sweatpants, then went over, I'm sure everybody saw the drill by now on social media where Stefan Diggs and Kayshon Boutte were standing on the Bosu balls while catching passes, trying to balance on the Bosu ball.
Yeah, I saw that.
He joined that and was slapping them while they were trying to catch passes. He just seems... He's got this gig where he seems like a badass who knows a lot about football and is important in this organization, but I'm not sure what his responsibility is, and if it fails, no one's going to complain and say it was Alonzo Highsmith's fault. Seems like he's got a nice gig. Total side note. Back to Stefan Diggs. So we have another cut where, so he's going with, he doesn't share his personal life with people that he doesn't know personally, right?
Correct.
Well, except for Instagram, where he shares it with everybody in the entire world all the time. But
he feels personal to his followers on Instagram.
Okay, well, I'm a follower, so can I ask him questions and he'll answer them?
I would think so.
Do we know each other personally via IG? IG official?
Sounds like it.
The next cut here as a follow-up about the boat incident where we all saw him on the video with women, 3 women, and
at least 3 women.
Well, there were in his circle were 3 women.
That
there
part.
were a lot of other women
Before
elsewhere on the boat.
before the slapping and the clapping guy.
Yeah, the slapping, the clapping, and all that. So here's a follow-up on what would happen on the boat.
Obviously, it's a conversation, you know, that's happening internal. You know what I'm saying? I can't have too much of a conversation about it. But I've been in this league 10 years. You can format the question many different ways. You know, I'm obviously answer it the same way. So.
Stefan said one thing. Did you know it was being recorded?
Once again, you can format the question many different ways.
I don't think he knows what format the question means. Those are all different questions. Different questions are getting the same answer.
What was in the
from
bag versus did you know you were being filmed or two?
But you're asking about the same incident, and he's like, listen, I'm not giving you anything, so stop trying.
Yeah, I actually wish he would just say that.
Say it like that?
Yeah, just be point blank. Say, listen, my lawyer has advised me not to talk about it. My coach has advised me not to talk about it.
My owner,
my girlfriend, my brother, my friends have all told me not to talk about it. So you know what I'm going to do?
Yeah.
Not talk about it. But what he did talk about, Ted, is your guy. And I'm interested in the collection of quotes I'm starting to get in how people view, see, react to Drake Maye.
Yeah.
So let's hear what Stefan Diggs, who could be his go-to guy, says about Drake Maye.
I like him. You know what I'm saying? I can't say too much because I haven't been out there much, but as far as like personality-wise, he's a dog. You can tell he's a dog from the get-go. I can see he's committed to the process. He wants to play well. I know he's been here all spring, so just to see him out there, and as far as like when I get back, he's been real helpful too. Like, he know I haven't been here as much. I've been trying to get right. I just been trying to get right mentally and physically, as far as like being in the right space. I want my body to be in the right space, so when it's time to go, I'm right there for him.
So Ted Johnson, he says he's a dog.
How about that? That's good. It only matters what they think of him,
right?
You know, and you're obviously alluding to my being a little bit skeptical of the personality and the leadership.
Yeah.
I want to see more out of Drake Maye. All that matters is if his teammates think he's a dog. It doesn't matter what I think.
And Robert Spillane was impressed with him. Nice interview, by the way. We listened to it before you got here.
Yeah, sometimes you got to ask the defensive guys what they think about the quarterback. I mean, they go up against him all the time.
And Robert Spillane is staring right at him like they're 6 yards apart apparently because he puts his toes at 6 yards. He's not a 5 or a 4 like Keekly and Wagner.
My man is intense.
He was It's funny because I consider you an intense person, and you were the far less intense person in that interview.
No question.
He is serious.
I thought he might, just take a breath and relax. No, he was, and I was told by a couple of media members before the interview that it's cliches. And I'm like, okay, all right, and I just thought. Maybe I told him, I was drafted the year you were born, and I played here 10 years. Maybe just to give him a little bit of softening, and I think he did a little bit, but still, he is. You know what? And that's okay. That position, this team, you need guys that football is. It's all they think about 24/7, 365.
Strikes me as a guy that is not able to dial it down and find his chill, except maybe around because I saw that video that went viral of Spillane and his then only child in the locker room right after he signed with Vrabel, and Vrabel's playing with him, and he was being super dad. But then, like, he turns on a violent motor.
Do you know why? Western Michigan, not highly drafted.
Well, that
had to fight
that,
and so it's the Tom Brady thing. It's when you come in drafted lower or undrafted, and you're given opportunities. You see that you cannot be cavalier with those opportunities, like ever.
100%.
You can't even for 1 year, one offseason, one game, one practice, take your foot off the gas. And so that's why he's as high, wound up tight as he is.
And that's why most people, if they had told you, I work out 365, I train 365, I'd say, no, you don't. There's a few. Him, I believe.
He does.
Because I think he believes the year I do 364 is the year I lose my starting job, or the year I'm cut, or the year somebody passes me by because they did the 360.
Have to always be looking for someone else to take your job who came from a school with a higher pedigree and a greater draft slot. 100%.
Circling back around to this Stefan Diggs audio, so he acknowledges while he offers up, I haven't been here as much. He offers that up, which we all know, and Mike Vrabel made it clear today he wishes Stefan Diggs had been here more often. But he said he had to get right, which I think you immediately assume, ACL rehab, but he said mind right. What does that mean exactly? What do you think? And I know you're not Stefan Diggs, but I'm asking you as the former football player, like, is that just an excuse to get my mind right to be here? Like, wait, the other 89 guys don't need to get their minds right because they're here and they're working out. Like, I didn't love that answer.
Well, there's a couple ways you can maybe interpret that. You can interpret that he's signed ultimately with a team he didn't really want to go to, but here he is. This was the only offer he got.
Yep.
So he's got to get his mind around the fact that the team he's playing for wasn't his first, second, third, or fourth choice. That could be one way to interpret it. Another way to interpret it could be, I got to get my mind right. I'm going to a new team, a new system, and I'm coming off of an ACL, and expectations are high, so I got to get my mind around that. There's different ways you could maybe look at it. Those are just a couple maybe explanations as to what he is talking about. I don't get the sense that what happened in Miami a few weeks ago, that he's even that he loses a minute of sleep over that. I can't imagine he's getting his mind right over that incident. Is my point.
Right. Or is his version of getting his mind right that boat? Was he getting his mind right in that video?
That might be his way.
But he's now officially entered. I'm not going to say it's like when Brady started dating Giselle or became part of the Gisellosphere, but like this is now he is with an international superstar.
Well, he was referenced last night by Kevin Hart in the Open to
the BET Awards.
Yeah, the BET Awards.
Yeah.
So Kevin Hart's monologue, actually, sadly for him, he wasn't referenced. The incident and his girlfriend were referenced.
Correct.
He was just.
But he's part.
named.
But he's part of that all now.
Yeah, but
like,
it felt kind of sad. I actually felt bad for him.
To some people, I don't. To some, I get you though. But to some people, like for a long time, Tom Brady, the most iconic figure, perhaps in the last 100 years in New England, maybe outside of JFK, was to a lot of people Giselle's boyfriend.
Right. Yeah. No, I get that, but I think for Stefan Diggs, what he wants to be, I bet you he watches Kevin Hart say that boat with Cardi B and that substance, and he's like, hey, wait, what about Stefan Diggs? Get my name in there. Squeeze my name in there. I want my name to be in there.
He was like, mention my Instagram handle.
Yeah, my IG. Get it out there for me, Kevin. I bet you that hurts him a little bit. But the biggest thing, all this is just talk, right? All this is talk. The boat, is Vrabel mad? Is Vrabel not mad? He's on the team. He's on the practice field. So therefore, he's going to be a member of the Patriots. Will he be ready to start the season? When will Stefan Diggs be on the field? He was asked it, and he answered it.
Oh, great question.
I was trying to, figure football would
We'll see how it goes. Obviously, I'm making the rules. I'm grinding each and every day, though. Obviously, I can't do too much of the team stuff, but I'm eager to get out there. So whenever they do press the button, I'm gonna be ready. I'm grinding though every day.
So he put it totally on them. Like, I'm ready. When they press the button, I'm ready. Physically, now we saw him, Ted. He looks pretty good. There's no brace. There's no obvious limp. I felt much better about his season seeing him in person yesterday on that practice field. From what you've seen the last couple days, do you expect him, because we've seen before, sometimes guys start camp on PUP, right? Red jersey, and then it comes off or it doesn't come off. Do you think he's a PUP to start camp guy? Is he going to be on the field to start camp? Will he be on the field to start the year?
It would shock me if he was on PUP. To start the season, I would be shocked. He looks pretty close to being ready, and that's in the training camp isn't for another 5 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't imagine him not being ready for week one. So when I watch Steph Diggs, I see a guy who's ready to go. That's what I see. I mean, he didn't do full team, but he did a half tempo team, which I didn't see the first day. So he did more today than he did yesterday, in my opinion. Look, he's the one that leads them on all the drills, all the bag drills, all the warm-up drills. He's the first one. There is nothing in his gait that says, oh, he's favoring one side. He looks 100% healthy, even though he might not go 100%. It looks like in those drills, when he's just doing quick little foot drills and cuts, it looks almost full speed to me.
Mm-hmm.
He's not full speed on the field, but in the drills off to the side, he is. So to me, and then with camp 5 weeks away, and then you got another almost 4 to 5 weeks after that before week one, I would be shocked if he's not starting week one. And I will say this to you, it is interesting just to see him out there. What that does to the rest of the receiving group, it just kind of It gives credibility to it. It doesn't look nearly as daunting of a wide receiver group. If when he's out there, it looks, more like a professional button up. And I think when he's out there, I feel like the level of play gets raised a little bit.
No question.
That's what I think they're paying him for.
That is, and I think it's the guy that's going to, I think, benefit the most. And I said this to you yesterday. They were kind of tied at the hip in practice yesterday. I didn't see it as much today, but I see more and more of a personality coming out, a more confident player coming out of Demario Douglas. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing he's being focused on. He's being thrown to. He's getting open. He's making catches. And then after he's making catches, he's letting everybody know about it. So he's having fun. And I can just feel that the Stefan Diggs presence is having a direct impact on Demario Douglas. That is my feeling just in the last couple of days.
I thought it would be the whole entire receiver room. Pop Douglas, wow, because Diggs is bigger. Like significantly bigger.
No,
than Pop Douglas.
not significantly.
No.
I was surprised by how small Steph.
Diggs is not a big guy.
No.
It's like 6 foot, right?
He's bigger than Demario Douglas. Demario Douglas is by far the smallest guy out there.
He's a
but
wee
Diggs
fella,
is not as big. Big legs, but not tall, right? And not a big upper body frame.
No, he's a slot receiver. I mean, I don't know if he'll play the slot, but sort of in your mind, he's the mold and the build of a slot receiver. Yeah, one of my big takeaways from yesterday was just the competitive energy of that group at receiver, watching the drills, the various things, and there is no doubt that he is the fuel for that, the juice for that.
No doubt.
That's why I think Mike Vrabel was so upset that he wasn't here, because I think he probably sees that when he's here and says, I need that every day. I need this group, all these other guys, to have that competitive juice, that competitive energy that you bring. Mm-hmm. And that's important, and that's why it's disappointing that you weren't here.
I will say this. One thing does disappoint me, because I don't think that was a very talked about point of the contract. Like, here's $200,000 for your workout. Are you going to be here? I just need to know. No? Do we? Hey, look, I would have paid him. I mean, I've heard workout bonuses going anywhere up to $750,000, maybe even $1 million. Mm-hmm. I would have paid him. Somehow, I mean, I would have tried to protect myself, but I would have put more money in there if that was going to guarantee he would have been here for the whole OTAs, because that's how important his leadership is around those young guys.
Yeah, and just to the not taking part in full team stuff they're doing, I've kind of just been told that means he hasn't passed his physical yet. He hasn't passed that. The misspeak from Ian Rappaport last week.
Who said he's already passed his physical.
We're still in that little limbo phase where he hasn't been fully cleared to do every drill. But I agree with you. Just eyeball test. I'm not a doctor, so I don't know anything about physicals. Just eyeball test. Can he run around like the other wide receivers run around? It certainly looks like it.
So the big question, I think, then, back out fan-wise, would be, I wonder when they will administer it. Would it be that he would have to pass his physical? Would they try to administer it before training camp so he can be a full go?
I can't imagine. I'm surprised it hasn't been done. But
7.5 months from
I would do it day
ACL
one.
Camp is July 24th. If he's not past that physical by July 24th, the first day of training camp, then I don't know what the rules are anymore. I think everybody has to have passed their test before the first day of training camp.
I think he will, and I think it's them protecting themselves for the next 5 weeks.
That'll be 9 months, by the way. That training camp will be 9 months to the 9 months to the day.
This is about the boat. It's not about the knee. This is about the ability to get out of the contract.
The knee is still a thing, though.
This is the ability to get out of the contract until he passes the physical. The second he passes the physical, then they owe him $12 million. Then they're going to be on the horn for $20-something million. So this 5 weeks, if he arrives here, whatever day they report, a week before the injured guys come.
Yeah.
But I think the injured guys usually a week before. So like the 17th, let's say. I bet you he passes his physical the 17th or the 18th because, okay, you were good. We had no more scandals. Here's your $12 million. Thank you. Now let's get to work and go play football.
Maybe so.
I really believe that's it. We do have Mike Vrabel is not the only throwback idea toward the dynasty days in Foxborough. Ted, I don't know if you'll remember this as much because I don't know when the trend started, but definitely in the dynasty, there was one theme that sort of went from one training camp to the next to the next. One was an undrafted rookie would make the roster.
Mm-hmm.
Another was a veteran offensive lineman who had joined the team decides he doesn't want to play football anymore and retires and leaves the team. It happened many, many times. Well, Patriots just announced that Wes Schweitzer has retired, left the team, doesn't want to play football anymore.
That's unbelievable. He was competing for the left guard position.
Probably saw Cole Strange yesterday and said, no way I can top.
Man, wow.
This is
Schweitzer just pulled a Chooks Okorafor. He's on a walkabout?
No. This is Chooks waited till the season. That was the debacle after he got benched. This was, and I could Google the list. I'm telling you, there was probably a stretch there where 4 or 5 years in a row, this type of guy, journeyman guard who is brought in to compete for like a swing tackle job, whatever, would be like, yeah, I don't really want to play football anymore. This is, and a guy that was in the rotation.
Deal.
Yeah, no, it doesn't cost him any money. So it's interesting.
It's surprising.
What's the implication there, Andy?
What do you mean the implication?
Like, why? Why for the past 5 years someone was like,
I don't know. Because it's hard to play football is part of it. It's hard to play football.
Going from team to team.
Also, I might argue, it's hard to play football for Bill Belichick. It might be hard to play football for Mike Vrabel. I don't know exactly how demanding or like if you can't be half in for some coaches.
I will tell you this: if your compete level is not up to standard, you will stick out like a sore thumb on that team.
He's a 31-year-old guy, so obviously he's been around the league a while.
Oh yeah, no question. But last year maybe he sticks it out because Wait, do we just jog around for
softer
an hour
coach,
here?
not as intense.
He doesn't seem to be an angry guy. Yeah. Maybe I can get a paycheck out of this for a few months.
Yep.
Back to the hard-ass days that cause retirements in training.
8 years in the league. Last year, 0 starts for the Jetropolitans. Only 4 games played total. Maybe his body's not right too.
Oh, I'm sure it's not. He's a football player.
A lot of guys are dealing with stuff that they don't want to tell the team. If they're a bubble guy, they conceal injuries, and so they try to play through them. And then some of them are like, if I tell the team I'm injured, then that gives them a reason to move on from me. So I'll conceal it. I'll try and work around it, and then. You decide, hell, this isn't for me anymore.
Dan Ball.
Here you go, Andy. From August 10th, 2003. 2 years ago, it was Joe Panos.
Yes, Joe Panos. He was one of them.
Last year, it was Rich Tilsky.
Rich Tilsky?
Who the F
Wait, this
is
was in
Rich
the Ted Johnson
Tilsky?
era.
It was.
So Joe Panos, Rich Tilsky. Who was next?
Brendan Stye.
Brendan Stye. Do you remember any of these names?
Yeah, I remember those guys.
Yeah, this was Scar was too much for them. Camp is hard. I don't really want to play football anymore kind of thing. And now we have it back here in New England. Wes Schweitzer has decided to call it a
and
career.
who was last year? Who was the swing tackle? Oh, was it McDermott?
Connor McDermott?
Connor McDermott, that's right. Is he still playing professional football? Or?
I do not know. I'm not familiar on the Fighting McDermott family in the NFL.
I think he's done.
Up next on WEEI Afternoons, we'll continue to get Ted Johnson's thoughts. He's going to, I think, complain about the bubble like his buddy did. Mike Vrabel in his pre-practice press conference was like, it's awful small in there, and we kind of run into each other when we try to do drills. Bubble talk, Patriots minicamp talk with Ted Johnson next here on WEEI Afternoons. But first, Dan Ball has what's trending.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
All right, here's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com. Brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. The Red Sox fell to the Rays at Fenway Park last night, 10-8 in 11 innings. Game 2 of that series is tonight. First pitch at 7:10. Lucas Giolito against Ryan Pepio on the mound. Here is Craig Breslow's starting lineup tonight. It's Jaron Duran in left. Then Rafael Devers, your DH. Abraham Toro at first. Carlos Narvaez is your catcher. Roman Anthony back out in right field. Trevor Story at short. Marcelo Meyer at third. Christian Campbell at second. And Cedon Rafaela in center field, batting ninth. Also from today, Roman Anthony has changed his jersey number from 48 to 19 ahead of tonight's game, the number he wore while he was down in Worcester. You can listen to tonight's game on WEEI FM 93.7 and across the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaws perfecting the art of fresh. Mass Mutual pregame show with Christian Arcan tonight at 6:10, and Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks have the call of the game. Also from today, WEEI's Rob Bradford reports that outfielder Masataka Yoshida said he had a cortisone shot a couple of weeks ago and is now throwing out to 105 feet. Yoshida said he feels a lot better and that his realistic goal is to go on a rehab assignment either later this month or early next month. So do with that information what you will. In the Stanley Cup Finals, the Panthers beat the Oilers 6-1 to take a 2-1 series lead. Brad Marchand scored the game's opening goal 56 seconds into the opening period. Game 4 of that series is on Thursday night. Game 3 of the NBA Finals, meanwhile, is tomorrow night in Indiana. The Pacers and Thunder are tied at a game apiece. Tip-off for that one is at 8:30. The Patriots return to the field for day 2 of mandatory minicamp. Earlier today, Doug Kide reports that Drake Maye went 8 of 13 with an interception, while Josh Dobbs went 8 of 14, and Ben Woldridge went 2 of 5. And new within the hour, as announced by the guys a few moments ago, the team announced that veteran offensive lineman Wes Schweitzer has been placed on the reserve/retired list. He was signed as an unrestricted free agent from the Jets on March 17th, 2025. We all love the word free, so does Awaken 180. Medication-free, side-effect-free, and free support for life. Feeling great shouldn't come with an expiration date. Find your long-term solution at awaken180weightloss.com. I'm Dan Ball. This is trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com. More afternoons coming up right after this.
The Red Sox Station. Go Sox, let's go, baby.
I love the Red Sox. WEEI.
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 New England Sports Original.
20% off sunglasses from Shadon Precision Eyewear. Hurry over to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use promo code SPRING. See better and play better with Shadon. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com. Promo code SPRING.
Will you be okay for the show Saturday?
Yep. Look, ZocDoc has a ton of in-network doctors who can see me this week.
This week?
Reviews say Dr. Okami has a great bedside manner. Or Dr. Stafford. Patients say he never rushes appointments and has an opening today.
You should rush to his office.
And booked.
Now I need ZocDoc to find an ear doctor.
You've got options. Book on ZocDoc today.
History That Doesn't Suck is a legit, seriously researched, hard-hitting history podcast told through entertaining stories. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice-cold refreshment to answer.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Thumbtack presents Uncertainty Strikes. I was surrounded. The aisle and the options were closing in. There were paint rollers, satin and matte finish, angle brushes, and natural bristles. There were too many choices. What if I never got my living room painted? What if I couldn't figure out what type of paint to use? What if I just used Thumbtack? I can hire a top-rated pro that knows everything about interior paint, easily compare prices, and read reviews. Thumbtack knows homes. Download the app today.
If your AC's broke, that's no joke. I'm Greg Hill. If my AC's broken, I'm calling Boston Standard. They offer same-day service, next-day installs, and 0% financing on brand new AC units. Call today and save with Boston Standard.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Risk is the show where people tell true stories they never thought they'd dare to share. A podcast all about human connection and radical honesty. All through June for Pride Month, Risk will be featuring the stories of LGBTQ folks from all walks of life. You'll laugh, cry, and maybe even end up feeling a little bit better. Go get Risk on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Connected TV is one of the most effective channels for driving measurable advertising results. That's because when your customer's not scrolling, they're streaming. Let Viant put your ads right where they are, on the best content, across the most premium platforms in the world. We're talking real consumers, big screens, big outcomes. With Viant, you get people-based targeting, AI-powered performance, and full access to inventory built to seize eyeballs, not clickbait. Viant, where premium streaming meets performance. Visit ViantInc.com/CTV to unlock real results today.
WEEI Afternoons with Andy Hart, Nick Fitzy Stevens, and Ted Johnson.
Ones that have like could be in a 70s cop show vibe.
Yeah.
His plays.
The blaxploitation era.
Right.
I just
said
took
right.
a African American film studies class.
Move
at Tufts.
along, boys. Move
Dan
along.
Ball is stunned. He's got like his mouth agape. You didn't think I knew the blaxploitation era?
I just never.
Filmmaking?
I don't know why I'm even surprised anymore. You come out with things. I'm like, all right, yep, didn't have that on my bingo card today.
Ted Johnson, Teddy's takeaways. So we got
this
Ted,
is awkward.
We got Ted Talk, where he talks to players or tells stories. We got Teddy Takeaways when he's at a practice. So I want to know the first takeaway from the indoor practice today at minicamp.
I'd say Christian Gonzalez had the best play of the game. Or the day.
Oh, that's right.
So he had an interception. It was a 9-round up the right sideline.
Okay.
I forgot who the intended receiver was, but Christian Gonzalez. It looked like it was just overthrown by about 5 yards.
Yeah.
Gonzalez just puts out his right arm, hand, boom, one arm, one hand.
Telling you,
ball just sticks right into his hand, pulls it in, interception. Very, very impressive. Demario Douglas. He's all over the place. He's
100 catches.
He gets open. He had a nice little
take the
touchdown. He is going to work the middle of the field, like you've kind of predicted, said, and where I was a little bit hesitant. He's really going to between the hash marks and 10 yards down the field, a little box, just paying a little box, and that is going to be where he works heavy. He's all the quarterbacks throw to him, and he gets open all the time. I thought Drake Maye. I thought he had an okay day. What I am worried about is the ball does not come out of his hands fast enough.
Yep.
That is we need quicker solutions
like
or
long throwing motion.
It's like a little half pump fake and then step up, half pump fake and then step up. Doesn't know where to go, and then it eventually comes out or he scrambles for. The ball doesn't come out on time.
You think
enough.
that is thought related? Is he thinking too much? Is he digesting the new offense, the reads?
It's hard, and I think part of it is Josh McDaniels, don't throw an interception. Don't throw an interception. But if you don't like it, then they go to your second and third read. And so, yes, I think part of it is just the new operation, and part of it is just Josh McDaniels' little voice in the back of his head.
So I give Drake credit. He has talked about that, having to get through the reads quicker, not holding on the ball. If something is open, throw it. Don't wait for something better to come along, whatever. And your guy Vrabel talked about in his pre-practice press conference today, looking back at yesterday in the red zone, he said there were times Drake held on to it too long. He said, if you look at NFL red zone plays, it's boom, boom, ball better be out.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, ball better be out. And there were times yesterday when it wasn't out. It was still in his hands. And I think that is something he's going to have to deal with, because you mentioned Josh saying don't throw an interception. The other thing Josh doesn't want is a sack, though. So you can't hold. If you throw the ball into danger, he's going to be mad. But if you hold it into danger, he's going to be mad. You got to make quick reads. And that's where I do think, if you're a Demario Douglas fan or if you're an Efton Chisholm fan, some of these guys that can get open, boom, 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 you're open, run that quick slant, throw it. I think they need to belabor that with Drake Maye, because the other stuff he can do. I think the other stuff comes more naturally. I don't think the Tom Brady, remember the Tom Brady against the Chargers when, what's his name was bitching about Brady getting rid of the ball in like 0.9.
That was
seconds.
Joey Bosa, January 2019 in the playoffs.
That's
hey, bro,
what
quick throwing it away so fast.
They need to show Drake Maye those videos, rep him in some of the, because the other stuff will come. I think he can hit the deep post or the 9 route or any of those things later. So I do think that's interesting. But also, as a Drake Maye defender, it is June 10th. It is only the second day of minicamp. Nobody has pads on yet, so the process, trust the have you heard that before, Ted?
I've heard it.
Trust the process.
I've heard that, man.
If you're having the same concerns on like August 29th, we might be having a different discussion.
Yeah. So that was something that jumped out. It's just him holding the ball a little bit too long. I will say this. Travion Henderson, I think, is going to be the third down back. When you there was the ball to Ramondre drop in the red zone. Trayvon is just a better receiver.
How about that speed? I watched some videos from inside the bubble. That
very
he gets
fast.
the motor going real quick.
Oh yeah, he
Very
is
fast.
explosive. So what about?
And one more thing about Travion Henderson, there was that nice little corner blitz that they did, and it was the line moved away from him, and so it was line moving slide left, and Travion came to the right with the blitzer coming off the right side, picked him up perfect.
Oh yeah, they
didn't miss a beat on the blitz pickup.
The scouting report on him is that's actually the best thing he does is pass protection. The other stuff, the playmaking, the hands, that's actually his
got
best
to a
skill.
point where people already started the same way. It was like, oh, Chris Hogan played lacrosse, really? Like people are like, oh, you're kidding? Trayvon Henderson, pass pro, no kidding.
But you bring him up as the potential third down back. What about Antonio Gibson? Did you notice Antonio Gibson? Because
you know what, he's out there too, man. He's out there too, not as a third down guy.
I think Travion Henderson might be the 3 down guy, not the third down guy, the 3 down guy. I am starting to buy into him.
I notice more Antonio Gibson than I do Ramondre Stevenson, and that's
not
weird.
great.
It's weird. Ramondre, I thought he was a little bit bigger. I mean, without pads on, it's just Antonio Gibson thicker. Travion's a small guy, so it's not. He's more of a kind of a bowling ball butcher knife. He's just a little, he's a little bit he's shorter but stocky.
Yep.
I don't know. Ramondre, it's gonna be interesting. They will use 3 backs.
Yeah.
But on third down, it will be Travion is my feeling.
And doesn't this ride like part and parcel with how much James White tape he says he's been studying as well? Like he said with a post practice quote today he said, "Yeah, I watched so much James White. He damn near looked like a receiver out there."
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. And that leads to another big observation, which I'm a big fan of this aspect of an offense. I think teams that can execute a good screenplay, it's just a weapon that you can use. The Chiefs, back in the day, it was the Green Bay Packers. There were certain teams that executed screens so perfectly. And it can be a huge weapon. Josh is a big fan of screens. James White got a lot of his yards off of screens.
Yep.
I think you're going to see a very, very complex screen game, and Travion Henderson will be leading the way.
And he is more explosive than James White. James White is the best screen back I've ever seen. James White was like, the safety should get him, but somehow just misses him. Like everything was like perfectly timed with James White, perfectly read, the cuts, the whole. Travion Henderson is just flat out explosive. He could embarrass some people physically if you give him some opportunities in the screen game. So, and we know Josh in his heyday was a screen offensive coordinator. They love Charlie, like all of them.
They haven't had this guy since literally James White. And also, Travion Henderson had the highest top-end speed in college football last year.
No, he's
22 miles per hour.
They haven't had anyone like him. No. We can talk about the good line of Shane Vereen's and Danny Woodheads and James White and Kevin Falk. Travion Henderson could be the most explosive of any of those guys we've seen. And they were all good in their own way. They were all staples of the offense. Okay, another takeaway.
Another takeaway is I'd say the receiver that jumped out the most besides the 2 I've mentioned was Kayshon Boutte. So Kayshon Boutte feels as if he is going to be part of the plan, at least as of today. So that was that. Efton Chisholm, who you love.
All right, we got to get an Efton Chisholm note in.
Didn't see much of him. Didn't see much of him, really.
I like you, Ted.
So that was...
The reason why is because they're stashing him away. They don't want other teams to
get
get
a
look.
The
guy's already in the Hall of Fame. You guys get ready for it.
And I want to just give the defense some love. I just thought the defense, the way it moved, the way it made checks, the way they stemmed the defensive line, they're lined up in one front before the play, and then right before the snap, they stem them to another front. There was a lot of just good communication. I didn't see any breakdowns. Nobody was wide open. It looked like I didn't see 2 guys going in the same gap. The defense looked like a well-oiled machine. Now, it's without pads, but it just felt like that unit was on top of its stuff right there.
Something I wanted to ask you about. So I went back and listened yesterday. Patriots.com, great job putting up the press conferences of Barmore, Milton Williams, all those. I listened to all of them. And I believe it was Milton Williams who said the entire defense is in. All our stuff is in. Is that, do you think that's accurate and logical? And
I think so, because they have so many, they meet more on the field than we ever did when I played. It was more, when we went out on the field, it was about conditioning. We had some OTAs, but not nearly the OTAs that they have now. And so they looked like a defense that had everything in. They looked multiple. They looked like they were disguising. They looked like they had all the checks to empty, to 4 wide. They knew what to do in every situation against every personnel grouping. And to me, that says a lot at this point. For them to have that kind of, I would say, just understanding already of the defense is, and I don't know how advanced Vrabel's defense is. Once the game start, I'll know for a fact, but it looks like it's a multi kind of dimensional defense that isn't easy to run, but they seem to have a grasp of it right now.
Aren't they doing this all without Terrell Williams as well?
Yes.
Like he's still on medical leave.
Well,
so this is like,
but he's zooming.
He can help from afar. He just can't be there.
Yeah, all the off the field meetings he's zooming into and taking part in. He's just not out there on the field. Zach Kerr, I think that's his name.
I think that is his the linebackers coach.
Yeah, I was impressed with him when he had his press conference last week
correct,
and the
Zach Kerr.
opportunity that he's having. The one, so Ted, my 3-point stance was repetitive today. I just don't get why people are sleeping on this defense. All this talk about the offense, and I get it.
Well, it's natural.
It is natural, but the defense looks loaded to me. They're not even allowed to hit yet. So Milton Williams is a guy that he makes it clear he wants to be violent. He wants to do violent things to the offense, and he's not allowed to do that yet. Like he's licking his chops and looking forward. The only question I have on defense, I have 2, and I don't know if you have these or if I'm, the pass rush from the edge, I think, is going to be questionable work in progress with Landry, see what he has left in the tank. Keon White, is he going to be a factor there? Can he take the next step? Because I think inside they're going to be loaded with Milton Williams and Barmore. And the other thing is the depth in coverage. I think their 2 starting corners are loaded. Marcus Jones is a guy who I don't think is a great slot corner. And after that, I don't know how the depth comes into play, including free safety. They don't really have a free safety that is proven here. So, but beyond that, I look at a defense where I feel really good about like 9 of the 11 spots on the starting. I can't say that about the offense. I don't feel good about 9 of the 11 players on offense. So
I'd say safety. I think safety and linebacker are kind of maybe your biggest question marks. Clavion Chasen, who they got in free agency.
Yep.
He's pretty much pencil him in as a starter.
Oh, you like it?
I'm not saying I like him. I'm just saying he is going to be the starter. If the season were to start today. So number
pass
44.
rusher out of LSU.
Yep.
Do you upside there? Should I learn his name?
Oh, you're talking about Clavin Chasen, the guy that played for the Jags and the Raiders.
Yeah.
Free agent. Yes.
Yeah, because they got 2. Just to clarify, we get confused here. They drafted the LSU guy Swinson.
Correct.
And they added the
I think a lot of
Chasen-
people in the car were like, huh?
No, it's 2 different guys. It's a veteran free agent edition and a mid-round draft pick edition, both out of LSU.
I believe I said Clavon Chasen.
Yes,
You
you're
did.
right.
I literally got confused because I was like, wait a second, Chasen, the kid they drafted at LSU?
Nope.
That's Swinson.
2 LSU's, different guys. So you like that, or is the edge pass rush a point of weakness, or could be?
It's going to be fine.
Okay.
Because look, I think the strength of this defensive line is going to be in the interior rush.
They really are.
So look, Vrabel was a great outside linebacker. He wasn't the most dominating edge rusher. He was a good edge rusher, but it takes more than just being a great pass rusher to play on the edges in this defense.
Tell me why it's overly simple for me to say they're going to want to double both Milton Williams and Christian Barmore, and they can't double both Milton Williams and Christian Barmore.
Oh, yeah, no way. No way.
I mean, isn't that how I look at this defense? And if one of them is one-on-one, I expect them to win that battle.
That's the theory.
75% of the time.
That is the theory.
Okay, and that is why I think this defense is going to be really good. If those 2 guys stay healthy, and Christian Barmore talked about it, I think he actually told us something that I'm not sure we knew, the blood clots. He said it was his lungs. He basically said, I couldn't breathe. And I think he kind of inferred or told us that it was blood clots in his lungs, which was actually something that affected David Andrews a few years back when he had issues in Colorado, and it became...
Well, that's a concern. If we're being honest, those things are touch and go. They don't just always completely go away.
Right. But if he's on the field and Milton Williams is on the field, I feel good about this defense. Mike Vrabel, though, he feels good about his defense, but he could always feel better about his defense or his offense or his special teams. He was asked about the possibility of pursuing available talent this summer, and he's always willing to listen. We'll hear from Mike Frabel, and we'll talk about some of the guys that are available potentially across the NFL for the Patriots to pick from. That's up next here on WEEI Afternoons.
WEEI. WEEI. New England Sports Original.
Rarely does a product come to the game of professional golf that is so quickly embraced by the pros. Shaden Precision Eyewear is that product. Go to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and find out why Shaden sunglasses are trusted by tour players and their caddies. Shaden is so confident in their product, they're offering a 30-day money-back guarantee. Go to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use the code SPRING to receive 20% off your order. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and the code SPRING to experience golf's finest eyewear.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Soraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice-cold refreshment to answer.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Hey, it's Greg. And at some point in our lives, most of us become caregivers for our older loved ones. Did you know that in Massachusetts, that caregiving comes with financial support? Call Gabriel Care and let them get you the money that you deserve. 508-678-1002. That's 508-678-1002 or online at GabrielCare.com. On average, the application approval is 7 days. Get paid for the time you dedicate to caring for your loved one with Gabriel Care.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8 year old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
I'm Rhett. And I'm Link. And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD-1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you. every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8 year old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
Now, more of WEEI Afternoons.
With Andy Hard, Nick Fitzy Stevens, and Ted Johnson.
So one more day of mini camp tomorrow. What's going to be your message to the guys when they go off for the next 5 weeks before training camp?
Well, this is the most important 5 weeks of the offseason. I mean, people talk about the OTAs and the 9-week program and an extra week you get as a new coach. But to me, it's the 5 weeks from the end of mini camp to the start of training camp, which will help define your season. And so it's critical that they're working and they're training and they're studying.
Good quick point that I don't want to turn this into a big argument, but
so let's.
If Gerard Mayo gave his team the last day of mini camp off, wouldn't it be criticized? Oh, he's not ready. It's laissez-faire. It's Camp Mayo. That whole thing.
He did get the last day off.
Yeah, and it was criticized.
More than just the last day off, he went to the bubble on a rainy Tuesday as well.
Mike Vrabel.
Yeah.
It was also, didn't they start their offseason weight program a week late?
A week late. Well, they could have started a week early, and they said they weren't ready, so they didn't use the extra week.
Okay, well, the point is, it was starting to pile up.
Yeah. It's interesting the way we perceive things, because I do think Vrabel's a hard-o coach and an old-school coach, and I like everything about him. But it's interesting that he decided to wrap it up after 2 days. And as Fitzy noted, it's interesting they went inside. Now, I would go inside, too. To me, there's in shorts and T-shirt, there's no reason to be out in the rain. And
you wouldn't get anything done.
Right. It's sort of useless. But it's funny how we sort of make narratives out of these little bullets, and we go in certain directions depending on how it works. So Mike Vrabel was asked today by Tommy Curran, our buddy, who we'll talk to on Thursday at 3:30, as we always do. He was asked a couple questions. Clearly, Tom is using Trey Hendrickson, not at Bengals camp. Terry McLaurin, not at Commanders camp. And TJ Watt, not at Steelers camp, as a jumping off point for Mike Vrabel, asking him, might you be interested in monitoring these situations across the league? And Vrabel, I thought, had an interesting answer.
Would you guys constantly be monitoring all discussions?
I think that we have to. Again, it would go for the ability to acquire good players, good people. I feel like it can help us at any position. So what those situations are throughout the league, but I'm all for trying to make the roster better any chance that we can.
I mean, that's the obvious answer, don't you think?
Well, especially for a team that has won a total of 4 games each of the last 2 seasons. Yeah. If you were coming off back-to-back Super Bowl titles and you're loaded, the Eagles, for example, the Eagles are a team that maybe doesn't need to monitor every player that's become available because they have a pretty loaded roster on both sides of the ball. Mm-hmm. But if you're the Patriots and Mike Vrabel and you're turning your culture over and your team kind of stunk before this season, yeah, you want everything. So let's take it the next step further. Terry McLaurin. He's not in camp with the Commanders, wants a new contract, 30 years old, I believe. I've always thought one of the most underrated number 1 receivers in football. I think he is a stud of a receiver who's been buried in Washington for the bulk of his career. Should the Patriots make a legitimate, not just, hey, is he available? What's it going to, should they make a legitimate run at Terry McLaurin?
No, not now. No. If you were thinking that way, you would have done it already. We're too far into it to bring in someone like that. The contract will be too complex, and they're not going to give up draft equity or players to bring in a guy that then they got to turn around and give millions and millions of dollars to.
Oh, yeah, you're probably giving $100 million.
Yeah, they're not doing that.
For a guy who turns 30. You know who does need Terry McLaurin? The Washington Commanders.
The interesting thing is the Patriots had the most money to spend in free agency. They spent the most money in free agency.
Yep.
And they still have the remaining amount left is the most of any team in free agency.
And that's why I think it's fun to at least have these discussions, because that's not like, some teams would probably have to cut somebody to make the cap numbers work, whatever. They could do a Terry McLaurin deal. If they wanted to, they could send a second-round pick and bring him in and sign him to a 3-year, $100 million extension or whatever it would take, and boom, you'd have Terry McLaurin, Stefan Diggs, and Pop Douglas, baby. I kind of like the sounds of that.
You talking yourself into this, or is that?
I would do it.
You would do
round,
it?
yeah. Because then I would be joining Ted in the double-digit win category. With the way I've fallen in love with the defense over the last week plus, seeing them in action, and now you add Terry McLaurin to Stefan Diggs, who I've kind of seen that he looks like he's going to be healthier than I thought he might have been. Yep, I'm talking Travion Henderson. All of a sudden, Drake Maye is the lone question mark. We're giving him a line. We're giving him receivers. We're giving him an explosive running back. We gave him a great offensive coach. Boom, we're cruising, baby.
What if? And then if he doesn't make that leap, then
we're porked, and at least we know we need a quarterback.
Terry McLaurin, we're paying a ton of money to, and now you got
Dan Ball?
We also saw it confirmed earlier this week that Chris Godwin's offer for $30 million from the Pats over multiple years was legit. So that would suggest maybe they are in the market for that kind of move that you would consider to be risky for a 30-year-old.
It was Chris Godwin. It was Rashad Bateman, who they apparently had conversations with the Ravens before the Ravens extended him.
Helped him get rich.
Diggs doesn't qualify as risky? My God.
Yeah.
Knee and behavior?
And
it's a twofer.
Everything, and Cardi B and everything that comes with the boat.
Off-field, on-field. It's
and Terry McLaurin, as far as I know, is as clean as the freshly fallen snow in that area. I have never heard a Terry McLaurin, especially in that organization where they had all kinds of issues throughout the organization. So I know we play radio and we make it sound simpler than it is. Just send a second-round pick and sign him for $100 million. But in reality, if they wanted to send a second-round pick and sign him for $100 million, they could do it today. Now, Fitzy, I think you made the best point. The team that needs Terry McLaurin more than the 31 other teams is Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders, who went to an NFC title game and are trying to get over the hump, who brought in Laramie Tunsil, who brought in somebody else.
Jonathan Jones and Dietrich Wise.
Yeah, they're trying to win. Mm-hmm. They're trying to get over the hump. Why would you get rid of your number one receiver?
It's interesting, though. You look at Terry McLaurin, his numbers. I mean, he's about as consistent as Chris Godwin is. I mean, he does. Mm-hmm. He has played in 17 games 5 years in a row. I mean, he's had 1,000-yard seasons 5 years in a row.
With all kinds of quarterbacks.
And that is...
Might have had 5 different quarterbacks.
That is, that's the model of consistency right there. So if anybody was deserving of a big deal, it would be Terry McLaurin.
All right, up next here on WEEI Afternoons, we got to get back to the Boston Red Sox because the Roman Empire has begun and the Roman Empire has already fallen. The Boston Red Sox lose in extra innings. Roman was pulled for a pinch hitter. Roman had errors. Raffi Devers is still doing Devers things. I want to talk a little bit about him. A little Red Sox talk and, dare I say, maybe Ted Johnson-led bashing here on WEEI Afternoons. Up next.
I'll give you my crap, and you give me your best player.
Afternoons with Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson on WEEI.
Is Dad a golfer? Give him an advantage on the course this Father's Day with Shade-In Precision Eyewear. See Better, PlayBetter.com offers premium golf sunglasses at 20% off with code SPRING so he can play like the pros. Shade-In is so confident in their product that they offer a 30-day money-back guarantee. Don't wait. His next course record is the gift you could give him this Father's Day. Visit SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and get 20% off with code SPRING today.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. And together we have the podcast Office Ladies. Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere. Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice-cold refreshment to answer.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple
Do the do.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Teddy J here for Northeast Men's Health. If you're a man over the age of 30, you need to listen up. This is a true story. Probably 15, 20 years ago, I was complaining to a buddy that I just had low energy. I just didn't have my get up and go. Had some brain fog, a little bout of depression was starting to take effect. And he asked me if I'd ever had my T levels checked. I said, what's that? He goes, your testosterone levels. You need to go check them out. I said, no, I haven't. So I did, and I found out I had really low levels, guys. The older we get, we produce less and less testosterone. Chances are, if you're feeling lethargic, if you're feeling brain fog, if you just don't have that get up and go, your workouts aren't what they used to be, chances are you have low T. So do yourself a favor. Go visit my friends over at Northeast Men's Health. They have a lab right there on site. You do a simple blood test within 30 minutes. You'll know what your results there are, and you can talk to the fine medical people there and decide whether or not you want to be put on testosterone replacement therapy protocol moving forward or not. Nice people. They'll help you make the decision. It's great, guys. You will feel so much better. It's just, I can't recommend testosterone more. It's great. The cost of your appointment's only $99. That includes a medical consult, a T and PSA test. And if you sign up for the testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. So you'll be running circles around your friends, guys. So do yourself a favor and go visit Northeast Men's Health. There's 5 locations across the Northeast to serve you. No excuse not to find them. You can call them at 617-793-5000 or visit them online at northeastmenshealth.com.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? Well, then listen to What We Spend. Available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Fresh and delicious and now on sale. Hey, it's Joe. Mangoes and Hass avocados at Shaw's and Star Market. When you shop today through Thursday, pick up fresh mangoes or Hass avocados for just 79 cents when you use the digital coupon Limit 6. When you shop with the Shaw's app, you get amazing deals and earn points on every purchase. Short on time? Enjoy free curbside pickup or get delivery. Don't miss big savings on mangoes and Hass avocados. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network.
You don't need a ticket to Fenway to feel like you're there, because when you're sipping a cold Sam Adams, you're never far from the Green Monster. At the ballpark, or on your back porch, or crowding a couch with friends, Sam Adams turns every spot into a front row seat. The beer's cold, the grill's hot, and the game is always on. It's how Boston drinks baseball. Sam Adams, the official beer of Fenway. Whether you're at home or at the park, it's not a Sox game without Sam. Boston Beer Company, Boston, Mass. Savor the flavor responsibly.
Selecting Marvin replacement windows for your home is easy when you work with Riverhead Building Supply.
Marvin windows and doors offer durability, style, and strength.
Find out how Marvin windows can improve your home.
Visit a Riverhead Building Supply location or rbscorp.com.
Introducing the 2025 Subaru Forester Hybrid. Explore up to 581 miles on a single tank in our most fuel-efficient Forester ever, with a self-charging battery for uninterrupted adventure. A little love goes a long way in the Subaru Forester Hybrid, starting at $34,995. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
Broadcasting from the WEEI studios. Powered by Verizon. 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. An Odyssey sports station.
This hour of afternoons is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate now at carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K. To donate your car today.
With the leadoff man aboard for the first time, here comes Roman Anthony. The right fielder, number 48, Roman Anthony. A moment that Red Sox fans have so long awaited.
This is WEEI Afternoons.
With Andy Hart, Nick Fitzy Stevens,
and 3-time Super Bowl champion Ted Johnson on WEEI.
That was the standing ovation that Roman Anthony got last night at Fenway Park in his debut with the Red Sox, which wasn't totally special, if we're being honest. the.
So he's not special because he said if you said if he was, he'd hit a home run.
But as always, I have an out. So last night he wore number 48. He was not special in that jersey. Tonight, you know what he's wearing?
City Connect.
No. Well, maybe. I don't know. But number 19, he's going back to his minor league number.
Acknowledge me. He's changing numbers already?
So I told Fitzy, trivia question. When Roman Anthony hits 600 home runs in the number 19 jersey, you're going to say, but what number did he wear in his uneventful opening debut at Fenway Park?
Future quiz was his question.
Yes. So he's changing jersey numbers already.
Great. Change positions tomorrow, change the batting order the next day, change the number after that.
They all might help after last
Wow.
night.
I mean, that's kind of what the Red Sox do is change positions in batting order day by day.
Okay. I do like 19 on him better. I just don't
better
understand
number,
why,
right?
why
We
you
said-
wouldn't go with that from day one. But
Yeah, I don't know exactly how that played out.
Okay,
but
interesting.
I'm happy with it.
Yeah.
And he hit a rocket up the middle off of Baz, the pitcher, bounced off him, ended up being out because the shortstop recovered 111 miles an hour. That's got a little juice on it.
It bounced right to the shortstop, yeah.
He had a nice walk. He had one bad at-bat where he struck out, one bad swing where he kind of got tied up inside, and that kind of threw the whole at-bat off. But on total, I said to Fitzy earlier, I thought it was a fine debut, a good debut. He got an RBI late in the game. He didn't seem overwhelmed. He didn't seem harried or rushed other than the one play in right field.
I was going to say, we're going to...
Well, I'm putting that on Cora or Breslow. Blame Breslow. We
right
blame
field.
Breslow.
Yeah,
he's
he
a left
wouldn't play in the
fielder.
right position.
Yeah, he's a left fielder. They've been training him in left field. It's sort of like Christian Campbell. We train you for first base, but we play you at second base every night, and then sometimes we make you play center.
It's got to be that ball coming out to the outfield like that. It's got to be so different in the left field.
Well,
than
yeah.
the right
He
field.
was taking an angle where he was more lined up to throw to second base, and then he was over there. It was all
Gotcha.
screwed up, side saddled, the whole thing. Dan Ball?
We have a Roman Anthony video on Twitter, and guess what skill he's working on right now?
Ground balls.
Ground balls in the outfield.
In what outfield, though?
He's in right field, but he's facing the pesky pole, so he's not even facing the right direction right now.
Oh, that's not good.
I think you guys were on point when I was coming in. Listening, just the kind of what was the point?
Inconsistencies or mixed messaging in the development of these prospects?
No, like the lineups we thought was one thing. We thought he was playing left field, and then all of a sudden, wait, no, he's playing right field. Wait, he's playing in the fight. Wait, they changed the lineup to last night's game right before the game.
Yeah, that's because Breslow
times.
told him to. That's what I'm going with now. That Cora sets it one way, and then Breslow comes in and screws it up and
So you're
changes
going to
it
ask
last
that
minute.
tomorrow?
I'm going to blame Breslow. That's our new slogan. Hey, I might ask Alex about that. Hey, Alex, we got a new slogan here on WEEI Afternoons. We call it Blame Breslow. What do you think of our slogan? See how he reacts.
He's going to love it.
No, he won't.
We're a good baseball team.
You're not a good baseball team.
Words.
If he says that, then we're going to have an argument because they are not a good baseball team. They're starting to hit like a good baseball team when they score Dan Ball's 9.2 runs per game over the last 5 games. But when you have the kind of errors they have and the kind of mistakes they have, you are not a good baseball team. He can't claim right now they're a good baseball team. And that's where I think some of the ejection comes from, is there is yes, he was frustrated at the home plate umpire and the calls, but I think sometimes there's more to it than that. There was a bubbling of this is another game where Ted, I said, Bill always used to say, and I want you to yell at me because you don't like when I bring up Bill, you roll your eyes and you do those things.
It's just such a great role model for a lot of people, yeah.
Before you can win, you have to not lose, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The Red Sox haven't gotten past that step yet. They find ways to lose these games. You score 8 runs last night, you should win that game, correct?
Correct.
Well, but not when you make all the errors they make and give away outs and free runs to the other team like they do. So they need to learn how to win or learn how to not lose. And that's where I will say, I guess that is on Cora, right? That's the manager to figure that out. Whether it's defense, base running, some of the little mistakes they make. They're young. I get it, Alex, but your job is to manage a young baseball team.
It's the tough thing with a young baseball team is you're trying to win games. They don't learn to win games at the lower levels. They just try to hit and they try to field and they try to work on everything about their development. It's not about trying to win baseball games at the lower level. So now all of a sudden we have all these, if you're first, second year guys on this team with prominent roles trying to win these close games that have been playing in systems not about trying to win games.
Right.
More about developing their skills,
showcasing their skills.
This is when you have a young team. I feel like this is what you see. You see bad baseball,
and that is something that Marcelo Mayer actually brought up with Rob Bradford when he spoke with him yesterday a little bit about the transition for Roman Anthony. Rob said, "What's the biggest difference for you, Marcelo?" And he said, "Everything's about winning." In the minor leagues, yeah, you're trying to win, but you're really trying to develop yourself, do whatever you need to do to become a better baseball player, to advance up the system, showcase. It's almost like showcases in college and in high school, and you go to these things, and you're not really trying to win the game. You're trying to get somebody to see you and say, you're really – now you're in the big leagues, and it's like the most important thing is the final score of the game. Like if you go 0 for 4, but the team wins, everybody goes home and celebrates, has a happy flight, whatever, and that is a transition, and that's a lot of pressure on Alex Cora. And I'm not – we'll get snarky, I'm sure, replies on the text. Like, oh, I'm going to cry for the guys making $7 million a year to coach baseball. But there's pressure there.
There's not a lot of days in between each game to go work on the problems you had in the game before. You just play another game and hope that you've corrected it. Well, there's a whole lot of different pressure in an in-game situation versus in a practice setting, in a scrimmage setting versus a real thing. And so a lot of times, can you imagine trying to fix your swing in a real round of golf? Like you couldn't go practice golf.
Right.
You had to just play the next day. It was another a round that counted, and you have to fix your swing in the middle of that round. That's kind of how baseball is.
But it's even worse because it's 9 guys. Well, defensively, you're talking about 9 guys. And I said it a few weeks ago. I don't think they do this ever, if at all. The old school infield, outfield, where you put everybody out there. The coach gets his fungo. He's got a runner or a runner on, and he just yells out the situation. Yep. Second and third, 1 out, and then he fires a line drive to right center to see where everybody reacts. And like, they don't do that. When do you do? Like, you're supposed to do that in high school and college and learn on your way up. You can't be doing that every day at Fenway. What are they going to get there at noon? All right, everybody on the field at noon. We're hitting fungos. We're doing infield, outfield, situational work. But they need that. They show you that every night that they need some of that they are not on point with some of those aspects of winning. And that is why I keep going back to you need to accept some of it. And that's why it makes it weird when you pinch hit Romy Gonzalez for Marcelo Mayer. So on one sense, you're learning to win. You're learning for the future. You're building experiences. And then you take out Marcelo Mayer because the matchup says lefty, righty, righty, lefty. Mm-hmm. And you look at him in the dugout, and you can tell he wants to hit. You can tell he wants to prove, I can hit against lefties in the big leagues. I can do this, manager. And yet he doesn't get that opportunity. And it's infuriating for me to watch. I can only imagine how he feels.
It makes you wonder, this really is all about 2026, and it kind of has been all along. And
but
I think
they haven't accepted
we slept on that.
No, it hasn't been all along.
No.
I kind of feel like it has.
No. They came into the season bragging.
It was, we were going to the playoffs.
World Series.
No.
Now, you said it, 92 wins.
Yeah.
It changed. It's changed. It started one thing. It's now something different.
But it hasn't totally changed. And that's what annoys me. I actually
it needs to change.
Wish they would embrace the change. Don't pinch hit Romy Gonzalez because the righty-lefty. Let Marcelo Mayer hit. And if he strikes out, hopefully that is an experience so that he doesn't strike out when we are playing to win games and make the playoffs in 2026. But you got 1 foot in each year.
I think they have so many. Doesn't the Red Sox have like 300 staffers in their baseball ops?
Yeah.
How do you, if you leave everybody out there and don't put anybody else, then all their jobs are meaningless. All those staffers in the back rooms that study matchups, their jobs are meaningless if you do it the way if you just say, hey, put them out there, let them grow, doesn't matter, right, left, matchups don't matter, then how do you justify all those minions in the back room there and typing on their computers?
And the other question here is, and I keep wanting to delve into this a little bit deeper. I actually put it on our show poll today, and I'll get that in a minute, but Raffi Devers still, I think you said it, Ted, was sort of a cloud that hung over this team from spring training on. And I still believe that to be true. Even though he's raking and he's hitting great and he's one of the best DHs in baseball, the American League. Our girl Coco on the Greg Hill show had a interesting take/idea when it comes to Rafael Devers.
Rafael Devers.
We've now reached a point where I don't know, and I hate even saying this because I'm a Devers fan. I have been an apologist this season. I understand why he's being petty. I think that if anybody was in his shoes, a lot of people would be doing the same exact thing. But I don't know how he comes back from this to win back the fans that he lost in the process. I don't know how he comes back from this with the media members that he's lost in the process. I think we are looking at these games with such a critical eye now. So anytime that Alex Cora even looks at him wrong, people are going to jump to, oh my God, these two hate each other. To call Devers a cancer in a clubhouse is absolutely nuts. But it might be time. It might be better for Rafael Devers if he's on a different team.
So trade Rafael Devers, which I wouldn't poo-poo out of hand. I'd have to know the situation because he is a great hitter and there is value there. But I use this as a jumping off point for the show poll today at Jumbo Hart at WEEI Afternoons. I said, Red Sox fans, how much do you like/root for Rafael Devers? And I gave 3 options. Love him, meh, he can hit, or rubs me the wrong way.
I'm going to
Fitzy?
go with meh, but he can hit at 48%.
You're a little high, 42%, but it is the highest percentage. Meh, he can hit is the highest percentage at 42%.
Next one is 2. The last one.
No, love him is 32%.
You're kidding.
Rubs me the wrong way is 26%. So
that surprises you? If we're being, I mean, Raffi's been here how many years?
8, 9.
This is the first time in 9 years that we've seen anything like this from Raffi Devers, correct?
Well,
like, is there been a history of this type of behavior? I mean, to me, spring training, when he said no, it was like, wait, I saw you one way, and this is, you got to be joking. He's smiling as he's saying it. That doesn't, he can't really, oh, no, this is really who he is. So to me, it was this year was the first time I think fans saw this side of him. So it will take, I think, a lot more than what's happened this year to get fans completely on the side of where Coco is.
Yeah, this is the biggest black mark against his reputation in Boston. Now, there have been others that say, why doesn't he talk to the media? Why isn't he a spokesman? Why doesn't he feel like the leader of the team? Post Xander Bogaerts, when Xander Bogaerts left, I think a lot of people said, well, Devers has to step up and be the face of the Boston Red Sox. He's the highest paid player. He's the best player. And he obviously doesn't do that. There was a while he had gone like 3.5 weeks without speaking to the media for periods of time. And some of the beat writers keep track of these things and they'll tweet about it every once in a while. So that has rubbed people the wrong way. The language thing, which is always debated in like the Twitch chat, and like, how well does he speak English? Does he not talk to the media because he's not comfortable speaking English? The translator,
I'm curious, did Coco say before the trade deadline or after the season? Like, because I think there's about 19 games still remaining before the July 31st trade deadline. Is a Raffi Devers, do you get rid of him? Do you give up on the season, essentially, and trade him before the trade deadline? Or do you wait till after the season and hopefully you still catch fire? Or do you just, hey, a lot of times teams don't know what to do until a few days before the trade deadline. They need to see how the team is playing before they make a big decision. Like, where would you, if you were going to trade him, when would you do it?
I would wait till after the season because I don't think you're going to get the best return on investment in the middle of the season. There's going to be limited buyers, sellers, markets, different things. But he is absolutely a great hitter, right? We can all say he is a great hitter. And there would be value in that. Now, I know he makes good money. He's got a $300 million contract that is tied to him for the next 7 years after this one, I believe.
At least.
But, and if communication is part of the issue, we keep hearing that from the defenders of Raffi Devers, because there's people like me that are like, play first base. It's in the best interest of the team. We're not asking you to do something crazy. Do what the manager asks you. Be a good team player. Play for the name on the front, not the name on the back. All these cliches. There's others that say, well, Eduardo Perez said it on Sunday Night Baseball. Well, I think it's clear communication by the Boston Red Sox was a major problem here. Okay, that won't be an issue in the new city, right? So that team.
What a hot take, by the way.
Yeah, no, the defending, Wiggy's been defending Devers a little bit. The defending of Devers by saying communication was okay. Maybe communication was an issue. I'll accept that point. At some point, don't you just say, okay, I'm over it. I got to do what's best for the team.
right? Like, and I'm not giving him the argument that some people tried to make that he's going to get hurt over there, that, collisions, he could get blown up and he doesn't know what he's doing. When was the last time you saw a great collision at first base?
It's been a minute. But
there was Casas hit Casas's foot
on the bag.
Yeah, well, like,
but so this is
even that was free.
This is a story that you're gonna hang on to the whole. Like, is there ever a point where you just like forget the Raffi Devers to first thing? Like, do you think this is going to?
Well,
it's
I've kind of forgotten it because they've forgotten it.
Okay, well,
but it annoys me. It goes in the back of my head.
If they continue to flounder and to kind of be a below 500 team, this might still be a story. If they were winning, it wouldn't be a story at all.
Oh, 100%. Oh, if they were winning, we wouldn't be talking about it, but they're not. They are a grossly underachieving baseball team that's 9 games out of first place, and we're talking about, just let the young kids play. This season is over, giving up.
What is weird is that same telecast is that you hear. I don't know if it was the same guy, but the guy's basically saying if Raffi moved to first, a lot of their problems would be solved.
Yes, because it's obvious.
So it's like, well, if that's the case, then this will be a story.
Doesn't this feel like a bad marriage? Really? Like, there's
Devers
something
in the
obvious.
Red Sox?
Yes, that there's something obvious, but because both sides have sort of dug their heels in, they're in this little you-know-what measuring contest. Well, if you had communicated better, we'd be happier. And it's like, well, if you would just get over it, we could be happier. Well, I'm not going to get over it because you didn't communicate properly. It feels like a divorce.
Has Ted heard the number? Has Ted heard the record? Ted, you know what the Red Sox have to do to get to 92 and 70 now?
I do. They have to win basically 2/3 of their games, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
60 and 34, bare minimum.
You like those? You like the juice on that? You going to put a little money on that happening?
And that's just to make the playoffs?
That's just to finish 92 and 70.
To get to their number that they claimed, I think their analytics told them they were a 92-win team.
So there's probably, broken. I'm guessing, don't you think 85 games could get them in the playoffs? Like, at this point, it's about getting in the playoffs. So I think I think there's a little bit of wiggle room, but it's basically 2/3 of their games they got to win. There's no way that's happening.
401 is yelling at me. He's not a first baseman, period, Hart. Stop it. You sound like a moron right now. How do we know he's not a first baseman? Was Toro a first baseman?
He was a third baseman.
Oh, wait. So you can move positions? Even
you have to get
interestingly
special
from
permission
third to
from
first?
MLB.
Interesting that he could be. And everybody tells me, the Lou Merlonis, the Will Miller, that it's the easiest position to transition to. It's a night off when you get to play over there. 617-779-7937. Let's go to the phone lines. David in the car, what are your thoughts on the Red Sox, Cora, Devers, and this whole situation?
It's a crap show, guys. Good afternoon, by the way. Thank you for taking
Not
the call.
us. You mean the Red Sox.
And it is a crap show, and I'm sick of it hearing all these excuses. And then, of course, you have Cora now using the word cancer, which shouldn't even be used. I never liked it when I hear that. But my whole thing is this. The problem with Cora, in my opinion, guys, Cora and Devers need to go. Both of them need to go. Because they're both creating problems for this team. Cora should not have been signed when he was. Devers is not being a professional ball player like he should be. Started off right in the beginning of the season. Going to fix this issue. Move on from these guys. And I don't agree with waiting until the end of the year. I would say the trade deadline, get rid of Devers.
All right, thanks for the call, David. Time now for our league leaders and who's circling the drains, presented by Drains by James. Drains by James is Eastern Mass's leader in residential and commercial drain cleaning and pipelining at drainsbyjames.com. At Drains by James, they give a poop about your pipes. We know that Raffi Devers is a league-leading hitter, right? He's going to have a career high in walks. He's got 50 whatever RBIs. You know, he's heading towards a huge number there. But is his time in Boston circling the drain? Coco brought it up. Do you legit think there will be a consideration, not by callers, not by media, not by Craig Breslow, and I'm going to throw a name in here, John Henry. Can we look at that differently now? And maybe him going to Kansas City is really getting a feel for, what if we have to move on from my $300 million best player? Do you think, Ted Johnson, you've been in the world of professional sports where we talk about stuff from the outside, do you think there will be a legitimate consideration for Raffi Devers to be traded?
I do, because I'm not sure Raffi can get over it. And I'm going to say, like, what does that mean, get over it? Like, I don't think he's ever going to be I would question whether or not he's going to, play a position like they want him to. I think he just wants to, now that he's been kind of typecasted as a DH here, in his mind, he doesn't want to do anything else. You told me to throw my glove away? No. And I don't think I think it's kind of one of those things where he's going to hold against the team, and he really doesn't like Breslow. And so how is that marriage going to ever have resolution? I'm not so sure it will be. And my guess is the easiest way to do is someone's got to go, and that would be Raffi.
Speaking of circling the drains, do you know the Red Sox almost average an error per game? They have.
That doesn't surprise me.
It is.
Did you watch last night? They had more than enough.
Yeah, they had 2 last night, which was sweet. So the lowest in baseball, 0.38 errors per game. The Texas Rangers, Red Sox, 0.87.
Yeah, their run prevention not good. That's what the
bad.
quants say. Run prevention, pitching, and defense. They stink at both of those, so their run prevention
Worse than
stinks.
Colorado.
Up next here on WEEI Afternoons, we got a little TED Talk. Ted Johnson talking middle linebacker with his guy Robert Spillane, the old school linebacker, the new school linebacker. That's up next here on WEEI Afternoons.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays 6 to 10.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
All right, here's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com. Brought to you by the 99 Restaurant. The Red Sox fell to the Rays at Fenway Park last night, 10-8 in 11 innings. Game 2 of that series is tonight. First pitch is at 7:10. It's Lucas Giolito against Ryan Pepio on the mound. Here is your lineup for tonight. Jaron Duran leads off in left, and it's Rafael Devers, your DH. Abraham Toro is at first. Carlos Narvaez, your catcher. Roman Anthony is back out in right field. The Trevor Story at short. Marcelo Meyer at third. Christian Campbell at second, and Cedon Rafaela is in center field, batting ninth. Everything changing for Roman Anthony tonight. He changed his jersey number from 48 to 19 ahead of tonight's game, the number he wore when he was down in Worcester. You can listen to tonight's game on WEEI FM 93.7 and across the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaws, perfecting the art of fresh. Mass Mutual pregame show with Christian Arcand tonight at 6:10, and Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks have the call of the game. From earlier this afternoon, WEEI's Rob Bradford reports that outfielder Masataka Yoshida said that he had a cortisone shot a couple of weeks ago and is now throwing from 105 feet. Yoshida said he feels a lot better and that his realistic goal is to go on a rehab assignment either later this month or early next month. In the Stanley Cup Finals, the Panthers beat the Oilers 6-1 to take a 2-1 series lead. Brad Marchand scored the game's opening goal 56 seconds into the first period. Game 4 of that series is on Thursday night. Game 3 of the NBA Finals, meanwhile, is tomorrow night in Indiana. The Pacers and Thunder are tied at a game apiece. Tip-off is at 8:30. The Patriots return on the field for day number 2 of mandatory minicamp. Doug Kide reports that Drake Maye went 8 of 13 with an interception, while Josh Dobbs went 8 of 14, and Ben Woldridge went 2 of 5. And new from earlier this afternoon, the team announced that veteran offensive lineman Wes Schweitzer was placed on the reserve/retired list. He was signed as an unrestricted free agent from the New York Jets on March 17th of 2025. Visit the 99 this Father's Day weekend for a great lineup of menu specials Dad will love, like the new bourbon onion burger, a juicy 18-ounce T-bone steak, or their famous colossal lobster rolls. You gotta love the Nines. I'm Dan Ball. This is trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com. We have a TED Talk and we have Fitzy's 5, both coming up right after this.
Tonight, Sox and Rays. The Mass Mutual pregame show with Christian Arcand starts at 6:10. First pitch, 7:10 on the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice-cold refreshment to answer.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Boston runs on hard work. The construction crews, the truck drivers, the nurses. You built this city, and now it's time to recognize the people who make it all happen. Catches Law and the Greg Hill Show want you to nominate a hardworking hero who deserves to be honored.
Hello, this is Sean Flaherty, managing partner at Catches Law Group. And you know what we do. We fight for workers when they get hurt. But today, we're here to honor them. If you know someone who deserves the recognition, go to WeBuiltThisCity.com and nominate them now.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the ultimate showdown. Your property versus the world. You need a strong defense to protect your home turf. And that's where Reliable the Fence people come in. We're your MVP for blocking out nosy neighbors and wandering wildlife and keeping your pets and kids safe and secure. Reliable's fences stand tall, strong, and who would have thought, reliable. We've been in business for over 70 years, providing New England with high-quality fences and expert installations at unbeatable prices. So don't let your property get flagged for being out of bounds. If you've been thinking about getting a new fence or simply replacing what you have now, take advantage of our awesome spring into savings sale and save 20%. Visit us at reliablefencing.com. That's reliable, FENCING.com, and get big savings on a quality fence. Reliable the Fence people, New England's first line of defense for over 70 years. You can count on it.
I'm Emma Greed, and I'm the host of the Aspire podcast, a show where I talk to the world's most brilliant minds about building the life of your dreams. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
For 150 years, American Standard has been the plumber's trusted partner, working together to bring your customers quality, value, and always a quick and easy installation for the #1 toilet brand. While our partnership hasn't changed, our appreciation continues to grow. And it's why we've enhanced our American Standard Plumber Rebate Program, which now gives you even more money back on projects large and small. Learn more at LixellPlumberRebates.com.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8 year old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
Some people follow the rules, I break them. I'm Soraya, and on Rule Breakers, we talk to the rebels who do things their way. Listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
You can stream the show or listen on demand anytime. Just download the Odyssey app.
That's AUDACY.
Save WEEI as a favorite and listen wherever you go. Now, more of WEEI Afternoons.
With Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson.
Couple minutes away from the Fitzy 5. First, we have Ted Johnson. He's become our intrepid boots-on-the-ground reporter down at minicamp. So, Ted, Mike Vrabel yesterday, Robert Spillane today. Intro it.
Yeah, I had a good. I got to go to practice again today and talk to the basically the quarterback of the Patriots defense, the new free agent they brought in, Robert Spillane. 8-year vet. He was recruited by Vrabel out of high school when Vrabes was at Ohio State. Played for the Tennessee Titans with Vrabes for just 1 year, and then went on and played for the Steelers for 4, and then a couple of years with the Vegas Raiders, in which Josh McDaniels was the head coach. I got him on record with a lot of different thoughts. Asked him about the D-line, the secondary, his head coach, and Drake Maye. Take a listen. Ted Johnson here with Patriots middle linebacker Robert Spillane. Thanks for taking a few minutes with me.
Thanks for having me.
You bet, buddy. It was fun watching the last couple of days. How do you think minicamp went for you guys?
Every day we come out here trying to get 1% better. Come out here with intentional actions, just to focus on little minor details of our game individually and collectively. Come together as a team. And I'm just so proud of not only the linebacker unit, but the defense as a whole, the team as a whole. I felt like I'm new out here, but it feels like family already, so I'm excited to see where this can lead to.
Love that. The energy, just watching you guys, it just felt like the compete level was very, very high at all three levels. Talk about your defensive line. You got Milton Williams there, you got Barmore, Keon. You got some hosses up there. Are you excited to play with those guys?
I'm very excited to play behind those guys. Those are big, strong dudes who know how to play both the run and the pass. I'm going to tell them all year, go be great, go make plays. I'm 5 yards behind you to make you right. So that's one thing I harp on my D linemen. There's nothing wrong. If you're playing fast and playing hard, I have the time and distance to make you right.
Love that. The cornerbacks you have some elite corners. Chris Gonzalez had a nice interception.
One-handed?
Yeah, how about that? Unbelievable. I mean, that'll let you guys do some more creative stuff in your blitzing if you want to do that, knowing you got Carlton and Christian out there, right?
When you got corners and safeties in the back end, it opens the playbook to do whatever you please. So I'm excited to play with 2 shutdown corners in the secondary behind the safety. So we'll see how this thing shapes out, but it was an exciting OTA period.
Good. I've always kind of thought of middle linebackers like a couple ways. You're either a downhill or you're a float and fill guy. When I watch your tape, I see a lot of TFLs, okay, this is one of my favorite stats was the tackle for loss. I see you pressing the line of scrimmage. Do you consider yourself more downhill than float and fill?
Not at all. I've really tried to make my game, my favorite 2 people to watch are Bobby Wagner and Luke Kuechly. And I actually play with a little bit more depth than both of them.
Okay.
So I'm toes at 6 yards, they're at 5 and 4. So I like to play lateral and finish on the ball, whether it be a 1-yard gain or a 3-yard for loss gain. I'm not always looking to necessarily press my gap. I'm looking to press my gap, but knowing that the running back's going somewhere else as soon as he sees me in my gap. So you have to be able to play over the top and track the back through it all.
What's your experience been like so far with Coach Rabel? How's that been? What do you think of him so far?
Yeah, it's a full circle moment being here. He recruited me out of high school at Ohio State. Gave me my first opportunity with the Tennessee Titans 8 years ago as an undrafted free agent. And just to be signed back to be the middle linebacker here and to play meaningful snaps means the world to me. I don't want to let him down. He's the type of coach that any player wants to play for. He encourages people to follow their dreams, to love their families, and to love football. And what more could you ask for from a coach? I'm excited. We got a lot of hungry people, especially on this defense, who want to make a name for themselves. So you can really feel the energy and the enthusiasm going forward.
A couple more, Robert. Your quarterback, just your thoughts on Drake. I mean, I know you weren't here last year, but a lot of people are expecting big things out of him. He feels like when I watch him, he's got special traits to him. Just your overall impressions of the kid.
He has a great feel for the game. Tall, beautiful, big arm, can move in the pocket, can make all the throws. I'm really impressed by how he's able to manipulate underneath coverages. At such a young age, you would expect that more from a veteran quarterback, but he showed me some things that I'm really excited about.
Okay, and last thing, you got 5 weeks off before training camp. What, you got any big plans? You going anywhere? What you going to be doing?
We just had our second daughter 4 days ago.
Congratulations. What's her name?
Roe Taylor Spillane.
Oh, very cool.
9 pounds, 1 ounce. She's a big, healthy, happy baby. So take care of her. We have an 11-and-a-half-month-old who turns 1 June 25th. My wife's birthday is June 27th.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I train 365 days out of the year, so I'll continue with that and prepare for the season.
Robert, appreciate your time, buddy. Good luck to you, okay, man?
Have a great rest.
That was Ted Johnson talking to Robert Spillane down at minicamp today. Did you size him up? Could you? I know yesterday you and Vrabel were definitely sizing each other up. Were you sizing him up today? You could run him over.
I did what I typically do, which it's if you ever meet me, if I'm sizing you up, I do this. I just grab your arm behind your bicep and your tricep and squeeze. That is a.
How was it?
That's my little size up test.
Did he pass?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Strong guy. Quick.
He's well built. He's not as tall as Vrabes, but he's the new age linebacker. So he's 6'1", 235 pounds. That is today's middle linebacker. So I give him a lot of credit because you have to still hold up against the run while also being versatile in the coverage game. So it's not easy being a smaller guy in there and having to take on guards and there's no more fullbacks really, but you get my point. It's and the guy is durable. He doesn't miss a lot of games. The last few years, I don't know if he's missed a game. So I give a guy built that way a lot of credit. It's not easy to live life inside there.
All right, it's a little past 5:30. We had to make a switch from Monday to Tuesday, but it is time for Fitzy's 5.
And now we go deep inside the mind of a mad fan.
In case you haven't noticed, I'm weird. I'm a weirdo.
Where we rank them up, or is it count them down? F it. Doesn't really matter either way. Here's the Fitzy 5.
All right, ladies and gentle fans, last night we had one of the most anticipated debuts in recent, if not all of Boston sports history, with, of course, the Roman Empire making its grand debut in right field with an error and an RBI, mind you, for your Boston Red Sox. 60-34, Ted. 60-34 to reach those 92 wins. We'll see if Roman Anthony is capable of that. But that got me thinking, I wonder where that ranks in the recent history of great anticipated Boston sports debuts. Thus, Andy, we put together a quick list, the Fitzy 5, from the mind of the Mad Fan. The 5 most recent anticipated Boston sports debuts over the last 50 years. So why don't we take it to Stiz, number 5.
Yandy Diaz with a clean single to right. Oh, baby. And Roman Anthony, in his first game at Fenway Park, makes an enormous error to make it 3-0 Rays and Yandy Diaz to third.
Yeah, that's right. Roman Anthony comes in at number 5. Heavily anticipated.
Top 5. Nice.
Makes the top 5, absolutely, because, of course, he is to be the savior. This team so desperately needs the jolt, the juice, the spark, the zhuzh, the something from this kid. We'll see if he can turn him around. 60-34. Probably not so much. 50-44 would probably be pretty good for him as well. Speaking of which, let's move on to number 4.
Of the drive. Halfway through the opening quarter, short drop, and then down the sideline, getting open is Chris Hogan for the touchdown. Picked up in the offseason from Buffalo. So, Mr. Garoppolo, smelling salts and all, 9 plays, 74 yards, 37 yards, and the Patriots draw first blood.
Do you guys remember where you were when Jimmy Garoppolo started game 1 of the 2016 season for the New England Patriots in year number 3, Ted? Of course, he was taken in the second round in the 2014 draft out of Eastern Illinois, a.k.a. Tony Romo University. I, for one, was nervous because I couldn't believe I was going to possibly love another Patriots quarterback, but that was a hell of a debut as they got the dub on Sunday Night Football against the Arizona Cardinals. Granted, Arizona had to miss a kick at the end of the game for Jimmy to get the dub.
That's okay. It was a great performance.
It was a great performance. Remember how good he looked the next week, Ted?
I mean, I remember how good he looked when he went to San Fran initially. I thought this guy was going to be a baller, and I couldn't have been more wrong. A lot of people thought he was soft. I didn't see it until the very end. Then I was like, oh yeah, he's not the guy I thought he was.
No, I know. 3 touchdowns in a quarter and a half the next week against the Miami Dolphins, and then Kiko Alonso changed Patriots and Garoppolo history in 1 quick tackle. All right, let's move on with our gyro balls to number 3.
And Shealy reaching for one right there, and that's strikeout number 9 for the Boston pitcher. And the 1-2. And another strikeout for Daisuke Matsuzaka.
That's
strikeout
right.
number 10.
10 strikeouts in his professional debut. The highly anticipated, expensively posted Daisuke Matsuzaka, a.k.a. Dice K, who went 15-12 in his first year in Major League Baseball. Did get a win in the World Series, going 5 innings against the Colorado Rockies. And, of course, the Sox won that World Series. Next year went 18-3 with a 2.9 ERA. Still have no idea what a gyro ball is.
Yeah, because it didn't exist. It was fake, and he was boring.
What was the gyro ball really?
It was some mythical...
Okay.
It's like a six-finger pitch.
I think it was in the split finger family.
Yeah, but I think it was mixed with like a curveball or a slider or something. It didn't exist.
Okay.
It was like this thing you heard about, and then you're like, wait, where is it?
That's kind of badass, though. If you're known for just a pitch that no one else...
A mythical pitch that no one throws.
That's kind of badass.
But then he was just boring and not fun.
It wasn't great. I got to say, the Dice K era, I remember when I was there for it, there was a lot of hype. Let's hope the Roman Empire outlives and, of course, is greater than the Dice K era.
But we got 2 good years out of him? I mean, two electric kind of years.
Electric is strong.
An electric debut.
18-3 is electric.
It was misleading. You know how they say wins are misleading? That was misleading.
Okay. All right,
he was
fair
not
enough.
as good as 18 wins.
All right, let's move on to number 2.
Trent Brown still out for one, still in at the tackle. There is a block and touchdown pass. Aguilar from the rookie Matt Jones.
That's right. Michael McCorkle-Jones with his first touchdown pass, a quick slant to Nelson Aguilar in a losing effort against the Miami Dolphins back in 2021. Of course, remember how excited we were, taking 15th overall, 2021 draft. Here comes the savior. Finally, he's not Cam Newton. Someone to root for, someone to get excited about in the post-Brady era. And then, of course, they went 10-7, and he and Devontae Bosby and company got their doors blown off in Buffalo back in January 2022, and they were never the same.
You know what? Is that after remember, it was right before the bye week. It was middle of the season. They looked like maybe the best team in the NFL.
9-4, Ted.
It was like...
Oh, the computers loved them. All the analytics were like Super Bowl matchups.
Yep.
It was going to be Brady against McCorkle in the Super Bowl.
And then they go on a bye and come back, and we're never the same team after that.
And then they stopped playing.
Cupcakes. And
I don't like where this list is going.
And then Matt Patricia reverse engineered the offense, and everything fell apart. However, here's one person who made his debut in the last 50 or so years, if just a little bit less than 50, and actually delivered on his promise.
After being drafted almost 2 years ago by the Celtics and through 2 months of on and off again negotiations, at times quite bitter between 2 old adversaries, Red Auerbach and attorney Bob Wolf, Larry Bird became a very rich young man this morning.
That's right.
6'9" All-America from Indiana State signed a 5-year contract worth more than $3 million.
A 5-year, $3.25 million deal is all it took to get the hick from French Lick, Larry Bird, signed up. In his debut game, 14 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, and a win against the Rockies. They did go to the playoffs that year, lost to the Sixers. He was an all-star. He was the Rookie of the Year. And what happened in year 2? NBA championship. So things kind of worked out. 2 more to follow.
So that one's good.
For Larry Bird. I'm pretty sure that one was pretty good.
Garoppolo, Mac Jones, there were too many that petered out there.
Well,
Now
they won the Super Bowl in Garoppolo's debut season. He got you 2 wins, and then they won the Super Bowl.
I don't think those are directly connected together.
He helped.
It's the only time Mac Jones will be compared to Larry Bird.
Yeah. One time that Mac Jones will ever share space with Larry Bird.
Please,
so once
Lord,
again,
let Roman Anthony be
the
better
top
than Mac
5,
Jones.
your Fitzy 5 of Boston sports debuts, most anticipated the last 50 years. Roman Anthony, Jimmy Garoppolo, Daisuke Matsuzaka, McCorkle-Jones, and Larry Bird.
Okay. Can I, a couple that didn't make the cut that I'd like to nominate? Randy Moss, 2007. And on the other side, I'll tell you the other one as we get ready for odds and ends here on WEEI Afternoons.
WEEI, New England Sports Original.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. And together we have the podcast Office Ladies. Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere. Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice-cold refreshment to answer.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
I don't know
if you've heard, but iExcel is perfect for busy kids like me. It helps me practice everything we do in school. I'm getting ahead in reading and catching up on math. iExcel actually makes math fun. Start learning today at iExcel.com.
Have you ever redone chores the right way? Do you clean before your cleaning service arrives? If you answered yes to either of these questions, you're a clean freak. And at Cat's Pride, like you, we're freakishly committed to keeping your home sanitary. That's why we've invented the first and only antibacterial litter that destroys 99.9% of odor-causing bacteria in your cat's litter box. That's the bacteria you can't see but can smell. Yeah, it's clean freaking awesome. Cat's Pride, the only antibacterial cat litter.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts. Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Calling all adventurers. Come and make your Father's Day the bee's knees at the American Heritage Museum's Tanks, Wings, and Wheels weekend. This June 14th and 15th, starting at 9 a.m. in Hudson, Mass., you'll witness historic aircraft, tanks on display, and a parade of classic automobiles. Don't miss this astounding collection of American elegance, accompanied by a colorful vintage radio broadcast narration. Purchase tickets today at AmericanHeritageMuseum.org.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those three listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
This Father's Day at Lowe's, score free gifts for the greatest dad. Right now, get a free select DeWalt, Craftsman, or Cobalt tool with purchase of a select battery kit. Plus, get a free Werner 2-foot aluminum ladder when you buy an 8-foot fiberglass ladder. Shop these deals and more this Father's Day at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 6/15 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Look for Mirafast at Walmart today.
Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
WEEI Afternoons with Andy Hart, Nick Fitzy Stevens, and Ted Johnson.
Always got to pay off a tease in the radio business, or at least that's what I'm told. And we do it most of the time here on WEEI Afternoons. Antonio Brown is another anticipated debut, especially since it only lasted
a game.
A game. So it's one of the great debuts, and it may be the greatest debut and finale in
at the same
sports
time.
history.
Actually, I think the best debut, you mentioned Randy Moss before. I tried to go with guys that hadn't played in town previously, but Randy Moss, I mean, he went for 9 for $161 and a touchdown against the Metropolitans that day. Pretty.
And people are like,
pretty good.
It's on. This team
we knew that team
loaded.
was different. Also, I've gotten some text messages from friends. I'm like my buddy Mikey P. He said, what about Joe Thornton or Drew Bledsoe?
Drew Bledsoe's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Number
Thornton
one
was
pick,
the first.
everything it meant.
Thornton was the first overall pick as well for the Bruins.
Ted Johnson would be a good one.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Teddy J.
Top 10.
See, that's the thing. The list is supposed to foster
living
argumentation. It's
fluid.
Yes.
Up next here, on WEEI Afternoons is Odds and Ends, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Your trusted charity for car donations also accepts donations of boats, RVs, motorcycles, and real estate. Call today, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K. I'm a little nervous here because the Behind the Glass boys, Stiz and Dan Ball, said they have Odds and Ends covered. And here comes Stiz right now, putting a white bag on the desk in front of Ted Johnson and telling him not to open it just yet. So hold off. Don't open it, because I believe there's some audio that accompanies that.
You're kidding
bag.
me. What
Yep, there
in
is.
the heck is
There
this?
is some audio. So we wanted to thank you for dinner the other night, and we were doing some deep diving on Ted Johnson, and we stumbled across this audio. So we wanted to play it and get your reaction. Ready?
Okay.
Hard to believe that Johnson, 240-pounder, what he really likes to do is read romantic novels. He gets inspired by those, reads to his teammates, and then he gets on the ball field and plays out the action scenes.
Not true, Dick.
That's
Ember.
14-0. Todd Collins' interception gives the Patriots a 2-touchdown lead. Johnson said his favorite authors are Sandra Brown and Judith McNaught. And some of the other big guys for the Patriots say, how can you read that romantic stuff? He says, that fulfills me.
That's the voice of Dick Enberg, is it not?
The great Dick Enberg.
That's right. Man,
With
that's
Merlin Olsen.
Unbelievable. Yeah, that is a true story.
So
Can you believe
you played out the action scenes from romance
he was
novels on a
embellishing.
football field?
He was embellishing.
That sounds, I don't know, a little weird.
Yeah, it sounds very weird. Something I would never say. So I would say, there was just, I think, him just going, a little bit over the top with his description of me reading those books. But yeah, there was a period of time. True story. I was actually engaged to Sandra Brown's daughter for about 6 months.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. Look at that.
Yeah,
All right,
there's
go ahead.
There's
Open
a whole
that
story
gift when
behind
you're
that.
ready.
But yes.
Yeah, open your bag.
Let me see what we got here. Okay. Oh, yes. That's what I. Very good. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Sprite and Tito's.
That's what I ordered at dinner. Thank you. I
That's
can't
what
believe
you
remember
always
that.
order.
It's pretty much every
As somebody
time.
who spent a
I
few
think
days
there's-
in Green Bay
there's one
with
more.
you.
Yeah, there's one more thing in there.
Oh, bestseller. Oh, my goodness.
That's right.
Sandra Brown,
How about
a secret splendor. She writes a New York Times bestseller once a year. She was contracted to write one book a year, and so I think after Rachel and I broke up, I think there was a football player got knocked off on one of her books.
Oh, you were a character?
Yeah, I think maybe.
So it ended poorly?
Oh, well, the engagement did end. Yes.
Yeah, poorly though, like not
it wasn't,
amicably.
It wasn't. It wasn't what they wanted, So yes. So in their eyes, it ended not the way it was supposed to.
It's never good when there's a they involved too.
Yeah.
Well, we
You're
hear a
engaged to
secret
they.
splendor is it's a classic.
You guys are
so.
the best. Thank you. It's my. I had a good time. Thank you. It was my pleasure, boys, and this is very thoughtful. I appreciate that.
Don't be coming in here and trying to act out the action scenes from that book in this studio.
That's a guarantee.
I think Dick Enberg got that directly from you in a production meeting. Bust away, Ted, because I'm going to bust away back.
Attaboy.
Christian Arcan joining us alongside before an abbreviated Christian Arcan show.
That last comment.
What?
That was nothing.
What?
Moving on.
It's just a weird comment.
We have lots
Anyway.
of weird comments on this show.
There
It's what we do.
certainly are. There
And
absolutely
I'm trying
are.
to pull my finger out, and my finger is stuck in the hole.
How we doing? How's everybody doing, ladies?
We're doing good.
Yeah.
Not great.
Why not?
The Roman Empire crashed and burned.
Well, I think we have to decide now if this Red Sox season is going to be a Red Sox season or a Roman Anthony season, and if that's what we're going to focus on, and that's what's going to matter. Because It's sort of like last year with Drake Maye, right? It wasn't really about the Patriots last year. It was about, well, we got this young, future superstar Drake Maye. It's about making sure that his transition to the NFL is good and smooth and that he gets all this help. And he didn't get any of it, by the way. None of that happened.
Nope.
But for the Red Sox, we're venturing close to that territory now where the season's not really going to be about the season. It's going to be about Roman Anthony. And that can be kind of bittersweet, you know? Like, just everybody expected this was going to be such a different type of season, an important season. And instead it's going to be, well, let's see how good the 21-year-old is, and that kind of sucks.
And I would roll in Marcelo Mayer in there. Yeah, I'm embracing that. I am all in on the youth movement. I want those guys to be put in the lineup, put in positions.
Well, tell your boy tomorrow.
So it's not about winning anymore. It's about just developing.
It's about developing the young guys, getting them comfortable, and being a good baseball team in 2026 when everybody's healthy and back. Your boy Bregman might be back.
He'll be back. He's not going to get $40 million somewhere else.
So does the injury? The injury might keep him here. Maybe the injury helps you keep Bregman for next year when Mayer and everybody Campbell are all healthy, happy, ready to roll. So a lot of Roman Anthony new number talk.
Yeah, a little bit of that.
He struggled in 48, but in 19 he's a stud.
Yeah, right. Just like Jackie Bradley was when he wore that number. We got a little bit of Steph Diggs to talk about, of course.
Yes.
As that was addressed and not at all really addressed, period.
Nope.
But a lot of great questions and the same answer over and over. But I thought Mike Vrabel's answer was the most interesting one because he had a golden opportunity to say, you know what? This guy's really been great. He's doing everything we want. I'm really impressed by him. He hasn't said anything like that at all, despite many chances to give an answer like that. So I wonder where that all is right now.
And there's rumblings of, they were in on Bateman and they're in on this guy and they're contacting, so they're still potentially looking for wide receivers. All right, stick around.
Even if Diggs didn't go on the boat, I think they should probably do that anyway. I mean, let's be honest.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I'd like McLaurin and Diggs.
Yeah.
I'll take both of them. Now I'm feeling pretty good about the offense. Right now, not so much. Stick around, Christian Arcand show for, 6, 7 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever it is. And then the Mass Mutual pregame show, where he will talk about Roman Anthony for a full hour, basically, and hype him up for night number 2 when I'm feeling even better about that anytime home run. WEEI Afternoons will be back tomorrow, 2 to 6, Fenway Park. We will indeed talk to the manager of the Boston Red Sox at 2:30, and Christian Arcand has some messages he wants me to pass along. We'll try that tomorrow. Talk to you then. See ya.
I'll give you my crap, and you give me your best player.
I am very proud.
Afternoons with Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson on WEEI.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast chronicling the epic story of America, decade by decade. Right now, I'm digging into the history of incredible infrastructure projects of the 1930s, including the Hoover Dam, the Empire State Building, the Golden Gate Bridge, and more. The promise is in the title. History That Doesn't Suck. Available on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice-cold refreshment to answer.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software, upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Hey, it's Chris Scheim here, and this time last year, I crushed my Awaken 180 goal. 45 pounds gone, and honestly, I was shocked by how easy it was. I dropped 6% body fat, slashed 6 points off my visceral fat, that nasty stuff that's kind of hiding around your organs, and last summer was the first summer in 5 years where I strutted into July under 230 pounds. Suddenly, everyday life got easier. No more shortness of breath walking 18 holes. No more sweating just going to get the mail. No back pain when you wake up. My energy went up, my confidence soared, and I felt incredible, and I still do. Here's the real beauty. Awaken 180 makes sure the weight stays off and has free lifetime support, which means that 1 year later, I'm the same new Scheim I was last summer. It's not a temporary fix. It's not a medication. If you're ready for real results, easy, lasting results, join me, Brad Foe, Andy Hart, Ted Johnson, Dan Andelman, and over 25,000 at awaken180weightloss.com. Call 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800.
Hi, I'm Mike.
And I'm Mark, the owners of Reliable Fence, New England's leading fencing company.
We're a family-owned business that has delivered unbeatable value for over 70 years. Gramps thought that if he gave the best customer service with the best fence product, people would notice. And they have, with a 4.7-star Google rating from over 650 reviews.
That's right, Mike. Our high-quality fences protect and beautify your property, and always at a fair price. Plus, our dedicated year-round staff is always here for all your needs.
And right now, you can save big with our annual Spring Into Savings sale, where you'll save 20%.
If you've been thinking about getting a new fence or replacing an old one, now is the perfect time to take advantage of our awesome Spring Into Savings sale and save 20%.
Just go to reliablefencing.com. That's reliable, FENCING.com for the best fence around.
Hey, it's broadcasting from the WEEI studios. Powered by Verizon. 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. An Odyssey sports station. Time now for the Christian Arcand Show.
Yo, it's all working.
On WEEI.
All right, good evening. Welcome in. It's the Christian Arcand Show here, WEEI. We're live in our Brighton studios, which are powered by Verizon. Nice to have you with us here. I have about like a minute and a half. So I'll just say, stick around. We got the Mass Mutual pregame show for the Red Sox coming up here. Day number 2 of the Roman Anthony experience, the Roman Empire, to say the least. Maybe we'll see a Red Sox win. That'd be nice. You know that last night they had a chance to win 3 straight games for the first time since April? They haven't won 3 straight games since April. You know what it's like going on after, before and after this team for these games? Do you know how painful this is? Like, it's like a punishing season. And I can't, this is for me. All I do is sit here and talk. I can't imagine what it's like for everybody else. But this is Joe. It's been brutal. You know, you finally start building momentum. You take 2 out of 3 from the Yankees in New York. Turn around, boom. Tampa Bay Rays, 10 runs. You come back 3 times in the game. You're down 3-0. You're down 7-5. You come back. You still lose. Oh, the errors, the unearned runs. It's been so painful. It really has. So that's why I want to talk for a minute. Speaking of getting rid of the pain, what was going on with Steph Diggs on that boat in the bag there, which we finally got sort of an answer to. Steph Diggs was asked about it, and Tommy Curran, I believe, our own Tommy Curran asked him specifically, what's in the bag? And Steph Diggs said, he actually did not say that, but that is what was in the bag, I think, in my professional opinion. That's what I think was in there. He gave the same answer over and over and over again. He would not address it. He talked about some mysterious conversation he had with Mike Vrabel and how it was a good conversation, and that's all there is. But what to me was more important, and maybe a little bit more telling here than anything Steph Diggs said as he was sidestepping these questions about, the party boat and the Barbie drugs or whatever that was in the bag there. It was this idea that, Vrabel could have said, he's been great. He's really leading these kids. He's setting a great example. He's doing all these things. He keeps giving these weird answers. Well, I want everyone who's here to really participate. And okay, well, Mike, it sounds like it's not going all that well. So we'll keep an eye on that. That's all the time we have here on the Christian Arcand Show. Stick around. Mass Mutual pregame show, Red Sox baseball coming your way next, right here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI.
I'm Rhett. And I'm Link. And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD-1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice-cold refreshment to answer.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
Pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. I'm Christian Arcand, and one thing that's been consistent about this Red Sox team in 2025, and there haven't been a lot of them, this may be one of the only things that they do consistently, is that when they start a trend in a positive direction, when things start to go well, when it looks like maybe there's going to be some hope this year, it never seems to last very long. And take, for example, I don't know, the past 4 days. Sox take 2 of 3 from the Yankees in New York. They come into last night at Fenway with a chance to win 3 straight games for the first time since late April. But the white-hot Tampa Bay Rays unfortunately had other ideas in what would be another frustrating loss for the Red Sox. Last night's game had a lot of this season's familiar pitfalls, poor fielding, which led to 3 unearned runs, a burnt-out bullpen, and situational hitting woes that, despite the fact that they scored 8 runs, they finished the night 4 of 23 with runners in scoring position. So they should have had way more. Brian Bayo got the start for the Red Sox. Not much to complain about there with him. He went 6 1/3 innings, allowed 4 runs, 3 earned on 7 hits with a walk and 4 strikeouts. He did not get much run support. Rays jumped out to a 3-0 lead in the 5th inning. Sox would tie it in the 6th thanks to an RBI double from pinch hitter Romy Gonzalez.
1-0 pitch is driven down the right field line. It is a fair ball. It's going to go to the corner. Devers scores. Toro behind him. They will hold Campbell. Romy, my pinch hit homie, ties it at 3.
The Rays would play 3 in the 7th. That made it 6-3. The Sox got 2 back in the bottom of the inning on a ground out from Abraham Toro and an RBI single from Trevor Story. That made it 6-5. The Rays added another run in the 9th on a Jonathan Aranda sac fly. That made it 7-5. The Red Sox facing Tampa closer Pete Fairbanks got a leadoff walk from Raffi Devers, followed by a double from Toro, and that put runners on 2nd and 3rd for the newly called up Roman Anthony.
Fairbanks is ready. The pitch is swung on and grounded up the middle. The shortstop has it. Walls throws to first in time. Red Sox are within a run at 7-6, but they're down to their last out for Christian Campbell.
That was the first career run batted in for Anthony. He did end up 0 for 4 on the night. He did walk. Christian Campbell would come up next, single home the tying run, and it was off to extra innings we go. With Aroldis Chapman on the mound, Jank Mangum singled over the ghost runner to 3rd, part of a 4-hit night for Mangum. A sac fly from Taylor Walls later made it 8-7 Rays. The Red Sox would then get a break in the bottom of the inning with 2 on and Abraham Toro again at bat.
Here's the pitch, and it is swung on and grounded on the right side. It's bobbled by the first baseman, Aranda. He can't make the play. Throws to first wide. Sadon comes home. He will score. The game is tied. That's almost 2 errors on 1 play by Aranda. The Sox will take it. It's 8-8.
Go home, baseball. You're drunk.
You know what was the worst part about that? Is that I really believed at that moment that the Red Sox were going to win that game. I thought, wow, the tide has turned. Look at this. The Rays are screwing up. These Rays who have been playing perfect baseball for the past 3 weeks, all of a sudden, they can't make a throw. They can't feel it. They're throwing this one away. The Red Sox are going to take. I believed it. You could hear it in Will's voice. He believed it. Both Wills believed it. All the Wills believed it. And instead, unfortunately, that did tie the game at 8, but Trevor Story flied out. That ended the threat. With Chapman spent, Cora would turn to Zach Kelly, who loaded the bases in the 11th with a pair of walks, and that brought up Junior Caminero.
3-2. Kelly, he throws. And a fastball outside. He walked him. Caminero is barking at the plate. A bases-loaded walk, and the Rays lead it 9-8.
Oh, my. I mean, this missed by maybe an inch. Cutter. I don't know how you take that if you're Caminero.
That's your play of last night's game. It's brought to you by Nissan. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show. Nissan here to help you save this summer with lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinder. The possibilities are endless. Visit your local dealer today. A very, very questionable strike zone from home plate umpire Junior Valentine. That was going on all night, but certainly in the late innings where it seemed like he just wanted to go home. An RBI single later, it was 10-8 Rays, and that would be your final score. The Red Sox would hit a couple sharp line drives in the bottom of the 11th, but they went right at fielders, and that's all she wrote. Sox lose another extra inning game. They're now 4-8 in extras this year in the 12 extra inning games that they've played. They fall back to 4 games under 500 at 32-36. That is good for 9 games back in the American League East and 4.5 games back in the AL wild card. The Rays continue to rack up wins. They're now 15-4 in their last 19 games. The hottest team in baseball in that span. Them and the Toronto Blue Jays, who are both shooting up the standings and are currently tied for that top wild card spot. They are also both 4 games back from the AL East leading New York Yankees. Tonight, the Red Sox will look to cool the Rays off and get back into this series, and that brings us to tonight's pitching matchup, which is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. For the Red Sox, it will be Lucas Giolito getting the ball. He comes into this with a record of 1-1 and an ERA of 6.42 in 7 starts. He got absolutely tattooed last time we saw him. That was against the Angels last week. 1 2/3 innings, 7 earned on 8 hits with a walk, a strikeout, and only 1 home run surrendered, but they were hitting missiles off of him in that game. Only gave up 1 earned run in his previous 2 starts before that against the Braves and the Orioles, respectively. This will be his first time facing Tampa Bay this year, and he has good numbers against Tampa in his career. He's made 8 starts against them with a record of 2-1 and an ERA of 2.70 in 53 1/3 innings pitched. Over on the Tampa side, it will be Ryan Pepio, who comes into this matchup with a record of 3-5 and an ERA of 3.20. He's made 13 starts this year. This will be number 14. His last start was 6 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned, 2 walks, and 8 strikeouts against the Texas Rangers. He pitched against the Red Sox back on April 15th, went 6 innings, 9 hits, 6 earned runs, 2 home runs allowed, 2 walks, and 8 strikeouts. Red Sox won that game at George Steinbrenner Field 7-4. Pepio in May pitched 36 innings. He had an ERA of 2.25 and 6 starts, but the Rays lost 5 of them, and his 9 quality starts are tied for the team lead with his fellow starter, Zach Little. The Red Sox, by the way, will be getting their first pitch going at 7:10 tonight. First pitch is brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all 7s at 617-777-7777. We're going to do this again later, but I figure now's a good time to get to the Herb Chambers starting lineups. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars. We help people buy them. A lot of people want to know where Roman Anthony is going to be in the lineup tonight. And I can tell you he's batting 5th. He'll be behind the following. Jaron Duran leading off in left field. Raffi Devers will DH. Abraham Toro, who's on a 5-game hit streak, will bat 3rd and play 1st. The cleanup hitter tonight is Carlos Narvaez doing the catching. Roman Anthony, as I said, in right field, batting 5th. Trevor Story will bat 6th and play shortstop. He'll be followed by Marcelo Meyer at 3rd. Christian Campbell, who has 5 runs batted in his last 3 games, will bat 8th and play 2nd. And Ceddanne Rafaela will bat ninth and play center field behind the starter, Lucas Giolito. Over on the Tampa side, Yandy Diaz will bat first and play first base. He'll be followed by Brandon Lau at second. Junior Caminero will bat third and play third. Jonathan Aranda, your cleanup hitter, will DH. Christopher Morel, first look at him this series, will bat fifth and play left field. He'll be followed by Josh Lowe in right. Jose Caballero will bat seventh and play shortstop, followed by Jake Mangum, who had that big game last night with the 4 hits. He'll be in center, and Danny Jansen will do the catching for the starter, Ryan Pepio. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we'll have Lou Merlone sitting down with Alex Cora. That's brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Hurry in for your last chance to get employee pricing for all during the Great American Sales Event. And by the way, you can watch the WEEI Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI. It's brought to you by Subaru of New England. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 2025 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. But coming up next, we're going to go live to Fenway Park and talk with Will Middlebrooks, get his take on the debut of Roman Anthony, the lack of fundamentals that this team displays on pretty much a nightly basis, and what to expect tonight from Lucas Giolito and how to deal with a team that's as hot as the Tampa Bay Rays. That's all coming up next here on the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
There are two types of golfers, those that can hit solid golf shots wearing sunglasses and those that wish they could. Shaden Precision Eyewear is all about better vision and better golf. If you're lacking confidence to wear sunglasses while hitting golf shots, go to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and learn why so many tour players and their caddies have switched to the Shaden brand. Use the code SPRING to get 20% off and a 30-day money-back guarantee. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and the code SPRING to see the golf course like you've never seen it before.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. And together we have the podcast Office Ladies. Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere. Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice-cold refreshment to answer.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. I'm Christian Arcan. It is the Red Sox and the Rays in the second of this 3-game set at Fenway. Lucas Giolito and Ryan Pepio, your starting pitchers. And let's head over to Fenway Park right now and talk to our good friend Will Middlebrooks, who's going to be on the call tonight with Will Fleming and Lou. We got a 3-man booth tonight or no?
No 3-man, no.
Okay.
We had a couple things come up, so Lou handled Cora's interview for us.
I see. Okay, very good. Well, then we have Will, and you guys suffered through that game with all of us last night. At some point, I know that you've sort of been parachuting in here, Brooksy, but like it never really stopped. Like the pain of this season is sort of a straight line, isn't it? Like you never really find yourself in a place where things are getting better, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, if I'm not doing the games with you guys, I'm normally on Nesson, so I've been a part of just about every game. I know I've seen at least every pitch, and I'm with you, man. It's just it's I think frustrating is a word, just because, and I feel like we talk about the same stuff every day, and it's like there's all this potential. Obviously, there's big injuries. Expectations were sky high, which I think makes it hurt even worse the way they've been losing games. But if you look at this roster right now, they're young, and with youth comes inexperience, and with inexperience comes bad baseball sometimes, and you have some of these young players, and it's no excuse. I mean, these kids should be, the development starts in the minor leagues, but once you get to the big league level, there has to take another step of development. And unfortunately, you have to go through those growing pains when you have a lineup like you do right now with a lot of talent, but youth and inexperience.
Yes, and a much ballyhooed call-up yesterday in Roman Anthony, who I'd say was a mixed bag, certainly in his debut. How would you characterize it?
I thought his at-bats were really good. He had a tough matchup with a lefty when he struck out against Clevenger. I mean, he hit the ball off the pitcher that probably should have been a hit. It was 111 off the bat, which is good. I thought he stayed calm at the plate. I love that he stayed to the middle of the field. He really didn't chase out of the zone. But, I mean, this is a kid who, at the AAA level, he had the highest walk rate in all of AAA, and there's a reason for that. And even I think he'd be like the youngest guy even in AA, which is insane. So his maturity at the plate showed, and that's on top of all the nerves and emotions of a big league debut. So his family's here today, his friends here today, so it's not going to get any slower for him. But at some point, we're going to see him settle in, and I think what we saw yesterday, all things considered, I was pretty happy with it. Obviously, the error was a misplay that can't happen out there in right field, but that's been part of his game. They've been working on the most in AAA, trying to polish that up a bit before they got him to the big leagues, but it was time for him to come.
I saw the joke going around Twitter that he was just trying to fit in with his teammates having an error right away, just so that everyone else would, be like, oh, we welcome him with open eyes. He's one of us, is how you look at that. Let's talk about the fundamentals with this team, Will, because I know it's something that we discuss a lot, but it does seem to be on display every night, whether it's fielding, and it's not just the young players that are having these issues. It's, it's all sorts of different guys, and it does seem like whether it's on the base paths or in the field or knowing where to throw, or just the fundamentals seem to really escape this team sometimes.
Yeah, there's no way around it. They got to be better. And, we talk about the expectations around this team. They realize how far they're falling back right now. They're pressing, and I think there's a reason that I feel like a lot of these bad things happen more at home, because I feel like they feel the crowd on them. They feel the city on them. They expect more out of them. And they're pressing a little bit. It doesn't help that they're young in that case, but I already said that's not an excuse. It's the big leagues. You got to get it done. So these things are going to have to be executed going forward.
Alex Cora last night made several decisions in terms of the bullpen, pinch hitters, all throughout the game. It seemed like there was a lot of guys, a lot of strings getting pulled. What did you think of his managerial style last night, and do you think it was to the team's benefit?
Yeah, I thought so. I thought he's had a good couple games. I'll always say good players make good managers. It's the truth. You look at it with broadcast too. Teams have there's good teams. Obviously, everyone loves the broadcast. The team stinks. Everyone thinks the broadcast stinks. That's just how it works. But it works with teams too. Like if you look at Romy. He's 4 for 5 as a pinch hitter. He's put him in the right spots. He left Roman out there against the first lefty, which he had a lot of success in the minor leagues against lefties. I understand that. And then you get to a certain point in the game where you go to the experience and you go to the left-handed bat and Ref Snyder, who's been one of the best left-handed bats in all of baseball against lefties since 2021. So it's not like he's pushing the wrong buttons, but in baseball, sometimes guys don't execute. A guy makes a pitch. The law of averages happen. You hit a ball at a fielder. So every button he pushes isn't going to be successful. That's not baseball.
All right, Brooksy, I don't often do. You've had some conversations with me here, and you can ask Fleming too. I never talk about the umpires. I never do. I feel like it's sort of a boring topic. But maybe it was just the agony of that game last night and all the comebacks and still coming up short. It seemed like Junior Valentine had somewhere he needed to be at the end of that game. Can you just sort of, from your perspective as someone who stood in that batter's box, what's going on this year with these umps?
They feel worse, right?
Yeah.
I feel like, and I hate talking about them too, and I know sometimes I get fired up on broadcast when it happens in big spots, but here's the thing with umpires is when players play bad, they get demoted. Umpires don't. Right, like they have a pretty strong unit, and they're protected. But at some point, like these guys got to be graded, and if they stink, like get them out of there to go work on it and get better. And there's just not a lot of accountability. And I think we're going to get the ABS system. Maybe even next year is what it sounds like from Manfred. So who knows? I think that'll be good for the game, and I like to think I'm somewhat a baseball purist, and I don't want to change it a whole lot. I thought I was going to hate the pitch clock, and I actually love it now that I'm in the broadcast booth. Gets me the heck out of here.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't want to change the game a lot, but I feel like it's getting worse and worse, and part of that is because pitchers are so nasty. Every guy throws hard. Everybody has 4+ pitches, move in different directions. And call me crazy, what if you gave the umpire a pitch com? So he knew what was coming. I mean,
that's a good idea. Why not do that? Yeah,
because he doesn't know what's coming. But in the same breath, everybody watching the game knows balls and strikes except for the one guy that needs to know it. So there's got to be some changes. They got to be a little better because it's starting to affect ball games.
Yeah, no question. That's a great idea. I never even considered that, but that would make a lot of sense. While we're on the subject of the pitchers, Brennan Bernardino, who's been such a reliable guy for them this year, as you mentioned last night, off to a tough start this month, really didn't look like he had it there. Are you noticing that guys in this pen, not just him, but other guys in this pen starting to burn out a little bit?
Yep, I do. Absolutely. And this all goes back to starting pitching, right? And I know it's their job to come in and take care of business, but they've been used so much. They're taxed, especially Bernie. I mean, I think he pitched 15 or 16 times in May, and I think May has ruined his June. And Alex tried to give him a couple days off, but he's a reliable arm. He gets righties and lefties out. And at some point, you had to expect it was going to come back to bite him, and it's happened the last couple times out.
All right, Brooksy, great to talk with you as always. Look forward to the call of the game. Thanks.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Very good. That is Will Middlebrooks. He'll be on the call tonight with Will Fleming as the Red Sox take on the Rays, try and get on the board here in this series after dropping Game 1, 10-8 your final score in 11 innings, as we were just talking about an agonizing game that took a very long time to complete. With that in mind, we have Alex Cora. We'll get his thoughts on that. We heard from him last night, but Lou Merlone sat down with him. It's brought to you by your New England Ford dealers, and it's coming your way next, right here on the Mass Mutual Pregame Show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
I'm Emma Greed, and I'm the host of the Aspire podcast, a show where I talk to the world's most brilliant minds about building the life of your dreams. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice-cold refreshment to answer.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Hey, what up? It's Swiggy, and the big thing in America today is your health and how you feel. But if pain is getting in the way of that, I'm talking about knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, pain throughout your body, and you don't want to deal with pills every day, you don't want to deal with steroids, injections, and you don't want to deal with surgery, well, I got the place for you. And that's QC Kinetics. They're the medical professionals and doctors that do it the right way. Their regenerative treatments take your own body's healing power and help heal and restore your damaged tissues. So say goodbye to knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain. QC Kinetics has helped thousands of people, and they'd be honored to help you as well. If you want to move around this summer without that chronic pain, here's what you need to do. Set up a free consultation at QC Kinetics. Call 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-PAIN.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those three listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software, upgrade, or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds, or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 62225. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Hi, it's Eric and Renee Peabody with Window World of Boston.
When it comes to new windows, most homeowners don't have all the facts. When you work with Window World, your curb appeal goes up. Windows beautify your home, and we offer a wide selection, including custom wood.
We also never use high-pressure sales or gimmicks. Our customer volume lets us deliver everyday low pricing from as little as $99 per month for a house full of windows installed.
New windows also improve the value of your home, and with built-in energy savings, they help pay for themselves. Your energy bills could go down by as much as thousands.
Plus, all our windows are Energy Star rated, but we encourage you, shop around. We're simply the best for less.
We've also got award-winning customer service, and we've earned the Good Housekeeping seal of approval. So while $99 a month for a house full of windows installed is impressive, we're even prouder of our 5-star reviews. It's time to love where you live. Locally owned.
Nationally known. Visit us at windowworldofboston.com.
I'm CBS News Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett, and you're invited to the Takeout. No reservations required. Every weeknight, our podcast serves up a balanced menu of politics, policy, and pop culture. The day's happenings with curiosity, informality, and humor. Serious discussion, but we don't take ourselves too seriously. Follow and listen to the Takeout with me, Major Garrett, on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Alex Cora. You are listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Welcome back to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Red Sox and the Tampa Bay Rays, game 2 of 3 at Fenway Park. As the Red Sox continue with this homestand, they have tonight and then one more game with Tampa. Then the Yankees come to town. But tonight they got to worry about Ryan Pepio and this red-hot Tampa Bay Rays team, who over the last 20 games has been the best team in baseball. Before every game, we interview Red Sox manager Alex Cora, and Alex Cora on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Hurry in for your last chance to get employee pricing for all during the Great American Sales Event. Here with the manager, Alex Cora, is our good friend Lou Merlone.
All right, here with Red Sox manager Alex Cora. Alex, another tough one last night. You guys seem to be in extra innings and close games. What do you need to do? What do you need to do to pull these games out?
If you look at the extra inning games, we haven't been able to cash in with minute scoring position, right? Minute second no outs, tie game. We don't have the personnel to be bunting guys over, advancing guys, but we got guys that can shoot the ball to right field, right? And I think Narvi twice in two situations like that, a guy that shoots the ball to right field has struck out. We don't put the ball in play in certain situations, and it's a different rule, right? But I always think okay, you get a shot, right? You can make a second, no outs, and we haven't been able to do that.
So your bullpen obviously been taxed, and even when you get a good start, you still go to 11, right? And you still got to use guys. You go Chappie for 3 games in a row. Guys like Wilson, Weissert, back to back. Even though you won over the weekend and scored a lot of runs, it seemed like those could have been easier victories, right? And you rarely get those, even when you kind of come out swinging the bat. Let's just talk about how much games affect others, because it seemed like it affected last night's.
No, it's tough, and you're thinking about the game tonight, right? But at the same time, I've been telling you for years, right? I have to manage the game, the series, the week, the month, and the season, right? And over the weekend I was like, okay, if we can do this, we're gonna be okay for the Rays. And yesterday we were a little bit banged up, we did our best, to maximize the bullpen, but today we're gonna feel it, right? And I'm looking forward for Thursday. Obviously win 2 games and enjoy Thursday, but I'm looking forward to reset the bullpen. I think it's going to be very important. I believe in this team. I believe in the talent that we have. It's just a matter now to put the pieces in the right spots. Reset a few things, and then we take off.
The guy last night, Brian Bayo, really good. Last couple outings, location, 4-seamer, that slider has really picked up. He gave you more than you wanted, or just as much as you wanted. But it's still strange to me to see him get through a game without that changeup that he once had, because it was so dominant for him. What does he continue to work on with that pitch?
I think there's a few things that are working mechanically that little by little he's been cleaning up. And I think at one point the changeup is going to come back. There were some flashes yesterday, right? He threw one at 88. I think it was a swing and miss. The location of the pitch is great. I think the velocity is a little bit higher than it used to be, and the action of it, right? But that's delivery stuff that, like I said before, they're working very hard. And little by little, you talk about the slider, it's a lot better because he's been able to clean up some things. The four-seamer is playing now, something that we didn't want 3 years ago. And I think, the sinker to righties, man, yesterday to Caminero, he made some great pitches inside, and I think he's understanding his strength or who he is right now as a pitcher without that great changeup and what he needs to do to maximize his repertoire. And the last two have been pretty solid.
Well, last night, Roman Anthony, he comes out. It was very similar to, I think, when Maye came up. It was almost not an ambush, but hey, just go out and play and have some fun. Day two, kind of slow it down a little bit. But what did you see from him last night? What do you expect moving forward?
No, the quality of that bat, I think, is real. That's something that it caught my eye in spring training, how calm he is. And I truly believe the game is not going to speed him up. That he might struggle, we'll see what happens, He's going to go through stretches that he's going to be great, and there's going to be stretches that he's going to, try to battle. But I think the quality of the bat will be there. He made the error, and he was the same kid in the dugout, which is eye-opening, right? Because you come here, that happens, they score. Sometimes, you're just walking around, and you just want to hide, right? And he didn't hide, he was calm. The third at bat, I think it was, right? The walk, that was a good one. 2 bullets up the middle, so he's in a good spot. It's a good conversation with him. I talked to him today, kind of like, hey, man, you're here to help us win. You're not here to, save us, right? We're in a good spot. I mean, we're not in a great spot, but there's a lot of games left, and he's going to contribute, and very happy that he's here.
The guy going tonight, Lucas Giolito, how do you explain sort of like the up and down from start to start you've been seeing from him?
I think location. When he's going well, that fastball, top rail, is playing. When he's not, the fastball is not there. So hopefully velocity and location, they're on point today, and he can give us 6 or 7 innings.
All right, Alex. Well, listen, good luck tonight. Hopefully maybe it's going to be a nice, easy one, smooth one maybe?
That'll be great.
Yeah, that would be great, wouldn't it? That was Lou Merlone with the manager Alex Cora as the Red Sox try and get back into this series as they take on the Tampa Bay Rays here for the second of a 3-game set. Ryan Pepio on the mound for Tampa, and he'll be opposed by the Red Sox, Lucas Giolito. Now, last night, Roman Anthony made his debut, and everybody had a lot to say about that. It was a much anticipated debut, and one that was not a bummer or anything like that. He did drive in a run, but he did go 0 for 4 with a walk. Didn't get a big home run or anything like that. If you were hoping to see that, you may see that tonight because his family is in town. But last night was also the debut of a local kid who pitched for Tampa Bay. I'm talking about Ian Seymour, who came in and pitched the 2 extra innings after Fairbanks, who, by the way, last night looked like he was petrified to be out there on that mound. And he pitched like he was petrified, too. And then here comes this kid who I didn't know much about, Ian Seymour. I call him a kid. He's 26. It's not like he's even that young. But he got called up on Sunday as the Rays bullpen was a little spent. They were drawn pretty thin. He didn't pitch on Sunday against Miami, but he did pitch last night, and he was very good. And he ended up picking up the win. And the reason why this all matters, if you think it does, is because he went to St. John's out in Shrewsbury, I believe. Westboro kid. He was born in Connecticut and played high school ball out at St. John's High, which I believe is where Ron Darling also went. So kind of a baseball factory out there. And he said after the game it was the best day of his life. He's been kicking around in Durham in the minor leagues over there in the Tampa Bay system for a couple of years, and was really happy to get a chance. And he went out there and pitched well enough to secure a win for the Tampa Bay Rays against the Red Sox team, who last night, as frustrating as that game was, did not quit. And that's, I think, in a season like this where you're looking for things to kind of get excited about or things to not feel bad about, I mean, that's one of them. They didn't roll over. You've seen this team roll over before. I remember a game against Tampa Bay, that first game, then they played against George Steinbrenner Field down there. They got absolutely pummeled. It was Tanner Houck, and they just threw in the towel and called it a day. They don't do that anymore, even when they have tough first innings. And it wasn't a tough first inning yesterday. It wasn't until the 5th that anyone scored any runs, or maybe the 4th yesterday, but it certainly wasn't one of those typical bad starts. In fact, Brian Bayo pitched very well, I thought. I thought he looked very good. I thought he maybe could have stayed in the game a little bit longer. But again, these are decisions that I don't know whose head they go over, if they go over Cora's or Breslow's, or if they got the doctors involved or the stat people. It's hard to really say. But either way, it's hard to complain about the starting pitching. You got a good start from Brian Bayo. It's hard to complain about the offense. They scored 8 runs. They were 4 for 23 with runners in scoring position, which, by the way, I saw this stat today. The Red Sox lead the majors with 507 runners left on base as a team this season. We're number one. You got to be, it's just those are the type of things. It's so dubious because you know that they're good enough and they have scored runs, but they lead the majors with runners left on base. And it just seems like whenever they start to make some progress, something jumps up and bites them. And you're seeing more of that, I think, as the season goes on. Hopefully, Lucas Giolito and the Bats, if they continue to hit here against Pepio, they hit him back in April, so maybe they can continue to do that. By the way, you can watch the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 2025 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Still to come, we got the scoreboard, we got the lineups, and we got the lock of the night. I got a pretty good one here tonight. Last night it was all about Roman Anthony. This time I'm back calling him like I see him again. Don't go anywhere. It's the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast chronicling the epic story of America, decade by decade. Right now, I'm digging into the history of incredible infrastructure projects of the 1930s, including the Hoover Dam, the Empire State Building, the Golden Gate Bridge, and more. The promise is in the title, History That Doesn't Suck. Available on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Now back to number one fan, the search for the top Sox diehard.
I have a tattoo of every Sox logo since 1908. Want to see?
I know every batter's walk-up song.
My husband proposed, and then a foul ball broke my nose. It was perfect.
Sound familiar? Enter Mass Mutual's Grand Slam giveaway for a shot at tickets and signed gear. For rules and entry, visit massmutual.com/Red Sox. No purchase necessary. 50 U.S. and D.C. 18 plus ends 5 p.m. Eastern on 9/30. Grand prize entry period through 7/31/2025.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice-cold refreshment to answer.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river. Give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine. Give me a dew.
Do the dew.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a backseat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? Well, then listen to What We Spend, available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Red Sox Review after the game on 93.7 WEEI.
Welcome back to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. I'm Christian Arcan. It's time now for the Herb Chambers starting lineups. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars. We help people buy them. For the Red Sox, leading off in left field is Jarren Duran. He'll be followed by Raffi Devers, who's DHing. Abraham Toro batting third and playing first base. He's in the midst of a 5-game hit streak in which he's knocked 10 knocks in that time. Carlos Narvaez will bat cleanup and do the catching. Roman Anthony, in his second game in the majors, will bat fifth and play right field again. Trevor Story batting sixth at shortstop. He'll be followed by Marcelo Meyer at third base. Christian Campbell, who's knocked in 5 runs in his last 3 games, will bat eighth and play second base. And the number 9 hitter will be Ceddanne Rafaela in center field behind the starter, Lucas Giolito. Over on the Tampa side, Yandy Diaz leading off and playing first base. He'll be followed by Brandon Lau at second. Junior Caminero will bat third and play third base. Jonathan Aranda is your cleanup hitter in DH. Christopher Morel in the 5 spot in left field. Josh Lowe will bat sixth and play right field. He'll be followed by Jose Caballero. The shortstop, Jake Mangum, who had the big night last night, in center. And Danny Jansen will bat ninth and do the catching for the starter, Ryan Pepio. It's time now for the Subaru scoreboard update. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 2025 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Couple games in progress to tell you about, just getting underway, like the Tigers and the Orioles, the best and the worst of the American League right there. They are scoreless in the bottom of the first inning at Camden Yards. Guardians and the Rays scoreless in the bottom of the first as well in Cleveland. And the Pittsburgh Pirates hosting the Marlins. They're scoreless in the bottom of the first in Pittsburgh. Phillies and Cubs just underway. No score there in Philadelphia. Other games to tell you about that will be getting underway later. A 7:10 start time at Citi Field for the Mets and the Nats. Mackenzie Gore and Griffin Canning will be your starters in that one. A 7:40 start time in Milwaukee for the Braves and the Brew Crew. Grant Holmes and Quinn Priester, old friend there, will be the starting pitchers for that one. Max Fried on the mound for the Yankees tonight as they take on the Kansas City Royals in KC. Noah Cameron will be on the hill for the Royals. A 7:40 start time in Minnesota. Twins and the Rangers. Tyler Mahle and Simeon Woods Richardson, your starting pitchers scheduled for that one. A 7:45 start time for the Toronto Blue Jays, who will turn to Chris Bassett to try and keep their winning ways going as the Blue Jays shooting up the standings these days. They're tied with the Tampa Bay Rays for the first wild card right now in the American League. Miles Mikolas will be going for St. Louis. An 8:10 start time in Houston for the Astros and the White Sox. Shane Smith going for Chicago. Lance McCullers Jr. will get the nod for Houston. An 8:40 start time out at Coors Field. The Rockies and the Giants. Kyle Harrison on the bump for San Francisco. Carson Palmquist will get the ball for the Rocks. A 9:38 start time out in Anaheim. The Angels hosting the A's. Mitch Spence on the hill for Sacramento. I keep almost saying Oakland. And the Angels will turn to Jose Soriano. 9:40 start time San Diego. Padres and Dodgers. Dylan Cease and Lou Trevino, the starters. And the last game on the docket tonight will get underway at 9:40 between the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Seattle Mariners. Logan Evans on the mound for the M's. The D-backs will turn to Brandon Pfaadt. It's time now for the lock of the game, which is presented by Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit them online at newenglandmetalroofing.com and never re-roof again. Now, I put some real thought into this one. Yesterday, it was all about Roman Anthony, the Roman Anthony show. Everybody, let's find some great bets on Roman Anthony. You probably lost them if you had any, unless you had an RBI. He did drive in a run, but he didn't walk in his first at bat. I just like the juice on that one. Here's one I actually legitimately like here tonight. The Red Sox, who have been tearing the cover off the ball offensively lately. Their over-under on the night is 4.5, and the over 4.5 is plus 100. And I really like that. I like the juice there. I think the Red Sox are going to keep on hitting. They did hit Pepio when they saw him back in April, and I think that they'll be able to hit him again now. I just feel like the bats are sort of clicking. Toro's been really good in the middle of this lineup, and with Anthony's family up here, I expect him to drive in a couple of more runs tonight. Might even get that first home run. By the way, every game, we have the New England Chevy Dealers question of the day. Together we drive. Listen in for that during the broadcast today. And here it is. If you follow us at Sox Booth on Twitter, also known as X, here it is. When would you like to see the automated ball strike system be implemented? We just talked about this with Will Middlebrooks, and I know it does seem like kind of sour grapes to be complaining about the umpires after the Red Sox lose. But in fairness, I've been here for almost all of these games. Fleming, Middlebrooks, everybody have been complaining about the umpires both ways the entire season. It's not just been in certain games. This is something that I feel like is coming to a boil this year. Not just here in Boston and other teams that are frustrated. I feel like everybody's been very frustrated with the umpires. So here are your options. Should have been here yesterday. Wait until next season. Don't want to see it ever. Now, what's interesting about this is that I feel like pitchers, for the most part, don't want the robot umps. It's the hitters that want the robot umps. And the pitchers want to know which umpires have which strike zones and sort of stuff like that. Now, that doesn't apply to Junior Valentine last night, who was just brutal. But I do think that they, in general, when I hear baseball players talk about this, it's the pitchers who are always like, no robot umps. And the hitters are like, yeah, bring us the robot umps. So maybe that's going to determine the way people vote on this. Anyway, you can go vote right now at Sox Booth, WEEI Red Sox Network, for the Chevy Dealers question of the night. All right, we're just about out of time here, but before we go, a couple of other things, just a little bit of housekeeping here for this Boston Red Sox team. As we discussed earlier, there is going to be, I think, a very active trade deadline because there's a lot of good teams in the American League. And the Red Sox normally are a team that we're all hoping is going to be able to be active at the trade deadline and add to the team and try and make them better. And I would just say this. This team you're playing here right now, these Tampa Bay Rays, the Toronto Blue Jays, who I was just talking about, are both teams that were looking up at the Red Sox not that long ago. Like the middle of last month, really. I mean, it wasn't long ago that those two teams were both wishing they were the Boston Red Sox. They've both gotten hot. It didn't take long for it to happen. It only took a couple of weeks, and now all of a sudden they're the leaders in the wild card. And I know the Red Sox are running out of time here, but there is still time. There is very much still time. And a win tonight would sure go a long way towards making people feel better about that, especially with one more game with this hot Rays team. And then, of course, the Yankees coming to town for the next three. And that's all the time that I have here tonight. That is for the Mass Mutual pregame show. And so stick around. By the way, no need to fear, no need to fret, as we have first pitch coming your way here in just a minute on the WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Hang tight. Red Sox are in action next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. The Red Sox are coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those three listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a backseat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
A spring day is the most righteous time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice-cold refreshment to answer.
do. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a do.
Do the do.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, what was the name of that learning app again?
IXL. It gives each kid the exact support they need.
Are we talking about IXL? My kids love it, and research shows it even boosts test scores.
IXL, the learning program 16 million students trust. Try it today at IXL.com.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
20% off sunglasses from Shadon Precision Eyewear. Hurry over to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use promo code SPRING. See better and play better with Shadon. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com. Promo code SPRING.
Hey there, I'm Kendra Adachi, and my show, The Lazy Genius Podcast, helps you be a genius about the things that matter and lazy about the things that don't, and you get to decide what matters. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to give you a new way to see. Episodes of the Lazy Genius Podcast are full of compassionate time management tips and permission slips to do what makes sense for you. New episodes drop every Monday. Follow and listen to the Lazy Genius Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now, back to the play-by-play action. From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This is... Red Sox baseball.
Can you believe it?
On the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
And the left field, adios. Sale winds, he fires. Swing and a miss, quickly, it's over.
And the Red Sox win on a wall double by Devers.
Jump on his back, fellas. The Red Sox win.
The Red Sox on WEEI are brought to you by Shaws and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. Subaru of New England. Find your authorized Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
And that ball is gone into the front row of the monster seats.
Drains by James, Eastern Mass's choice for drain cleaning and pipelining. Arbella, here for good.
Devers is homered in 5 straight.
Buy Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. Ford Trucks, official truck of the Boston Red Sox.
Strike 3 and no-hitter. 23-year-old Trey Buchholz has no-hit the Baltimore Orioles.
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Sponsored by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Duran will score.
Dig Safe. Click digsafe.com or call 811 before you dig. Cape Cod Lumber. Find the lumber for your next project. cclco.com.
Way back. Grand slam.
Citgo. Club Citgo can save you money every day. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. 110 Grill. Gluten-free dining done right. C&S Wholesale Grocers.
It's gone. Into the bullpen.
Brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. The Department of Veteran Affairs. Hackman Wealth Partners. Boston's premier retirement planning specialist. Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. Never re-roof again.
Swing and a miss. He got him. Battle won by House.
McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil delivery, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. Northern Bank, your partner for growth.
Here's the throw. Roberts dives, and he is safe.
And by Verizon Wireless, the network Boston relies on. New England Chevy dealers. Together, let's drive.
Goodbye, Christian Campbell.
Now, with all the play-by-play action, here's Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks.
On another gray and overcast evening in Boston, Massachusetts, we welcome you to Fenway Park for Game 2 of a 3-game series between the Boston Red Sox and the Tampa Bay Rays. The Sox yet another back-breaking extra innings loss last night looked to level this series in the middle game of a 3-game set. It's day 2 of the Roman Anthony era. He's back in there batting 5th as the Red Sox turn to Lucas Giolito, who is in dire need of a good start. He'll be opposed by Ryan Pepio for the Rays, who've won 15 of their last 19. The Red Sox come into play today, 4 games under 500, 5 behind Tampa Bay, and 9 behind New York. Looking to start something positive here. 2 more with the Rays and 3 after an off day with the New York Yankees here at Fenway. Along with Will Middlebrooks, I'm Will Fleming. And, Will, unfortunately, you can only play the record so many times. I mean, last night was so familiar to everyone who's followed this team so many nights this season. How do you think the Red Sox have a possibility to try to do the little things better and make it not so stressful every single night?
Yeah, there's just got to be a clear focus. Not that there's not a clear focus on the fundamentals and doing the little things right, but for some reason, every game they've lost this year, you feel like there's been a big error. There's been late inning walks, leadoff walks, 2-out walks, you name it. Just the fundamental aspects of baseball have not been executed by this team.
It is Greek Heritage Celebration. Opa to everybody here tonight celebrating the beautiful country of Greece. The Red Sox hope to channel some of that here tonight and get out of here with a win that will level this series. And, you know, starting pitching has been such an issue for the Red Sox. Well, the offense has not. I mean, over the last 7 games, they've scored 8 runs a game, but they've allowed 8 runs a game. What did you see from Giolito? What have you seen from him all year, and how can he turn it around here tonight?
I don't know how he's going to find 3 extra miles an hour on his fastball, but I feel like that's what he's missing. And you look back at the years where he was very successful. He was mid to upper 90s with his fastball, which made his changeup that much better. He got a lot more swing and miss. The strikeout rate was much higher. And now the fastball is 92, 93, and the changeup is just not as good. He doesn't get swing and miss. And I think as far as location and command goes, he's not walking guys, but there's a big difference in control and command, and he has missed over the heart of the plate a lot.
No doubt about it. He's really not had slider or curveball much of this season, so it's been sort of a middling fastball and changeup combo. We'll watch that here tonight. Pepio on the other side has been on a great run, although the Red Sox handed him his worst start of the year down in Tampa about 6 weeks ago. The Red Sox and the Rays It is game 2 in the career of Roman Anthony. We'll get you the starting lineup, set the scene here. But first, the national anthem brought to you by BuildSubmarines.com, where you'll find stable, sustaining, skilled trades careers helping bring the next generation of U.S. Navy submarines to life. We build giants because it takes one to build one.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Wonderful job on our Star-Spangled Banner tonight as the Red Sox welcome the Tampa Bay Rays, their division rivals, who have won 15 of their last 19. They are 6 games over 500. Roman Anthony is looming on the far side of the dugout, and he'll wait as Lucas Giolito leads the Red Sox out onto the diamond in the home white unis. Well, we thought that Roman might settle in at number 48, not so fast, my friend. Game 2, he switches numbers, trying to feel a little bit more like Will Middlebrooks. He wears number 19, which is one the same and the other just flipped upside down. Anthony is out into right field with Rafaela and Duran. The Speed Report is brought to you by Verizon. Get to your local Verizon store today to check out the latest deals. You touched on this, Will. I mean, the velocity is just down for Giolito. The brace procedure, he's not the same pitcher he was in his dominant sort of peak years. He's got to find a way, though, to navigate without that elite fastball.
Yeah, he does, and there's not room for error. I think that's the biggest issue. The more velocity you have, the more break you have, the more room for error you then have, and he's just lacking that right now.
Red Sox Injury Report is brought to you by Ketchus Law Group, champions for the injured with more than $3 billion recovered for New Englanders. Abreu continues on the injured list, down with an oblique. They don't think it's that big a deal. Cutter Crawford working his way back from a wrist injury, and hopefully he'll be back on the mound very soon down in Fort Myers. Will Middlebrooks, how about tonight's starting lineups?
Starting lineups brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the Tampa Bay Rays, Yandy Diaz, he'll be at first base tonight, followed by Brandon Lau. He'll play second. Junior Caminero will be at third, and in the cleanup spot, Jonathan Aranda, he'll be the DH. Christopher Morelgas will start in left. Behind him, Josh Lowe, he'll be in right. Jose Caballero will man shortstop, and Jake Mangum in center field, with Danny Jansen doing the catching in the 9-hole. For the Sox, Jarren Duran leading off. He'll be in left, followed by Raffi Devers at DH. Abraham Toro, second night in a row in the 3-hole. He's been swinging it. He'll play first. Carlos Narvaez in the cleanup spot. He'll do the catching. Roman Anthony, second game in the show. He'll be in right field again tonight, followed by Trevor Story at short. Marcelo Meyer at third. Christian Campbell at second. And Cedon Rafaela patrolling center.
I just want to say I'm very proud of you for getting Low and Lau right. Not easy.
Practice in the mirror this morning.
How now, brown cow. Brandon Lau, Josh Lowe. Here's Yandy Diaz. Biggest biceps on planet Earth as Lucas Giolito is ready to toe the rubber for the 8th time this season in a Red Sox uniform. He's 1-1 with a 6.42 ERA. I got to tell you, Yandy looks a little scary right now. He is such a good leadoff hitter. He looks up for it tonight. Giolito throws, and Diaz drives one high and foul. On the first base side, Toro gives it a look. It's into the seats. I'm sure as a hitter, you watched pitchers. I was just all eyes on Yandy Diaz. You could tell he was ready to pull the trigger on the first pitch.
That's this entire lineup. They ambush. They know the Sox preach strike one, as most teams do. They get ahead. They don't necessarily finish, guys.
6.42 ERA for Lucas, the 0-1. That's one of the better fastballs he's thrown in some time. 95, bottom of the zone, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, both of them here in the first so far. 95, that's a very good sign.
We talked to him yesterday for the Anthony debut. He was free and easy. 0-2 to Yandy. A little bit over to pull on the infield. The pitch is a little high. That's a slider that misses way high, and that has been an issue for Giolito. In the big leagues, you cannot function with just a fastball and a changeup. He's basically been a two-pitch man. Yandy Diaz with the gladiator eye black paint on his face. The 1-2 is a chopper over Giolito. Coming on his Story. He will glove. He'll throw to first in time. Caught by Toro. That's really great by Trevor Story, and there's one away.
I'll tell you what, as many broken bat nubbers and bloopers that fell in yesterday for the Rays and choppers in the infield that weren't converted in outs, you hate to see that happen on the first play of the game, and Trevor comes in and makes a tremendous play right behind the mound.
He absolutely does. Here's Brandon Lau. Time and Temp brought to you by Hatfield. Better care, better pork. Here's Lau, who just has owned this rivalry and been fabulous in this ballpark. The pitch to him, he is a little bit low with a fastball. 91 away from Lau. Comes in with 13 homers and 36 driven in. Home plate umpire is Marvin Hudson, the crew chief. Junior Valentine in the crosshairs last night is in the rocking chair at third. Trip Gibson at first and Ryan Blakeney at second. Here is another changeup that misses outside, and it is 2-0. 59 degrees. It feels warmer than that to me, but then again, we're in a climate-controlled broadcast booth. Got started 1 minute behind schedule. 7-11 as a fastball misses outside. 3-0 to Lau.
You know, I think it's interesting looking at Giolito's splits. Righties hitting 347, lefties 297. Obviously, neither are good. But to your point about him not having much breaking stuff, I think that's why righties are having so much success.
Yeah, 3-0 to Lau. That's a fastball that misses. That was very close, but it was high, and it's a 4-pitch walk to Brandon Lau. I mean, at his absolute zenith, Giolito had both a great slider and a great curveball. A guy who authored a no-hitter 4 seasons ago. Injured really about a week into his first season with the Red Sox in spring training. Now here's Junior Caminero, one of the bright young stars in the game. The pitch to him is way outside a fastball, and all of a sudden, Giolito can't find the zone.
Yeah, and walks haven't necessarily been Giolito's issue. It's been more finding hard contact in the middle of the plate. So this is a little odd.
Opponent's hitting 324 against him. Only 11 walks in 33 2/3. 1-0. Lucas is at the belt. He throws, and a strike. That's a good slider on the inside corner. 1-1. He works quickly, does Giolito. I think sometimes, unlike younger pitchers, I think that can work to his detriment. I think things can kind of spiral on him. 1-1. Double play depth behind him. Pitch. High pop up into shallow right field. The first fly ball chance for Roman Anthony. He handles it well. How about that ovation? He makes the play. And they're 2 down. Defensive alignment brought to you by the Baldwin Group. Toro at first. Campbell at second. Story at short with Maye at third. Anthony in right. Cedon in center. And Jaron Duran is in left. The Baldwin Group Insurance, Employee Benefits, and Wealth Management. If you can dream it, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group, protecting the possible. Roman is way deep in right field for the left-handed hitting Jonathan Aranda, but he lines one into left, and Jaron Duran makes a head-high grab, and the Red Sox put up a 0 in the top of the first. Nice job by Giolito. He hops across the first base line. No score after half an inning. for the Sox. Duran, Devers, and Toro after this on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
What We Spend is a new podcast that explores something we almost never talk about. Every week, you'll hear a different guest share everything they spend their money on. What We Spend is available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
A spring day is the most righteous time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice-cold refreshment to answer.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Honey, I think we have a serious problem we need to discuss.
What is it?
Our household is suffering from low D.
Low D? What is that?
It's when your drains are clogged all the time, and I'm tired of it.
Sounds like it's time to call Drains by James, the experts in drain cleaning, water jetting, camera inspection, or pipelining repair. All available 24/7. Drains by James will get your low D flowing again. Drains by James. They give a poop about your pipes.
Ask your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI. Now back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Jaron Duran leading off in the bottom of the first, and he takes a pitch low from Ryan Pepiot. Pep in his step, a fastball low, and it's 1-0. Why are you smiling at me?
I'm just looking at the Roman Anthony's family right by the dugout.
The clan is there, right by the dugout. That is a rarity.
His dad, Anthony.
1-0. Duran swings and fouls a pitch off. The Red Sox saw this pitcher. Pepiot comes in with a 3.2 ERA. He's been a real star for the Rays. Great in their surge of late. And the Red Sox, though, did get him. His worst start against them came on April 15th. 9 hits, 6 runs over 6 innings. 1-1. Duran swings and misses. Fastball, and it's 1-2. Yes, the Anthony crew is here. And just assuming it's mom and dad, brother who looks almost identical to Roman. 1-2. They're sitting directly next to Alex Cora.
I feel like that's an odd place to put the family.
John Henry's seats down there.
A little close.
1-2. Pitch is way outside. The thing is, though, they're going to have a great view of Roman's first ever Major League home run, and that's important.
I love that.
They'll be right there when he puts the Wally mask on. It's something they'll never forget.
High fives dad going into the
that
dugout.
That would be so sick.
Can you imagine that as a dad?
Oh, I really can't. 2-2 to Duran. The pitch is driven foul, the third base side. Ordinarily, they're way back in the grandstand seats.
The family
on the
section,
third base side
is kind of behind home plate, and it's under it's covered just in case of rain.
However, not Roman. They're here, and why not? Here's the 2-2, and Duran fouls it off on the third base side. Jaron, 271, 4 homers, 37 driven, and they live very close to where you call your home.
Yes, Wellington, Florida, which is about 10-15 minutes north of where we are down in Boynton Beach.
Well, they've done a really good job with their kid, not just as an athlete, but he's got his head on his shoulders. 2-2 to Duran. The pitch is fouled off again. This is a good at-bat from Jaron. He's battling. You'll see at least 8 pitches.
Yeah, and Pepiot's fastball, which is electric, it's 96, 97. He's got great extension, so it gets on you even more. He's loves it up in the zone. So far in this at-bat, it's been down where he can handle it and get a piece of it. But if he elevates, that's where it gets to be trouble for hitters.
2-2 to Duran. The pitch is swung on and missed. He got him. I mean, that's a fastball up and away. He just stayed hard and heavy to Duran, and there's one away.
Yeah, and that was the one I was referring to. Once it starts climbing the ladder, it has that rise to it, kind of like Boz did yesterday.
So the Middlebrooks clan was not in the John Henry seats for your debut?
No, I was not the #1 prospect in baseball.
Well, you were the Red Sox #1 prospect. Yeah. Here's Devers, who takes a fastball outside for ball 1.
It's got to mean something.
Raffi is 1 for 8 with 5 strikeouts against Pepiot. He's been really good, really 2 years running. This year's 76 innings, only 64 hits, the 1-0. Devers swings and misses. You're not kidding. That fastball's got some giddy up, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, and he's spotting it so far. I mean, not throwing a lot over the heart of the plate. He's working the edges. Got to get him down.
Abraham Toro's out on deck. Devers takes outside. Herb Chambers' batting order in this inning brought to you by Herb Chambers Genesis of Auburn. He's old school, Pepio. He's got the legit stirrups on. Stripes up around the top of his calf muscles. The 2-1 is a little low to Devers. AL leader in walks. On base percentage of .409 for Raffi. I think he's looking to tee off right here. 3-1.
When is he not?
That's a good point. Pepio throws and Raffi swings and misses. What a big rip that was.
Yeah, you cannot try to lift this guy. You literally have to think line drive, try to get on top of it. That's something Roman Anthony actually does really well. I saw it yesterday with Shane Boz. I'm getting on top of the one he hit off of him.
That one above the barrel of Devers. 3-2 with one down. Maybe he's thinking the MGM sign here. Pepio's pitch is line foul. That's better from Devers. And again, when he goes the other way, especially here, he's so effective. And he's got the good juju going, does Raffi, in the batter's box.
Yeah, look, Pepio's trying to go up and in. He saw that swing where Raffi was so far under it. He missed away. He keep missing arm side.
3-2. The pitch is swung on and fouled off. Don't do that again if you're Pepio. Raffi's got the golf ball of bubble gum and whatever else twirling around in his mouth.
And whatever else.
It's just big league chew.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Eye black under both eyes, hands high above his left ear. 3-2. Pepio throws and Raffi swings and fouls it off. That was ball 4 in on his hands, but in a 2-strike count, Devers stays alive, and he fouled it off the mask of his former teammate, Danny Jansen. Arbella Insurance Foundation is dedicated to striking out cancer. For every strikeout from a Sox pitcher during this year, Arbella donates $50 to the Jimmy Fund. They're here for the Jimmy Fund and here for good. Raffi's making sure that Jansen's okay. I'll tell you what, Pepio's the guy I'd like to have in the foxhole. You look at him on the mound, he's ready to go.
Yeah, and that's 8 pitches, 7 4-seamers here.
3-2 is swung on and looped into right field. It is sinking, and it will get down between the center fielder Mangum and the right fielder Lowe. They just did not communicate. That's a gift hit for Devers.
You know, I was just about to say that. Look, that's 8 pitches. He'd thrown 1 cutter and 7 4-seam fastballs, and at some point he was going to try to sneak that changeup in. Raffi goes down and just flicks the wrist. He was beat. It's like a check swing. It's a check swing, and he nearly hit it to the warning track in right center. That's just silly.
Check swing 370. Alex Bregman giggling in the Red Sox dugout. So a man aboard with 1 down, and here's Abraham Toro. The pitch is a strike. He is just pounding the zone, is Pepio. Old school fastball stuff. 18 pitches, 13 strikes. It's 0-1 to the revelation that is Abraham Toro. He grounds one softly on the first base side, foul outside the chalk. And it's quickly 0-2. That was a good changeup from Pepio. Toro has seen Pepio 3 times. He's 1 for 3.
Yeah, that changeup's good. It's about 10 to 12 mile an hour difference from his fastball, and that big of a difference can be really tough for hitters when it comes out straight the way it does.
0-2. Devers at first, 1 down in the first. Red Sox and the Rays are scoreless. Pitch is swung on a miss. Great changeup, and Toro is gone. Can you imagine that on February the 28th, much less April the 28th, if you told Alex Cora that the Rays come to town for the first time and 3, 4, 5 is Toro, Narvaez, and Anthony? Probably not.
No. But had you said that in spring training, you're probably thinking, these guys are probably raking, right? You get all these stud young guys up here. I can't wait to see Roman get just settled in. You know?
He's on deck. Here's the pitch to Narvaez, and he swings and fouls it back. I mean, mom, dad, brother, what we think is either girlfriend, significant other sitting there by the dugout. We'll get the details on that. But they're all looking out at their boy in the on-deck circle at Fenway Park. How cool is that? 0-1 to Narvaez. The pitch is low and in. I'll tell you this. I mean, Roman hit the ball hard a couple of times, an RBI late in the game to make it a one-run affair. He did not look overwhelmed at all.
Nope.
1-1 to Narvaez. Speaking of, pitch is ripped down the left field line. Fair ball! Extra bases. Devers is on the bases, though. He'll head for third. Trot in there easily. It's a double for Narvaez. And with second and third and two down, it'll be to Roman Anthony.
He's just a good ball player, right? He gets that in. He smokes it down the line. I still think Raffi's dealing with something. I know Alex hasn't told us, the medical staff, no one said anything, but he's not running well. It almost looks like a quad or a groin, something like that. He's just not moving great.
So here now is Roman. Mom, Dad are up, and a chance for his first big league hit, which would be in a big spot. Second and third, two down. Family standing by the Red Sox dugout. The pitch to Roman is a strike. Cutter, that's the first he's thrown of those. And it is 0-1. Mom has got her hands held together in prayer in front of her chest. 0-1 to Roman. Here's the pitch, and Anthony swings and misses. He couldn't hold up on a changeup there, and it's 0-2. He was out doing early work with Kyle Hudson out in right field. He said he was glad to get the first one out of the way. You just can't take your eyes off Mom and Dad. What a cool moment this is. The 0-2 is low. Changeup. Mine are 6 and 3. And I can only imagine all the Little League games, the practices, the clinics, the coaches, your life dedicated to dreaming and hoping for a moment just like this. At Fenway Park, nevertheless. 1-2 to Anthony. The pitch is ripped into left field. It's a base hit. Roman Anthony's first knock is a two-run double. And that puts the Red Sox ahead 2-0. Promise delivered. That is such a great moment, not just for Roman, but for everybody in player development, for everybody in this organization. And you can't take your eyes off his mom. I mean, she is just teary-eyed, and how could you not be?
And now everyone can breathe. Including the Boston Red Sox.
Here's Trevor Story. Swings and misses at a fastball, and it's 0-1.
Oh, it's just, I mean, you hear about the not just the power, but just the overall hitter that is Roman Anthony. That's a changeup 6 inches off the plate, and he smoked it.
That was awesome. He's at second. The 0-1 is popped up on the first base side. Back of the bag, Diaz is right where the grass and dirt meet. He's there to make the play, but Roman is going to jog past Mom and Dad and brother with his first big league hit. And Lucas Giolito, the first guy to meet him in the dugout. How can you not be romantic about baseball? Red Sox get a big knock for Roman, 2-0 after 1 on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Dominate your fantasy baseball league with Fantasy Baseball Today, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. Join Scott White, Chris Towers, and me, Frank Stanfill, every weekday as we recap every player from every game. We'll get you the latest news, waiver wire ads and drops, trades to make, prospect promotions, and everything else you need to take down your league. Follow and listen to Fantasy Baseball Today on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
A spring day is the most righteous time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice-cold refreshment to answer.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Having health insurance is a must-have, and the Massachusetts Health Connector has a power-packed lineup in Connect-to-Care plans that delivers. At the top of the order, lower premiums make bumpy costs affordable. The middle of the lineup is packed with low copays and no deductibles, so you can save money on everything, from an urgent ER trip to managing chronic disease like diabetes and hypertension through no-cost prescriptions. Round out the order access to Connect-to-Care plans now at mahealthconnector.org, and you have a winning team with you and the Massachusetts Health Connector.
Hi, this is Lucas Giolito. You're listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
What a cool moment at Fenway Park as Lucas Giolito takes his spot on the mound. First pitch to Christopher Morel, a fastball for strike one. There is nothing in the universe like a big league debut. And the whole Anthony clan down by the Red Sox first base dugout. The 0-1 to Morel. Misses a little bit outside. Mom, dad, crying, so emotional. One of the great members of the Red Sox security detail, Anthony, is trying to keep everybody sort of in check down there. 1-1. The pitch is a little bit high. They're just grinning ear to ear. This kid has been a supernova. They've known this is going to come. They know that he's going to be a big-time player. The 2-1 to Morel is popped up into right center field. Shallow, Campbell back. In comes Anthony, and why not? Take over, kid. He makes the play. And there's one away. Everything he does gets a different volume roar. But I just cannot stop thinking about, Mom is now patting Dad, Anthony on the arm saying, can you believe we just watched our kid do that at Fenway Park? Giolito with one down, facing low. He throws, and a fastball in there. Will, my kid turns 7 tomorrow. I was emotional on the last day of first grade today.
I know the feeling.
Can you imagine being here? Your parents went through it. Everything you do could give your kids the best chance. As the 0-1 misses inside, it's 1-1.
Well, you just think about all the things you do in your life before kids and your career and this and that, and then this happens and it's the best day of your life.
No doubt about it. The 1-1.
Just the coolest thing ever, just to see, because you know the work that goes in. You've seen it from day one, obviously. You mentioned it earlier, the little league games, the high school games, all the extra batting practice that he probably threw him, that Mom was there for.
Dad, you want to go hit a couple buckets? The 1-2 pitch is a looper foul. And, I'll tell you this. We said it last night. Roman just looks the part, and we've kept hearing this. We saw him in spring training, linked so deeply to Marcelo Meyer. He just did not seem fazed by anything. And so far, so good. The 1-2 is fouled back to the screen, and it's 1-2 to Josh Lowe.
I was lucky to have a dad who was a coach, and he was an athlete. He played sports, and so I got to really connect with him on that level. And I remember I made my first defensive play in the big leagues, and I remember flashing back to my dad in the front yard with a bucket of tennis balls.
Here's a ground ball to the left side. Myers got it. He gloves. He throws to first in time, and they're 2 away.
So I flashed back to being in the yard with my dad, and he had a bucket of tennis balls, and he had a tennis racket from like 30 feet away, 20 feet away, and he would smoke them at me. And it worked, and it helped me, because tennis balls are hard to catch because they were bouncy. You had to catch it in the pocket of your glove, and it taught me how to receive the ball right, taught me fast coordination. And I remember playing in on that play, and the ball getting hit hard at me, and then kind of, for some reason, that clicked in my brain of going back to that.
Here's Jose Caballero, 2 down. You're saying, like, the second you made that play, that came into your brain.
Yeah.
Here's a line drive into left field, sinking. On comes Duran. He's there, and he drops the ball. That is a top-spinning liner, and Duran maybe lost it in the lights. It's kind of a hazy twilight sky, but that has to be an error.
Yeah, that's one of those low liners. Remember yesterday he had the line drive out him, and he flinched his head and moved it away because that low liner kind of moving to his left a little bit goes right into that light tower just left of home plate. He didn't flinch on that one. He didn't turn his head or close his eyes, so that makes me think maybe he just missed it.
Yeah, watching the replay, I think he just absolutely clanked it.
Yeah, you going in that slide, the eye bobble a little bit. You got to keep your eye right on that.
Man, and Giolito's been so good, that hurts. Here is the runner going from first is Mangum, the batter, and Caballero's the last guy you can put on base for free. He steals the bag easily, and a pitch missed outside to Mangum for ball 1. For as great as Duran has been, and he has, All the numbers say defensively, huge improvements. He has not really had a good defensive year. He really hasn't.
Agreed. There's been some missed, that wasn't routine, but there has been some missed routine fly balls.
1-0 is a strike on the inside corner. You've been in the big leagues. Defensive slumps are real. I think he's in one. I really do. I mean, the misplay last night, he's had some weird sort of routes to baseballs. This is a test here for Giolito. 1-1 to Mangum, who looked good last night. 3-0-2 hitter. The pitch is fouled on the third base side. I mean, he's so athletic and natural, Duran is. But watching the replay, it's almost like his eyes were not tracking the ball into the glove.
Yeah, and sometimes that happens when you leave your feet, right? Because he goes in that sliding motion, and your head moves a lot.
1-2. Giolito at the belt. He throws. And a line drive up the middle on the dirt. Backhanded by Story. He throws to first. And Toro keeps his foot on the bag. Excellent job to work around the error. 2-0 Red Sox after an inning and a half on the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
I don't know if you've heard, but iExcel is perfect for busy kids like me. It helps me practice everything we do in school. My mom calls it healthy screen time. I call it fun. Although, I guess I'm learning too. While other kids are rotting their brains out, I'm getting ahead in reading and catching up on math. iExcel actually makes math fun. iExcel works for busy kids and busy families like you. Start learning today at iExcel.com.
Most people would rather assemble a 300-piece cabinet than search for insurance. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
A spring day is the most righteous time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice-cold refreshment to answer.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Marcelo Maye to lead it off in the bottom of the second. Red Sox lead 2-0 thanks to Roman Anthony's first big league hit. It was a 2-run double to the opposite field on a really good changeup. And you wonder whether Marcelo and Christian, who were 1-2 in this out of the second inning, will start to feed off Roman. The pitch is in there. We remember that showcase game in Tampa when the three of them hit home runs. Yeah, I think they really do push one another.
Oh, of course they do.
On 1 to Marcelo, the pitch is low. Cut fastball, and it's 1-1.
And I loved when Marcelo came up, they introduced him. Roman's family went nuts, too, because they know how important he is to Roman. That's been his guy.
1-1. Pitch is ripped down the right field line, high and deep and foul. I'm telling you, Will, I really believe that now that Anthony is here, knowing Maye, the little bit that we do the last couple of years, I think he's going to elevate. 1-2. 2-0 Sox in the second. Pepio into the wind, he throws, and Marcelo swings and drives one high into left field, but in front of the warning track. Morel is there, about 10 feet in front of the dirt. He's there to make the play, and there's one away. That was the 7th batter of the game, sponsored by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman, all 7s, after 6-1-7. Here now, Christian Campbell, who tied the game last night in the 9th inning with a little Baltimore chop. High on the dirt, he's hitting .232. The pitch is popped foul on the first base side. And, you know, this is, you've said it 100 times, Will, and it's so true. He's got to lay off that pitch. He's going to get it a million times a night.
He does, and if you're going to swing at it, you gotta get your body in position to hit it. And I don't feel like he's in a good position to hit that pitch.
Way deep in the box, the pitch is called a strike. That was borderline a cutter, and it's 0-2.
But that first one, that's not a strike. That's 6, 7, 8 inches off the plate in, and he's already crowding the plate. It's just an impossible pitch for him to keep fair.
0-2 is low with a changeup. You know, we are so focused rightly on what Roman's done tonight. I think Lucas Giolito, 2 innings, very encouraging.
Yeah, absolutely. The fastball velocity is up a tick, and I think that's a really good sign. And then he's trying to throw the slider a little more here.
Campbell 5 for his last 11. He had the opposite field that tied the game, the home run in New York the other day. Other than that, it's not been that loud. The 1-2 is high with a fastball, 2-2. A lot of infield hits, bounding balls on the right side. He's gotten on base the last couple of weeks. That's back to the norm. Here's a high pop-up. On the right side in a shallow right field, Lau, the second baseman for Tampa, is there to make the play. And they're 2 down. I'm going to bring up Ceddanne Rafaela.
Something to pay attention back to Giolito just for a second is 27 pitches, 0 whiffs yet, right? And that's where you start to run into issues as you get in that second time through the lineup. When these guys have seen you did get them with some soft contact here and there, but they start to get a little more comfortable.
Here's Rafaela. He pops the first pitch foul. There have been some taken strikes, though, well-located fastballs.
Yeah. No, he's mixing speeds, and he is hitting his spots, which is great to see. And we talked about that earlier. He has no room for error right now.
Fresh, delicious, and now on sale. Mangoes and Haas avocados at Shaw's and Star Market. Here's a pitch to Ceddanne that's a strike. And it's 0-2. Pick up fresh mangoes or Haas avocados, 79 cents each when you use the digital coupon Limit 6. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox radio network. The pitch is curveball that misses way outside, and it is 1-2. You just really, you look into the Red Sox dugout, Maye and Anthony, folded arms on that padded first base dugout, next to Crochet, next to Bregman. The future is now. 1-2. Here's the pitch, and it is swung on a miss. Ceddanne couldn't check up, inning over. We'll revisit that in a moment. Will has some thoughts on Maye and Anthony and the here and now. 2-0 after 2 innings. Sox lead on the Shaw's and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox.
This Pride Month, Risk has stories of LGBTQ folks from all walks of life. Go get the Risk podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
For the 48th year in a row, Ford F-Series are America's best-selling trucks. The trucks that move mountains also move boats, bricks, and 2x4s. Work days and weekends, job sites and campsites. F-150 and Super Duty never stop working, just like you. Ford F-Series, official truck of your Boston Red Sox, and America's #1 selling trucks for 48 years straight. It's a record that may never be broken. Until next year. Sales claim based on 1977 to 2024 CY total sales.
A spring day is the most righteous time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice-cold refreshment to answer.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Home Internet from AT&T presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta.
What's on the menu?
Your fave mom carbonara. I'm streaming a new recipe.
Hold on to this internet, son. It's a keeper.
Oh, I will. It's the one.
So, no more one-year stands?
Nope. With home internet from AT&T, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Equipment fees were never right for you.
I'm done playing those games. What I have now is straightforward.
Okay. In the spirit of being straightforward, your carbonara is carbonara-ish.
And this is takeout. I was gonna pass it off as homemade.
Oh, you did that for me.
Well, now that we're being straightforward with each other, I just want to say that...
Careful now.
No equipment fees, no annual contracts, no price increase at 12 months. Straightforward is better with home internet from AT&T. Geographic and service restrictions apply to AT&T Internet services. Visit att.com/internet for details.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Lucas Giolito is on the mound as we go to the top of the third inning. Sox lead 2-0. Danny Jansen leads it off, and the pitch to Danny is a strike. Fastball, he sort of checked the swing. That was a called strike anyhow, and it is 0-1. Get you caught up on the Subaru of New England scoreboard, which will involve, unfortunately, an Aaron Judge home run. A pitch misses outside, a slider, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, it was a silly one, too. About 470, just about went over the Royals Hall of Fame. You know that building in left?
I do.
Yeah, that one.
Well, that's good. That's good because Roman's going to hit one 480 tonight. The 1-1 pitch to Jansen is a little bit low. That's close, but called a ball by Marvin Hudson. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 25 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. I do think we're all in for, over the next few weeks, some rather prodigious blasts from Mr. Anthony. Here's a line drive toward Roman in right, and he has no chance. But to play it on one hop, here we go again. 9-hole hitter is aboard on a 2-strike hit. Jansen leads off the third inning with a knock into right field.
Yeah, 4-seamer right there. That was actually about 6 inches off the plate. He just kind of threw the bat at it out there, dunked it in.
Anyway, we had a shot of Marcelo on our monitors, sitting next to Roman and Crochet and Bueller and Bregman, as Giolito now out of the stretch with Jansen at first. The leadoff man, Yandy Diaz, is in. Pitch to him is a strike on the outside corner.
I just have to assume that at some point in that dugout during the game, they look at each other and go, this is really cool. Like, we talked about this for years, and here we are.
You know, what you say is really interesting. 0-1, the pitch is a strike on the inside corner. 0-2, because one of the great things about both those guys is they're unassuming, they're calm, they're totally confident and self-assured. And yet, what you're saying is it's one thing to dream something. It's quite another to live it right here. In this yard especially. 0-2, fouled back to the screen.
That's the thing about baseball. It brings out the little boy in you. Right, you know, and all the preparation and the big league lifestyle and all this that goes in and comes with it. When the game starts, sometimes that's when the little kid can come out.
I believe that. 0-2 to Yandy, who grounded to short his first time. Here's the pitch, and it is in the dirt. Good block there by Narvaez. How long would you say, Will, did it take you in the major leagues to sort of like feel your body again? Because I would imagine, you know, the first few days you're just levitating.
Well, what was wild was my parents did make it in for my debut and had that game and then an off day the next day.
Perfect.
So that helped.
1-2 to Yandy. Cue shot foul on the first base side.
So that off day really helped the emotions and everything come back down. And then after the off day, get to go to the park, have like a normal day, get in early, work out, have batting practice, and it felt normal, and then it was time to go.
Because I think that's one thing people don't think about with these young kids coming to the major leagues. 1-2, the pitch. He has a ground ball that should be 2. Campbell has it. Nice flip to Story at second. Over to first, 2, double play. Nicely done, 4-6-3. But these guys have played baseball their whole lives, but I can tell you as somebody who came to Fenway Park the first time, 8 years ago, walking through these halls, feeling the 113 years of this ballpark, walking into that clubhouse with established veterans, guys you've watched on TV. It's just not normal your first few times. Here's Brandon Lau. The pitch to him is swung on a miss. Giolito's good so far, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, it was nice because that year that I made to the big leagues, I also had my first big league spring training that year. So I got to meet a lot of the guys and get the starstruck out of my system.
0-1 to Lau is swung on a miss. And Alex Cora's been concerted about that. He wants these young guys to be a part of it and feel so easy when they come in. But that's all fine and good until you walk in and it's your major league debut.
Right.
0-2. 2 down in the top of the third. Sox lead 2-0. Giolito throws, and a fastball misses outside. Of course, you're walking into Poppy, Pedroia, many others.
It was an old team, right? Lackey, Beckett, Adrian Gonzalez.
Wakey, the 1-2 is low and in. That's a changeup. Good pitch, though, from Giolito, and it's 2-2. And the culture was different then. I mean, there was more of a prove-it rookie mentality then.
Yeah, I wore number 64 the whole year. I was an offensive lineman.
Roman wore 48 for one day, and he's changed. The 2-2 is swung on and missed. He got him. Fastball, 95 miles an hour. There's Lucas's first strikeout, and he sends the Red Sox to the bottom of the third with a 2-0 lead on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a back seat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
I'm Emma Greed, and I'm the host of the Aspire podcast, a show where I talk to the world's most brilliant minds about building the life of your dreams. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
More Boston sports opinion, more often. Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Jarren Duran leading it off as we go into the bottom of the third inning. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Change up from Ryan Pepio. They got touched up by both Narvaez and then Roman Anthony, whose first big league hit was a 2-run double. That's the difference in the game so far. 0-1 to Duran. Swung on a miss with a fastball, and it's 0-2.
It's always nice to get that hit early in your first at bat in this game, and that way you can settle in, maybe turn this into something special.
Yeah, and maybe take some chances later on. 0-2 to Duran. The pitch is fouled on the third base side. Jarren had a really good first AB, I thought. He ended up striking out, but he saw, 8 pitches? Yeah. And he's behind 0-2 here, but you feel like he's got a sense of what Pepio has here tonight. 0-2 pitch. He is way outside. The Yankees do lead the Kansas City Royals 2-0 in the first inning. That's the rivalry report. If you're looking for a warm, vibrant community for mom or dad, Rivers Spring Living, it absolutely feels like home. I've been there many times. Connection does make it so special. The 1-2 to Duran is ripped foul on the first base side. I think it's coming for Duran a little bit. He's been fighting it, but these are better swings for him. Schedule a tour at riverspringliving.org. 2-0 Red Sox. Bottom of the third. Pepio delivers his 48th pitch, and Duran takes a ball. I mean, the Red Sox are making him work here early.
Yeah, they're forcing him into the zone. The only pitch that they're having the issue with getting him down is that fastball up. But they're laying off the changeup pretty well right now.
Duran, Devers, and Toro in the Herb Chambers batting order. 2-2. Duran takes a ball. In this inning, brought to you by Herb Chambers, Ford of Braintree and Ford of Westboro. You know, the Red Sox just have not had Duran on base enough this season. .324, and he is such an agent of havoc when he's aboard. 3-2 pitch is skied foul. Out of play down the left field line toward the Coca-Cola sign. Don't you think he is the definition of a game changer when he's on the bases?
Yeah, that's the thing. As he's obviously, Raffi's doing what his thing this year. He's obviously leading baseball in RBIs and having those big at bats. But when Jarren's on, it changes the entire team. It feels like
3-2 pitch is outside. That's a great plate appearance by Duran. I just love the shot in the Red Sox dugout. I mean, it is Campbell, Maye, Anthony, all sitting next to each other on the railing, and they're surrounded by Garrett Crochet and Alex Bregman. This is just the melding of present and future. So leadoff walk, and here is Raffi. I don't know about you, Will. I think he's looking to tee off right away. They throw it first very quickly. Back to the bag is Duran. Just getting a sense for the way Devers operates.
Yeah, and you're hoping Pepio tries to get too cute and hangs one of those changeups to him, because the fastball up right now, Raffi's having some issues with.
The pitch is swung on and missed. He was looking to go Yahtzee, but it was a high fastball. It's 0-1. You're on it. It's just like Rodon, and indeed last night with the Rays and Boz. If you lay off that pitch, it gets much easier. Of course, that's easier said than done. 0-1 the pitch. Raffi swings and misses. That was an outside corner fastball. And it's 0-2.
Outside, that one elevated as well. And that's why everyone in baseball, most guys strive for that four-seamer with that perfect behind four-seam spin that has that ride and jump that Pepio's fastball has.
0-2. Pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on 3 pitches. I mean, Devers, that is a throwback at bat right there. 3 fastballs, and he missed them all.
Yeah, those were perfectly executed by Ryan Pepio. 2 of them up above the zone by about 3 or 4 inches, so it looks like a very hittable strike zone pitch, but with the way he spins it, he gets above the barrel.
So here now is Toro. Duran takes off. What a jump he got. He throws to second as Jansen not in time. Duran's going to try for third. Caballero picks it up. Throws there. Not in time. Captain Chaos is at it again. That pitch got like 1 foot behind second base. Duran went over in a hurry. He's a little shaken up at third base, but it appears he's okay, and he's at third with 1 out.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he got like dirt in his eyes or something. 2 head-first slides. I don't think many people go to third on this.
Come on.
That bounced away about 8 feet from Caballero, and he did not hesitate, got to third base.
So now the Rays bring the infield in. For Toro, it's 1-0. The pitch is swung on a miss. That was a nasty changeup. I'll tell you what, I mean, the Red Sox did well against this guy. I'm absolutely in awe of what Tampa Bay does with pitchers. You've never heard of people, and they come and they just look dominant with a real plan. The 1-1 is down and in, a cut fastball, and it's 2-1.
Yeah, they're an absolute pitching factory. But they develop these guys. They scout certain guys to bring them in because they know what they can turn them into, whether it's body type or the stuff they throw, their arm angles, whatever it be. But it seems like most of them end up blowing out. They overuse these guys.
2-1 is way outside. And so Toro is now ahead 3-1 with Narvaez on deck. Toro struck out his first time. What a weird defensive alignment this is. I mean, the shortstop, Caballero, is way in, almost in front of the bag. The 3-1 is way outside, ball 4. Well, he didn't look like he was all that interested in coming into Toro. And now, first and third for Carlos Narvaez. And what do you know? Here comes Kyle Snyder. Before that visit, we take 10 seconds for station ID in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Will Fleming, Will Middlebrooks here at Fenway Park. The Sox lead 2-0. Narvaez to bat with first and third, then Anthony. And you know, for all the struggles of the pitching and the defense and the base running, Will, one thing they've not often done this season, the Red Sox, is give the pitchers an early cushion.
Right.
They got a chance to do it here. Third inning is brought to you by Citgo. Here's a club you'll want to get into. Club Citgo. Download the Club Citgo app now. Instantly save 23 cents a gallon on your first fill up. Well, I mean, all the headlines will be about Narvaez, rather Anthony in the first inning, but it was only because of Carlos's double. Here he is. First and third, 1 out. Pitch is way outside. All of a sudden, Pepio can't throw strikes, and it's 1-0.
Yeah, and to Toro, I feel like he was somewhat pitching around a hot hitter who, you know, the lefty-righty matchup had a righty on deck, but then you have Narvaez.
1-0 to Carlos. Pitch way inside. I mean, he can't find it right now. And it is 2-0.
Yeah, but even here, like you're treating this like 3-0, right? You don't want to chase something that's not a good pitch to hit, but you want to be ready for something in your hot zone right here.
He so often is, Narvaez. 2-0, the pitch is swung on and fouled off. I mean, that's a really good pitch from Pepio. Slider down and away from Narvaez. Hit the huge 3-run homer Sunday in New York. Had the night off last night. Interestingly, Hamilton hit before he took the field defensively. 2-1 count to him here. First and third, the pitch is a cue shot foul. He tried to check his swing. Could not. He got a change up, and off the end of the bat, it's 2-2.
Yeah, the fastball, he's looks like he's lost a little bit of the touch and feel for that pitch, but the sliders and change-ups here in this at-bat have looked much better.
This guy is so impressive, Pepio, but the Sox have gotten him for 2 runs and a chance to erupt right here. 2-2. The pitch is outside. Fastball. And it's 3-2. I don't think Toro will be going anywhere from first.
I love Narvaez doesn't even flinch at that. That's 97, about 3 inches off the plate, and he didn't even flinch.
His approach is so mature.
It really is.
3-2. Here's the pitch. Carlos swings and fouls it off, and he does this, Will, over and over again. He just battles in tough counts.
Yeah, he'll grind at bats, right? You've seen it.
Red Sox have left 507 runners on base this year, most in the big leagues, trying to bring some home right here. 3-2. Here's the pitch. Carlos swings and misses. He is struck out, and they're 2 away.
Yep, that's the Pepio fastball. That's his best pitch. Looks like it's going to be top of the zone. Ends up a couple inches above it. Swing and miss.
And here now, Roman Anthony. His mom and dad are standing right by that first base dugout. He drove in 2 his first time. What does he have in store right here? First and third, the pitch is swung on and bloop foul on the third base side. He was ready to go. Slider maybe a little bit up above the zone, and it's 0-1.
After that last changeup he hit off the plate in his first at bat to left, I wonder if Pepio challenges him in, trying to say, all right, kid, let's see if you can pull it.
0-1 to Roman. Pitch is drilled foul and high and deep. Out of play on the third base side. This guy went to one of the great baseball schools in the country. He started his high school career at Cardinal Newman, but after 2 years he was such a good prospect he wanted to go down into Broward County. 0-2 to Anthony. The pitch is low. Nesson just had a shot of Roman's mom, and you can imagine she's had that look for a lot of years. Little League and high school and all these games. She's just basically got her eyes closed, praying. 1-2 to Roman Anthony. He lead at first and third. 2 down, 2-0 Sox. The pitch is strike 3 call. And that was right there. Cutter down on the inside corner. And the inning is over. To the fourth we go. 2-0 Sox in the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a back seat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those 3 listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
Most people would rather attend a corporate team building workshop than search for auto and home insurance.
Go team, feel that synergy.
That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com.
Who's ready for the trust fall?
20% off sunglasses from Shadon Precision Eyewear. Hurry over to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use promo code SPRING. See better and play better with Shadon. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com. Promo code SPRING.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Jones and Keith.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Lucas Giolito facing Junior Caminero as we go to the top of the fourth inning. 2-0 Sox. Two more left on base for Boston. Here's a pitch that misses outside, a slider. And it's 1-0 to Caminero. Fly to Roman Anthony in right his first time. Caminero was pretty candid about what is facing Roman Anthony. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and missed. He said, I've been through it. I'm gonna wait for him to settle in, give him a few days, and we'll talk about it a little bit. So the most important thing is you just have to keep working, which I don't think will be a problem for Anthony. The 1-1 is a ground ball to second. Campbell's got it. He throws to first in time, and there's one away. That's the stuff you heard about in the Red Sox player development circles where, I mean, the talent jumped off the page. This kid who they got as a compensatory pick for Eduardo Rodriguez when he signed with the Detroit Tigers. From the moment they got him, they overpaid. They knew they had a special player. But the work ethic really stood out to them. I think that's continued. Here's Jonathan Aranda. He takes a ball outside, 1-0.
I mean, you just look how he's put together. You know how he works, right? I mean, you walk past him, he's like a statue.
Yeah, he is. You know, you started hearing that last year, especially as a changeup misses low, that, you know, he was such a freak athletic talent. And I showed up in Fort Myers last year and started talking to people throughout the organization. They said, you know what this guy did? He bought in big time to the fitness and strength program. 2-0 pitch is a strike on the inside corner.
You know, when I was 20, 21 was really when the muscle started to come on. Because when I was in high school, I played all sports. I didn't have an off season. I didn't really know how to weight lift. I didn't have time to because I was going season to season in different sports. And then when I got to pro ball, I started learning how to lift.
2-1 pitch is swung on and fouled. And baseball lifting is different, isn't it?
Yeah, totally, because I was a big football guy. And obviously, they want you powerlifting and squatting and deadlifting and the bigger muscles. Here, baseball, it's more about flexibility and longevity for a season.
Jumping up onto boxes and things like that.
More functional movements,
yeah. 2-2 to Jonathan Aranda. One out in the fourth. The pitch is right there. Strike three called. Slider that froze him. Giolito's rolling and 2 away.
You know what? This is why it's so important to get Giolito a lead. When he's pitching with a lead, he holds opponents to a 222 batting average compared to 385 when he's pitching from behind.
Very impressive so far. 2 down. The base is empty. Here's Christopher Morel. But I would think you would say that it was a great benefit to you to play all those sports as Morel, right-handed hitter, takes low, ball 1.
Yeah, I don't love the specialization in sports where you're just like, oh, I'm just a baseball player. I'm just a pitcher. It's like you do everything. Because I feel like every sport I played made me better at a different sport.
Yeah. Here's the 1-0 to Morel. It's way up and outside. It's not as easy to do that now because these club leagues, the for-profit, everything wants you to do one thing all the time.
It's just, yeah, but kids are getting burnt out. You got sophomores in high school getting Tommy John.
2 balls and no strikes to Christopher Morel. Kids are blowing out left and right. Here's the pitch, and it's swung on and missed. A changeup. It's 2-1.
I can't deal with you, man.
What do you mean? We're just talking about your journey through
that's
high school sports. 2-1. Pitch is a looper foul on the first base. But I really believe that. I mean, I just think functional athleticism, and I know nothing about this, but it just seems to me that if you just push your body in all these different ways, it will only benefit you.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I think about like when I was playing basketball and playing defense, lateral movement, it helped me as an infielder. You know, is working side to side.
2-2 is swung on and missed. Fastball struck him out. Top of the zone. Chris Morel is gone. Couple of punch outs for Giolito. He's rolling. 3.5 in the books. 2-0 Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
College holds a mythic place in American culture. On the new Campus Files podcast, we uncover the scandals you won't hear on the campus tours. Find Campus Files on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A spring day is the most righteous time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice-cold refreshment to answer.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
This is Scott McFarlane of McFarlane Energy. I'm proud to announce we've received more than 3,000 five-star Google reviews. And as a thank you, we're offering $500 off a new heating or air conditioning replacement, in addition to utility rebates. As a family-owned business since 1946, our goal has been to deliver the best combination of price, expertise, and equipment to all of Eastern Massachusetts and the Cape. This summer, if you need a new air conditioning system, beat the summer rush and let our family help yours. Visit McFarlaneEnergy.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
You're listening to live play-by-play action of the Boston Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Trevor Story going to lead it off as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Greek night at Fenway Park. Greek-themed jerseys all over the place. Trevor lines one into left field. That's a base hit. It could be 2. Trevor's going to round first. He'll take the big turn. He'll stop and start. Wide throw. And it's a leadoff double for Trevor Story.
I mean, that's a great read by Trevor. That's why you take a hard turn, because left fielders come up rushing just like that. It's a little wet in the grass out there. That one sailed all the way to the first baseman, Yandy Diaz. As soon as Trevor saw the trajectory of that ball, he just continued right on to second base. Great
Little
read.
things like that really matter,
Yes.
Will. And it's been so frustrating that the Red Sox have not won more here at home, because there's so many intricacies to this place that should be a huge advantage.
Should take advantage. Things just like that.
Here is Marcelo Maye, who takes outside. They're going to score that a single and an error, which
That's fair.
I guess is right, because he had sort of put on the brakes a little bit.
Yeah.
Marcelo flied to left his first time. 2-0 Sox, bottom 4. Pitch. Swinging a drive down the right field line. Yanked way deep, but foul. That was just off course.
Heads up in the Sam Adams deck.
They need a heads up down there. They're having a good time. Marcelo hit his first home run at Yankee Stadium. The New England Chevy dealers question of the night: when would you like to see the automated, easy for me to say, ball strike, automated, be implemented? Marcelo takes a ball and a changeup. That misses low, and it's 2-1. The options are yesterday, which I would vote for, wait until next year, or I don't want to see it ever. Who would ever say never? Come on.
So I voted yesterday.
Me too. 2-1 to Marcelo. The pitch is chop foul. I know that I got some grief for the end of the game, saying there was bad umpiring. That was not the main reason the Red Sox lost the game. Not at all.
No.
But it was a big factor.
Of course. Yeah. You've seen it all across baseball. And I think realistically, I think it could be in place next year. Honestly.
It should be at the All-Star break this year. We have it. Do it. 2-2. The pitch. Swinging a ground ball up the middle. Story started, now stops. That was unlucky for Anthony. Good play there by Pepio. Just not far enough to his right, and there's one away.
Yeah, great job by Trevor. You're seeing this ball through. If it gets past the pitcher, you move up. And he was already headed to third, but he threw on the E-brake right there, got back to second base.
So he's stuck on second, and here's Christian Campbell, that 4th inning bell. Brought to you by Russell Hackman and the team at Hackman Wealth Partners, Boston's premier retirement planning specialists. Pitch to Campbell. High fastball. Very gradually, and all of a sudden, I think Trevor Story's really starting to feel himself.
Sure is.
I think it reflects itself on both sides, too. Defensively, he has been awesome.
Yeah, 4-game hit streak now.
1-0. Campbell. Trevor runs. The pitch is grounded toward third. It's beautifully backhanded there by Camineri. Throws to first in time. That's really unlucky. Story took off, and because of that, Camineri went toward the line and was in position to make the play on a hot shot by Campbell, who is still waiting on the bag. I'm not sure why. I mean, Ramon Vasquez is talking to Mike Brenly. What could they be looking at here?
Maybe it was foul?
Maybe so.
I didn't think so.
Well, you can't challenge that in front of the bag. So if that's what it is,
he caught it. I think he caught it behind the bag.
But if it hits the ground before the base, not a reviewable play. Now that's just such a bad break.
Trevor taking off, but then having the wherewithal to stop.
Yep.
Right, and most guys just run into the tag there once you get going. But yeah, to your point, that's likely at least a diving play. Maybe they don't throw him out, or even a double.
Here's Cedon. 2 out. Trevor at first. At second, I should say. And a slider misses inside for ball 1. We need the challenge system. We just do. Maybe they were wondering whether it was catcher's interference.
Yeah, it was a backswing, and he smoked Danny Jansen on his backswing.
1-0 to Cedon. Pitch is popped up. Man, that's a pitch he needs to murder. I mean, that is a hanging slider in a 1-0 count. I know it's hard to hit. I know that. But at this level, you don't see many pitches on that sort of spin level and in that part of the zone.
Yeah, and that's just a product of Pepio having a good fastball and having you just enough off of that because you know you have to be ready for the heater.
It's a great point. 1-1 to Cedon. Pitch is a heater, high. He did not go around, and it's 2-1. That's the art of pitching, isn't it? And why hitting is so hard.
Yep, that's it.
4th inning brought to you by Cars for Kids. The easiest way to get rid of your old car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. 2-1, another hitter's count. Pitch is fouled right underneath us. Lou Merlone did not have a chance, but that was directly underneath his shoes.
They never come in lightly, do they? That thing's coming in 80 miles an hour.
You could have made that play, and Lou could have too. OB, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, OB is, if it's ever headed in the booth, I've never witnessed him stay in his seat. He's in the floor.
Underneath. 2-2 to Cedon Rafaela. Pitch is swung on a miss. He got him in. That's just good stuff there from Pepio. Good break for the Rays. Sox leave another in scoring position after 4 at Fenway. 2-0 Red Sox. The Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
On my podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, we share the keys to succeed in business and in life. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, wherever you get your podcasts.
A spring day is the most righteous time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice-cold refreshment to answer.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Yes, I love this game. IXL is actually a learning app that helps them excel in math, science, language arts, even social studies. But it's so fun, my kiddo calls it a game.
Yes, I'm crushing it.
Yeah, you are. He loves the awards and motivating feedback on IXL. It's one of his favorite things to do after school. He loves the challenge. I love the results.
Yes.
IXL, the learning program 16 million students trust. Try it today at IXL.com.
Hey, what was the name of that learning app again?
Oh, IXL.
And it's really helping your kids?
Oh, yeah. IXL figures out where each kid needs support and gives them the practice they need.
Go Chipmunks! Go Chipmunks! So my 3rd grader and my high schooler could both use IXL?
Yep.
Are we talking about IXL?
Do your kids use IXL too?
Sure do. Research shows 20 minutes a week helps improve kids' test scores.
Go Chipmunks! IXL, the learning program 16 million students trust. Try it today at IXL.com.
Art, Fitzy, and Johnson.
Weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Josh Lowe to lead it off in the top of the 5th. Red Sox leading 2-0 thanks to a double from Roman Anthony. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Max Fried, we saw him at Yankee Stadium. Flaherty, Fried, and Giolito. Pretty good rotation for Harvard Westlake. I know that's a story well told, but it is absolutely absurd. The 0-1 is a strike. Talking to the people around the Yankees, they could not have possibly raved more about the pitcher and the man that is Max Fried.
Oh, Susan Waldman. She loves him.
0-2. Pitch is called a ball. That was very close. A changeup. That is 1-2. So fun to catch up with Susan in New York.
She's a legend, man. It's when you're around the game that long, you have so many stories. You know everybody. It's just that's one of the best parts.
Giolito throws low, chops one to first. Toro should take it himself. He does. He gloves over to the bag in time. And there's one away. League leaders in Who's Circling the Drain, presented by Drains by James. Commercial drain cleaning and pipelining. It's their Eastern Mass's leader. Residential and commercial. Drains by James. They give a poop about your pipes. We very rarely lean on the people who are the worst at things, but I do get the sense that the people at Drains by James want us to do that, so we'll lean in today as Caballero.
Speaking of Doug Lane.
He's down here. Oh, and 1 to Caballero. Let's do some base running today. What do you think?
Base running?
See who the slowest people are in baseball. I'm into it.
Salvador Perez.
Here's a pitch to Caballero that misses a changeup, and it's 1-1.
Trying to do it without looking.
Okay.
Slowest sprint speed.
All right, so the lead sprint speed in the game is Bobby Witt Jr. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Then it's amazing. Byron Buxton, Victor Scott, Yohan Rojas, and Trey Turner. That's amazing. And flip it over. Here's a pitch that is outside. You're on the right track. The slowest sprint speed in the game, Martin Maldonado.
Oh, yeah. I'll play with him.
Rowdy Tellez, Jacob Stallings, Sam Huff. Where'd you play with him?
Oh, Maldonado in Milwaukee. Milwaukee.
Los Brewers. 2-1 with 1 down. The pitch is outside. That was close. Now, Giolito pitching here in the 5th with 1 down and the base is empty. The Red Sox really happy that he's done so well, and they need more from him. They need length. Let's see if I can do the Red Sox sprint speed in inverse order. We should be able to get those. 3-1 the pitch. Swinging a foul back to the screen.
I would go Duran. Oh, excuse me, Hamilton.
Yeah, got to be Hammy, right?
Hammy, Duran. Got me going now. Romy, maybe? Trevor Story, Romy around the same.
Cedon is actually 3rd, the 3-2 pitch. And it's ripped down the left field line foul. So, yeah, Hamilton, Duran, Rafaela, Story, and then Marcelo Mayer, actually, in a small sample.
Oh, okay.
Run well.
All right.
And then Romy's 6th. I'll say it very quietly that the slowest are Casas, Devers, and Narvaez. Which, catchers, it's all right. 3-2, high fastball. He walked him. So, Caballero, that is a no-no for Giolito. That, all walks are not created equal. He's got kind of a wry smile on his face, does Lucas. I mean, he's going to go here.
He leads the AL in steals. He did last year as well. You know he's going. So now you got to really work to control the run game. Mix your looks, have some holds, mix in pick and a pitch out if you need to. But Mangum up at the plate, been swinging a good bat, so you really can't lose total focus of your batter here.
No, you cannot. 110th pitch of this game brought to you by 110 Grill, gluten-free dining done right. 110 Grill, proud to be an official partner of the WEEI Red Sox radio network. Abraham Toro, the 8th best sprint speed, still sort of in the upper half of the big leagues. That's impressive. 2-0 Sox, top 5. Giolito in a little mini jam here. Caballero, huge lead over there. Held by Toro. He's going to go. And a throw over first, but not even close. I mean, he's got one of those sort of like sidestepping running leads, and he's just unafraid.
Well, the thing you see with these base stealers, they maximize their leads. They know exactly the lead they can get and still just barely get back. So they gain a half a step on a lot of people just by that.
You know, Dave Roberts talks so much about that, about the work that Maury Wills did with him. And it was those two elements, not only getting as big a lead as you can, but then just reading and getting the perfect jump. As fast as Caballero is, he doesn't need a perfect jump.
Right. Same thing with Hammy, right?
Myers way in at third. I don't think Mangum's going to bunt here. Caballero, I mean, he's 20 feet off the bag almost. They throw behind it first, and a better throw would have gotten him.
Yeah.
I mean, they had him on a huge secondary lead. I'm stunned he didn't go, because shuffling away from the bag, he was way off to the races.
Yeah, and Narvaez, it was a tough throw for him with Mangum in there because he had to throw around the left-handed batter. He almost had to step back and throw sidearm around him, so he didn't get as much on the throw.
Well, here we go. We've said it so many times with Duran and Hamilton that it's not just the running you're worried about. You can lose focus on the hitter, too.
That's 2 disengagements now.
Yeah, I mean, that's just an absolute telegram that says, go ahead. He's going to run right here. He is.
I still want to see a pickoff here. Just get him.
He's so far off the bag. Step off. Here's a swing and a miss. Don't you think, Will, that if he spins there, they can get him?
100%.
Like, isn't Toro supposed to yell at him? Hey, hey. I mean, literally, he's way past the cutout. He's dancing off the bag by, 15 feet? 1-1 to Mangum. 1 on, 1 out. Big lead again. Not going and not throwing. A fastball swung on and missed 1-2. This is some gamesmanship here.
It really is. This is just a little bit of a chess game, right? It's like, I think Caballero is so worried about a pitch out, and he keeps looking in and not going. And now would be a good time for it.
It's almost like he's more worried about the throw over than he is about going. And if you throw over, you can get him, but if you don't get him at first, it's a balk.
Yeah, but he's so far off, and he's just moving and inching towards second.
He is halfway down the line. He's going. A fastball is a pitch out, but not close. He's that fast, that good. Narvaez bounced the throw on the first base side. I mean, look, it is so easy to see it from up here. Giolito's back is to the base runner. To me, Will, I get the pitch out. To me, that's 3 pitches in a row. If Lucas just spins, they're going to pick him off.
And that's one of those times, like, Marcelo probably won't do it because he's so young, but that's a point where you say, hey, next time he's on and you've picked off twice, if I give you some type of key, pick.
He's running again. He's halfway down, 2-2. His line foul on the third base side. This guy takes a hopping running lead that's 30 feet off the bag.
So kind of back to what I was telling you with Marcelo being able to, like, give a little hand flash or something, because he can time up, because he can see the base runner and he can time up his little hops, and as soon as he gives you that flash, you turn and pick.
Well, and even if it's young in his career, maybe Marcelo just needs to vocalize it. This dude's getting a huge lead. 2-2. The pitch is down and in, a changeup. And again, here is that sort of trickle-down effect.
Yes.
The pitcher's worried about the runner.
100%, right? He got ahead. It was a 1-2 count, and now he's trying to make the perfect pitch, but he's also trying to mix his looks because Caballero's getting so far off the bag.
Got to focus on the hitter here. 3-2.
A little inside move right here, though.
Giolito looking. He throws, and a fastball inside ball 4. So that's really equal parts Mangum and Caballero, and now the tying runs are aboard with 1 out. Going to bring up Danny Jansen, the 9-hole hitter.
2-3-2 walks in a row there. We'll get the pitch count starting to rise. He's up to 73 now.
Starting to stretch out in the bullpen. Subaru of New England scoreboard. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 25 Subaru. That's SubaruofNewEngland.com. Tigers in Baltimore leading 5-1. Man, has Detroit been awesome. Pitch to second into the outfield. That's just awful from Giolito. Caballero's up to third. Up to second goes Mangum. He totally yanked the throw on the first base side of the bag, and the Rays have the tying runs in scoring position.
This is just Caballero getting in his head. We saw it in the last at bat with the walk. We see him there trying to steal an out. At this point, look, if you weren't going to throw any in that last at bat, you really got to just try to lock in here with Danny Jansen up it.
Here comes Andrew Bailey to talk it over. I mean, look, now the Red Sox with 61 errors. They've allowed 40 unearned runs. That's most in baseball. And I'm with you, Will. I mean, especially with 1 out and the 8-hole hitter, I really, look, Giolito has been a great pitcher in his career, but it seems to me that the mindset in that situation should be, I don't care if he steals third because I'm going to get the hitter right here.
Right, 100%.
And then he's at third with 2 outs.
And that's kind of what it seemed like. Like he seemed focused on, he wasn't making any moves outside of the pick. He wasn't really staring down Caballero at second base. And then out of nowhere tries to spin and throw and do something crazy and throws it away.
So, again, an error comes at an awful time. And here now, Danny Jansen. Tying runs in scoring position. Yandy Diaz on deck. This is the key hitter right here, Jansen. 2-0 Sox. The pitch is a strike. I mean, it is to Caballero's credit. And it's why the Red Sox asked Hamilton and Duran and Cedon to do this sort of thing. He absolutely was between the ears of the Red Sox pitcher. 2-0 Sox. But second and third, the pitch is swung on and missed. Great changeup. And it's 0-2. And what's surprising and disappointing about that for Giolito is that, I mean, it's consecutive walks. He's been great tonight.
Oh, man, the changeup has been much better, right? He's been down in the zone pretty consistently.
Jansen singled his first time. 0-2, though, here. The pitch is high with a fastball. Easy take there, way up above the zone. Yankees lead 2-1 in KC. Toronto has all of a sudden gotten red hot. I mean, the Blue Jays are 6 over. They lead in St. Louis 3-0. 1-2. The pitch is drilled high and deep and foul on the left field line. That's why that swing right there is why last year at the deadline, Craig Breslow was sort of drawn to Jansen. He does have kind of a Fenway tailored swing, pull side power. 1-2. There's it, second and third. The pitch is drilled high and deep and down the left field line and foul. Don't do that again. Hanging changeup, and Jansen just missed a go-ahead homer.
Yeah, right after I said the changeup's been down all night, he hangs one right there and puts it on a tee for Jansen.
To me, that pitch would get the bullpen going. Totally. I know he's only thrown 78, and the bullpen is overworked. 1-2. Giolito in a real jam. He sets, he throws, and a fastball misses outside. This is really where the lack of length from the starters hurts you. Because ordinarily, I guarantee you, Alex would probably have double-barreled action going right now. 2-0 game in the 5th inning. Can't do it right here. 2-2. Pitch is swung on and missed. He blew him away with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. And that's a huge pitch for Giolito. But he is not nearly out of the woods because here comes Yandy Diaz.
He's not, but I know we talked about his changeup being good today, but his fastball's up a full mile an hour.
Yeah.
And I think that is a game changer for him once he can average around 95 or more.
That's his 4th strikeout. You worry so much about Diaz here, though. I mean, this is his 3rd look at him. He's twice grounded out. Giolito sets, he throws, and Diaz takes a beauty. A changeup in there for strike 1. Code word of the game is bat flip. Don't want to see that right here. Bat flip. Enter your code word in the member portal today. 0-1. They lead at second and third. 2-0 Sox. The pitch lined up the middle off the glove of Campbell. He cannot glove it. 1 run scores. Caballero comes home. It's a bullet. I mean, that was not an easy play for Campbell, but he went up the ladder and it did hit his glove. He just couldn't quite hang on, and it's a 2-1 ball game.
Yeah, it's smoked, right? It's an athletic play to leave his feet, and he gets glove on this. But it's almost like there's just a lack of major league plays being made in certain spots in this defense, and that's a play that just got to be made. It's a tough play. Don't get me wrong. He left his feet. That was not a routine play. But if the ball hits your glove in the middle of your glove, you got to squeeze that.
Well, and of course, for now, it's an unearned run because of the error by Giolito. So now here's the terror that is Brandon Lau. Facing Giolito for the 3rd time at the belt. He throws, and a swing and a miss at a fastball. I'm telling you right now, Will, in the owner's box, in the front office suite, they're thinking, we hate this spot right here.
Of course.
3rd time through, the stuff is down a little bit. Giolito's made some big pitches, but this is one that makes you hold your breath. 2-1 Red Sox, 1st and 3rd, 2 down. 0-1. The pitch is swung on and missed. He chased a high fastball. And it's 0-2.
That ball from Yandy Diaz was 108.5 off the bat. You knew it came off hot, but that was smoked.
0-2. Need to get him right here, and Giolito's going to step off and collect himself. Red Sox baseball brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Hurry in for your last chance to get employee pricing for all during the Great American Sales Event. 0-2. Giolito throws, and a swing and a high pop-up into shallow center field. Story out. In comes Cedon. Trevor calling everybody off, and Rafael at the last minute says, I got it. He makes the play, and the inning is over. Well, an unearned run for the Rays. We go to the bottom of the fifth. 2-1 Red Sox lead in the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history podcast created by me, Professor Greg Jackson. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
A spring evening is the ideal time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice-cold refreshment to answer.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Take Boston sports with you wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Jarren Duran leads it off as we go into the bottom of the fifth inning. 2-1 Sox. Jarren fouls it back. He's had a 7-game hitting streak tonight. Jarren walked and struck out. Pepio's impressive. He's thrown 84 pitches. Roman Anthony got him for a 2-run double. Duran, Devers, and Toro. Herb Chambers batting order brought to you by Herb Chambers. Mini of Boston is Duran. Swings and misses at a changeup, and it's 0-2. Feels like a big turn through the lineup for the Red Sox as Giolito's wobbled a little bit. It's another one of these nail-biting games like we have just about every single night.
Always.
Wouldn't it be great to have a little breathing room? 0-2. Duran way back in the batter's box, feet close together. Pitch is outside. Fastball. Normally when Duran comes back here, that green monster beckons. Last time we were in town for that series with the Angels, in 3 games, he had 4 balls off the green. 1-2. Pitch. Duran swings and misses. That's a great fastball from Pepio. Bottom of the zone. There's one away.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised nobody up yet for the Rays. They're starting to move around. That third time through the lineup, Pepio 5.71 ERA. But their bullpen's been used a lot here over the last few days as well.
No doubt, including last night. They went all in. They do have some super impressive arms out there. 1 out, base is empty. The pitch to Devers, way outside, a changeup. And that sounds weird. He's a rookie. It's his 2nd game, but I feel like you want to give Anthony a third look at Pepio if you can.
Yeah.
1-0 to Devers, the pitch. Swing and a miss. Raffi's going for it. And I think, look, he, in a good way, because he's hitting fastballs up above the zone. He did it twice in New York for homers. He did it here at Fenway against the Angels. 1-1. The pitch. Swinging a high pop-up, foul side of third. Long run over for Caminero, and he'll get there to make a basket catch. And foul ground for out number 2. To me, though, Will, it's amazing. It's sort of a catch-22. You'll take it because when he's going to launch like that and catch up to fastballs, it's a great thing. But I think Raffi is a little less patient these last few days.
Yeah, totally. Right. He was so patient there for a while, right? The walk rate was way up, the chase rate way down. A little more active, a lot more aggressive, I guess is the word.
Also means he's feeling good, which you'll take as Toro pops one up in a shallow left field. Actually, foul side of the third base bag again. And on 2 consecutive foul outs, Red Sox gone very quickly. After 5, 2-1 Sox. Over the Rays and the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Wherever you're headed, there's a Chevy built to get you there. Choose from a family of smart and stylish SUVs, including the all-new Equinox or hard-working trucks like Silverado. It's ready, steady, and strong. See your New England Chevy dealers.
Fresh and delicious and now on sale. Hey, it's Joe. Mangoes and Hass avocados at Shaw's and Star Market. When you shop today through Thursday, pick up fresh mangoes or Hass avocados for just 79 cents when you use the digital coupon, limit 6. When you shop with the Shaw's app, you get amazing deals and earn points on every purchase. Short on time? Enjoy free curbside pickup or get delivery. Don't miss big savings on mangoes and Hass avocados. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network.
The Christian Arcand Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
To the top of the 6th inning we go. The Red Sox, a 1-run lead over the Tampa Bay Rays. It's 2-1. Lucas Giolito is back to the mound. It'll be Caminero, Aranda, and Morel. This feels like sort of a perilous half inning for Giolito, who's been really, really good. If you want to win free groceries for a year, prizes like $500 in Shaw's gift cards, or make your kid a honorary bat kid under the Shaw's and Star Market Grand Slam Summer Sweepstakes. Spend $50, get your code, and enter. Official rules at GrandSlamSummerSweeps.com. Pitch black skies overhead. A light fog in downtown Boston. Giolito throws to Caminero. Drives one foul on the first base side. I don't want to be doom and gloom, but we watch enough baseball games. Giolito's been really good, but this is a real test for him this third time through.
Oh, it sure is. These guys have just seen his stuff, right? They start getting timing on him, and also he's starting to lose a little velocity.
0-1. He is outside, a slider, ball and a strike.
That's when he gets hit around. When he has these bad outings, the fastball's 92, 93, and the changeup is just not as effective that way. Doesn't get the swing and miss on the fastballs.
1-1 to Caminero. 2-1 Sox. Giolito into the wind. He throws. Ground ball is live. There a line drive foul right back underneath you. And it's 1-2. You know, Lucas does something that no modern pitcher really does. And that is he sets up on the third base side, kind of straddles the rubber, and then he brings his right plant foot all the way over, slides to the first base side. These days, everybody tries to streamline their deliveries. 1-2. Giolito throws. And a fastball a little bit high. And it's 2-2. You have met my great friend Jake Green out in L.A. He comes to Anaheim every time we go there. Looking forward to seeing him on the upcoming road trip. And Jake is listening tonight with a great Red Sox fan. 2-2 from Giolito is chopped toward third. Maye plays a beautiful second hop. He picks and throws to first in time, and there's one away. That was beautiful from Maye.
Look, when I see those choppers, right, where that swing of the bat, first bounce right in front of the plate's a big hop. And as a third baseman, the old third baseman in me, I'm thinking, go get it before it gets to that second hop, because you get that awkward in-between hop. Maye tries to get there, doesn't get there in time, and has to field a tough tweener hop, but he is just Cali smooth, in the words of Loomer.
That's it. I'll tell you what, these last couple days, Red Sox have really played good infield defense as Jonathan Aranda takes a swing and a miss at a fastball. I would never call Jake Green Cali smooth. He's a Minneapolis guy, but he is with a great Red Sox fan, Howie Cornwall from Milford, Connecticut. The 0-1 pitch is down and in. And I'm hearing from Jake that Howie likes to drive into the woods in Connecticut and just dial up Red Sox radio. We probably owe him some pension for that. 1-1 to Jonathan Aranda. 2-1 Sox in the sixth. The pitch is ripped foul down the first base side.
You owe him some pension.
I do. You know, it is amazing, Will, how often we hear from people who live and die with the Red Sox. It's such an honor to be here, to do these games, to be a part of the narrative of any season. You wore the uniform. I'm just talking head.
But how often off air do we talk about how much we feel lucky to do what we do with this market, with this team of people, with this fan base? So it is fun.
1-2 is ripped down the right field line and foul outside the pole. Pesky pole, that is. Apparently Howie once had a little shouting match with Needle Nose Johnny Pesky. You know, sometimes I think people probably hear it in our voice, the passion on both sides. Excitement when the Red Sox win, disappointment when they don't. Here's a little blooper in the right field. Roman coming on. He will dive and make the play! On a grab by Anthony! Sliding and then just picked it off the turf with his red glove. Have a night, Roman.
I didn't think there was any chance him getting to this ball. I thought he might be a little passive with it after that tough error last night, thinking, okay, I just want to keep this in front of me. This is a one-run game. That's a risky play by a right fielder in this type of ball game. Leaves his feet into a feet-first slide and just picks it off the top of the grass.
Can I tell you how much I love that Roman's glove has gold lacing on it? That was slick. Here's Chris Morrell. Takes a fastball high for ball one. Anyway, thanks to Howie for listening in Connecticut. I love all of our diehard fans, and we're just dying in the next few weeks to get this thing turned around for people like Howie. The 1-0 pitch swung on and missed, a changeup, and it's 1-1. Tony Anthony's got a smile on his face. I mean, what a night this is for him. I really can only dream of what that must feel like. 1-1 is driven high and deep toward the triangle in right center field. Stefan back by the bullpen. He will hold up right in front of the 420 and make the play, and the inning is over. What a grab by Roman, what a running catch by Stefan. We go to the bottom of the sixth, 2-1 Red Sox in the Shaw's and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
What We Spend is a new podcast that explores something we almost never talk about. Every week, you'll hear a different guest share everything they spend their money on. What We Spend is available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A spring evening is the ideal time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice-cold refreshment to answer.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Massachusetts Fallen Heroes and Innovets. Honor our fallen and empower vets all year. Get involved by supporting career programs, Gold Star families, and more. Visit massfallenheroes.org. Brought to you by Walmart, proudly supporting veterans in our community.
The cost of summer vacations has gone up. From burgers on the grill How about the fare increase now for the Cape Cod tunnel permits? FindMassMoney.gov wants you to know you may have summer vacation money coming to you don't even know about. Enter your name at FindMassMoney.gov. The money could be coming to you from forgotten bank accounts, payroll, refund checks, insurance proceeds. Before you find your tan line this summer, let's see if you got some money coming to you from FindMassMoney.gov. FindMassMoney.gov. It's fast, easy, and free.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now, back to the play-by-play action.
Carlos Narvaez to lead it off for the Red Sox. As we go into the 6th inning, Narvaez, Anthony, and Story. Jemai Webster's on his rear end in front of the Anthony clan in the seats. And I think Jemai might get himself a very cool moment here as Roman's going to bat second here.
That's got to be girlfriend, right?
I would think so.
#1 prospect in baseball. Her, not him.
I was going to say, here's the pitch to Carlos. Foul back to the screen. You know, Carlos's double is an underrated part of this game because it brought Roman up. And so he could drive in 2. He just absolutely looks the part.
He does. He looks like a creative player on like MLB The Show.
He does. There's a curveball that misses low, 1-1. Copyrighted broadcast presented by authority of the Red Sox may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. Accounts and descriptions may not be disseminated to express written consent of EEI and the Red Sox. 1-1. Narvaez chops it foul outside of third. And then it's 1-2. I mean, look, so many #1 prospects have come and gone and not lived up to the hype. It is really sort of a creation of the industrial complex of baseball. 1-2 pitch is a foul ball. Carlos couldn't stop his swing. However, most of the time, you get to that status by doing a lot of wonderful things and sort of just jumping off the page. And it's clear that Anthony definitely is that guy. 1-2 to Narvaez. Here's the pitch. Carlos takes strike 3. He knew it. That's a fastball right there. Jemai continues to interview Mom as Roman steps to the plate.
This would be good timing for the homer, huh? During the family interview, just have him go absolutely berserk.
Would it be the most viral clip that Nesson has had in years? And by the way, I told you I had a hunch about this guy. Right here. 2-1 Red Sox, 1 out. The pitch is a fastball outside. It is such a part of Roman Anthony's DNA. He just dominates the strike zone. He finds his pitch to hit. 1-0 with 1 out. Pitch to Anthony is outside. Another great take. And it's 2-0. 2-1 Red Sox, bottom 6. Pepio going to try to regroup a little bit. 2 balls, no strikes. Here's the pitch. Anthony swings and chops one to first. Diaz has it. Little belt high grab. Walks it himself to the bag, and they're 2 away. It is a typical Anthony at bat, though. Get yourself to a leverage count. Take a big rip.
Well, he got a cookie right there, 2-0 middle in, and just rolled it over. A little quick to it. Probably, we talk about the emotions and the nerves and trying to do a little much, which he's looked so calm, but you see a pitch like that, your eyes light up.
2 down now for Trevor Story, who singled and popped out. The pitch is strike on the outside corner. That's one thing, as the Red Sox look to refine him. I think they want to improve his outfield defense for sure, but definitely too many ground balls in the minor leagues. I mean, the rate of that was too high, but as a curveball misses to Story for ball 1, I really don't want to fixate on that because he puts the ball in play.
Well, a product of that is his hand-eye coordination is so good, he doesn't swing and miss,
1-1. Trevor takes the ball outside of fastball, 2-1.
So you have, which I kind of like with Cedon early in the count. If he's fooled and he's going for it, he just swings through it. And he lives, I'd rather you be 0-1 than 0-1, if that makes sense.
No question. 2-1 is swung on a miss. That was a slider that go to the bottom of the zone, and it's 2-2. It's a great point. I mean, he's going to put the ball in play. He does not swing and miss. I mean, he does, just not that often. 2-1 Red Sox, 2 down, bottom 6. Story appears to have sort of turned a corner here. 2-2 is outside. Really good take. Actually pretty easy in the end. 97 way outside. And it's 3-2. Arbella Insurance Foundation dedicated to striking out cancer. By supporting the Jimmy Fund. Every strikeout from a Sox pitcher during the year, Arbella donates $50 to the Jimmy Fund. 3-2. Pitch. Swinging a foul on the first base side. Now, one thing that I love about Roman's mom tonight is that she just got the phone in the purse. She just taken in every second of this night.
Yeah.
Because you know all of her friends are non-stop blowing her up.
She's probably got 200 text messages right now.
But it's just great to soak it all in. And she's got the recorder going. 3-2. Story swings and fouls it off.
Ooh.
That took a bite out of both the catcher and the home plate umpire, Marvin Hudson. And again, anybody who's a parent can relate to this, where you don't raise your kids to be big league ball players. You don't. You hope, you pray. They rented an apartment down in Broward County so that he could go to Stoneman, one of these great high school programs. They've made so many sacrifices. They've raised, by all accounts and what we can tell, a very heady, humble young man. But what it must feel like to be here tonight in this ballpark watching him really in Technicolor in one of the great cathedrals of American sport. The 3-2 to Story is fouled again off the catcher, Danny Jansen. It stays 3-2.
And just the change in a couple days, right? You're in Worcester trying to find out, what do I need to do to get to the big leagues? Am I going to get my shot soon? And now you're here. You have your first double, 3 RBIs. In a couple days, and now you're on the railing discussing your at-bats with Alex Bregman.
Pretty good. And is it any surprise to any of us that Bregman's right on his shoulder?
Absolutely not.
From the moment Alex showed up in spring training, he gravitated on purpose to those guys. 3-2 to Trevor Story. 2-1 Sox in the bottom of the 6th. Here's the pitch, and it is swung on it and crushed deep to left field. Goodbye. Hello, Lansdowne. Story launches, and it is 3-1 Red Sox.
Yeah, cue the light show. Heads up on Lansdowne. That was obliterated. What an at-bat by Trevor. I mean, he's been waking up, hard contact, taking tough pitches, gets one up in the zone. These are the pitches we saw him not even able to foul off early in the season, and now he is taken off.
He gets the Wally mask on from Duran, high fives from the whole dugout, including Roman Anthony. And what a shot for Story. I cannot wait for the tail of the tape on that one. Absolute bomb.
About 400 feet, 108 off the bat to dead left. Cue Mr. Brightside.
You just have to love it. Let it rip a little bit, Doug Lane, would you? Red Sox lead it 3-1. There are 2 outs. Roman Anthony's second big league game, and it's a party at Fenway. Adios. Trevor will be back after this pitching change and slow down in the action. 3-1 brought to you by Iserby and the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
During this call to the bullpen, you could sign up for Ford Pass. It's the app that puts your Ford ownership experience right in the palm of your hand. With the Ford Pass app, you can access complimentary remote features like start-stop, lock-unlock, schedule a start, locate your vehicle, or get your vehicle's status on the Ford Pass app when your vehicle is equipped with Ford Pass Connect. Get started by downloading the Ford Pass app on the App Store or Google Play.
With McValue at McDonald's, you don't just get deals on the drinks, you get deals on McDonald's drinks. So when you're breaking a sweat, embrace the chill without breaking the bank. And when your crew is running on empty, keep your wallet full while refreshing the squad.
Don't just pass the vibe check. Ace it with drinks like Coke Zero, Dr. Pepper, or any size soft drink for $1.39. Price and participation may vary, cannot be combined with any other offer. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
It's even better.
Tampa Bay Rays, and he'll see one of the other big 3, Marcelo Mayer, With 2 down. Pepio was really good, but the Red Sox just got the better of him. A 2-run double from Anthony and an absolute shot by Trevor Story. 3-1 Red Sox. Now the bullpen gets going in real earnest. Garrett Whitlock has a baseball. We'll have the 7th at least. Marcelo digs in. He takes a strike on the outside corner. I said it earlier in the game. I really believe it. I think these 3 guys together are going to feed off one another and just push each other every day. The pitch to Maye. Changeup swung on and missed, and it's 0-2.
I know we're talking about the kids right now, but I'm still in awe of that homer that Trevor just hit. That ball's off the plate in. He keeps it fair. And I'm telling you, the other day, when he pulled that 2-seamer from Loizaga, and I said, this is it, that was the feel he needed. He's getting to pitches now.
0-2. Maye waits. Pitch. Swinging a miss, he got him on a changeup. You know, Alex Cora said that about the pitch he pulled against McGill in Milwaukee. I think it started right there. An absolute shot for Story. Doubles the Red Sox lead. We go to the 7th inning. Garrett Whitlock coming on. 3-1 Sox. On the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a back seat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
Looking for a career that offers a 6-figure income, world-class health benefits, and a fixed benefit pension? With just a high school equivalency certificate in fluent English, you can join us. We have excellent education incentives. I started with just a high school diploma, and now I can provide my family with a great life. The benefits are amazing and the job security is unbeatable. Become a correctional officer by applying today at doc.ri.gov/apply.
Baseball is back. The 2025 MLB season is upon us. So what's the easiest way to keep up with all the big stars, top scores, and fun storylines from the night before? What's the solution? Is there a secret?
Chocolate milk and squats. That's the secret.
Not quite, Pete, but there is the Morning Lineup podcast, a quick, less than 10-minute morning highlight show from MLB. It airs Mondays through Fridays on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you get your podcasts. You bring the chocolate milk, we'll bring the baseball news.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
To the bullpen we go. Garrett Whitlock on the mound for the 24th time. He swings and fouls, does Josh Lowe. A sinking fastball right back on one. You know, I did not ask Alex Cora this for the game, but Aroldis Chapman has pitched 3 straight days. I think he's down today.
He should be, yeah.
I think the plan is probably Whitlock for 2 and Weissert for the 9th as the 0-1 misses down and in. Maybe Wilson in the 8th. Maybe.
It's a good call.
1-1 to Lowe. What a shot from Trevor Story. Pitch is a grounder foul outside of first. By the way, he is. What's so interesting and wild about Story is that in the Colorado days, one of the freak athletes in the whole sport, and everything came easy and natural to him. And what it must feel like for him to, for at least a brief moment, feel like himself again is a foul ball on the first base side. And with that comes a little personality. He's never going to be the most, outspoken, flashy player, but when he launched that ball to left, what a cool bat flip that was. On the follow-through on the third base side, he just let the bat go. The 1-2 is ripped to second, caught by Campbell. To his right, second time in as many nights. Campbell, good read, and there's one away.
Well, this one he didn't have to leave his feet, right? The Yandy Diaz 108 off the bat. He kind of jumped for it and clanked it off of his glove. That one he gets to in stride, catches it perfectly.
What a great at-bat that was.
9 pitches.
That was just fabulous. Here now is Jose Caballero. He takes a slider for strike 1. And Whitlock started the season as exclusively a 2-inning guy. Not so much anymore. 0-1 to Caballero. The pitch, high fastball. I really think this is Whitlock, Wilson, and Weiser. That would be my guess. And you do not want to put Caballero on. We've seen the havoc that he wreaks on the base paths. Yankees have exploded in KC. The 1-1 is a strike on the inside corner. Good slider. Subaru of New England scoreboard. It's going to be a Subaru summer. Find your 25 Subaru at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Yankees 5, Royals 1 in the 5th. Toronto is blown up in St. Louis as well as a swing and a miss by Caballero. High fastball, and he is gone 2 away. So 2 down for Whitlock. We take 10 seconds for station ID in the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Will Fleming, Will Middlebrooks, Jake Mangum swings at the first pitch from Garrett Whitlock. Now the play down the left field line. Doug Lane in the booth. Joe Braverman back in the flagship WEEI. Mangum has walked and grounded out. It is 3-1 Red Sox. Top of this 7th inning with 2 down.
I just love when Garrett Whitlock is aggressive with that sinking fastball.
Yep, 0-1 down and in. He's wanted to be, I think, for a while now.
Yeah. It's just when he's on, it's because of that, right? And the slider and the changeup are great, but they're just not as effective unless he's got his fastball. And he's kind of lost that a little bit this year. But the last couple outings, we've been seeing it more since that Atlanta outing.
1-1. Rip foul. You know, Nesson just had a great shot of Trevor Story. And I remember not 3 weeks ago when he kept struggling. It seemed like the game found him over and over again when he would fail with runners in scoring position, and they would show him on the infield just taking deep breaths of frustration. 1-2. Pitch is strike 3 called. Fastball pounded the inside corner. Unleashed the beast. Whitlock mows him down. We go to the stretch. More on Story when we return. 3-1 Red Sox. The Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a back seat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history podcast created by me, Professor Greg Jackson. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I don't know if you've heard, but iExcel is perfect for busy kids like me. It helps me practice everything we do in school. My mom calls it healthy screen time. I call it fun. Although, I guess I'm learning too. While other kids are rotting their brains out, I'm getting ahead in reading and catching up on math. iExcel actually makes math fun. iExcel works for busy kids and busy families like yours. Start learning today at iExcel.com.
A spring evening is the ideal time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice-cold refreshment to answer.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
This is Christian Campbell. You're listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Christian Campbell to lead it off for the Red Sox as we go into the bottom of the 7th inning. It'll be Campbell, Rafaela, and Duran for the Red Sox in the Herb Chambers batting order. Brought to you by Herb Chambers Pre-Owned Cars and Trucks. Campbell 0 for 2 tonight. Mason Englert continues. The pitch is a beauty. Strike cutter on the outside corner. It's 0-1. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan post-game show. Nissan here to help you save this summer. 1-1 to Campbell. Englert's got a very weird motion. He throws, and Campbell pops one down the right field line toward the seats behind the tarp, and it is a row into the seats.
You know, I'm going over the numbers here from Giolito's outing. 13 swing and miss.
Yep.
That's definitely a step up for him. I know the fastball was up in velocity. I know the changeup was actually commanded very well today. There's only one or two I can remember that he left over the middle of the plate. He was good.
Nesson just had an absolutely fabulous shot in the dugout of Jarren Duran going up to Trevor Story and rubbing the barrel of his bat on Trevor's left arm. Give me some of that.
Give me some.
0-2 to Campbell. Here's the pitch. Christian takes a ball. But Giolito's fastball command.
Yeah, it was up.
From the jump was excellent.
Yeah, up in the zone and just above. And it's just, if he wants to play that north-south game, that's where the fastball's got to live.
1-2. Campbell waits. Pitch is swung on a miss. He took a shot there at a fastball. He's gone. And there's one away. I think his front left foot is a little bit further away from that chalk line inside the plate.
Yeah, it is. But he's still just, he sees that pitch up and in. I mean, that was a strike, so he had to swing at it, but he's just still not getting to that. I need to see him taking that pitch earlier in counts. I know with 2 strikes, you got to swing at anything in the zone, but early in counts, they're going to attack him there. He's got to be able to lay off.
Here's a swing and a foul off the bat of Cedon. That hit metal on press row. Doink. It's 0-1. Poll results about the ABS system. 64% of our intelligent fan base says should have been here yesterday. 0-1 would have helped. Pitch way outside with a cutter. I can't believe 21% don't want it. That to me is absurd. Takes 5 seconds.
Yeah, I don't want things to be right either.
You rarely are. 1-1 to Cedon. The pitch is a high fastball, and it's 2-1. I will say I think we've gone too far in reviewing things. There are too many plays in all these sports that are up for debate. That doesn't mean that when you get easy fixes, you shouldn't use them. The 2-1 misses outside. Like, to me, replay should be for exactly that.
Yeah, get it right.
Getting the right plays right that change games.
Yeah, and you saw it some in spring training. The facilities that had the hardware to do it, it was quick. It was like 10 seconds.
That's great. 3-1. Ground ball up the middle and backhanded by the second baseman. Maye throws to first, not in time. Infield hit for Cedon. I'll tell you what, he is heating up. And he's aboard with one away in this bottom of the 7th inning.
There's just so many more hits out there when you can run like that.
Yeah.
Right? If you're an average runner, that's a heck of a play and you're thrown out. But with the speed of Rafaela, just absolutely no chance. He was safe by a full 2 steps.
You speak like a man with some experience in that.
Speak like a man that was a very average runner. I wish I had it.
Early in your career, you could move. Here's Duran, who takes down an. I mean, you're a big guy, so maybe not like elite sprint speed, but still, you could do it.
Wasn't a burner. I mean, when I was younger, before I really put on a lot of muscle, I could run a lot better.
See, that never happened to me. I never had that problem. Here's Duran waiting for a 1-0. Cedon at first. The pitch is a strike. Now, ordinarily 2-run lead, you'd think, Cedon maybe think about it. However, I think as good as Devers has been, Duran hard to double off, still only 1 out. I think Cedon's going to stay put here. I really do. 1-1 to Jarren. Englert sets. He throws, and Jarren swings and misses. It's 1-2. Now, watching Cedon, I'm not so sure. That looked like he was trying to time him up.
Yeah, he took that kind of hard flinch turn towards second as Englert went home. That, to your point, yes, he looks like he's trying to time him up.
You had 10 career stolen bases.
I just didn't run a lot.
1-2.
Also wasn't on base.
Pitch is popped up into right field. It's actually into the Bermuda Triangle. Back goes Lau, and it falls for a base hit. Great read by Cedon. He went halfway. He's up to second base. And for once, excellent base running for the Red Sox. And they got 2 on with 1 out.
And that extends now to an 8-game hit streak for Jarren Duran by dumping one in that triangle in no man's land. But great job by Cedon. He is halfway, just like you said. read it perfectly. As soon as he noticed it was down, slides in just in front of the throw.
I don't think any of the Rays fielders could have done much differently there. And now 2 on with 1 out for Raffi Devers, who's thinking about delivering an absolute haymaker here. And by the way, Jarren Duran just embraces Cedon around the helmet at first base. Finally, you know the conversations are ongoing. This is the evolution of a young team, Will. I know it's just one game, but you can start to feel and see what it could look like if they start to do this thing together.
Totally. And look, you have to... The best thing to learn is just experience it and live it and do it. And yes, fail, that's part of it. But then when you do things right and the young guys see things happen in front of their eyes actually happen in the correct way during the game, that's how you grow. And there's nothing worse than when you dump one in like that and a guy gets thrown out force play and all of a sudden it's a force out and not a hit.
That's why he's kissing him on the helmet. Exactly that. Here's Devers trying to put this game to bed right here. 3-1 Red Sox. Englert sets. Raffi's been swing happy. The pitch is swung on and fouled back. I mean, this is a different Devers. And again, I sort of love it. He's feeling himself. He might be chasing by just an inch, but he's trying to launch here tonight.
I mean, I don't blame him, right, for feeling how he does. Last 40 games, hitting .333, 12 homers, 43 RBIs. But on top of that, 33 walks.
I want him to ride when he feels this way. 0-1. As Englert steps off. You got fabulous speed on the bases right here. And both Rafaela and Duran. It's 3-1 Red Sox, bottom 7. Devers is single to right, struck out and fouled out. 0-1 the pitch. Inside, almost hit him. Cut fastball and it's 1-1. The Rays bullpen is quiet. So this is one of those rare moments over the last month where the Red Sox get a chance to sort of eat against a second-level bullpen arm. He's going to be out there for a while. 1-1. Englert throws. Devers takes one in. Cutter. And it's 2-1 with Abraham Toro on deck. Will, I believe we might feel the swing from up here that Raffi Devers is about to uncork.
It's a good guess. I would expect you could probably get a change up here from Englert.
2-1. Here's the pitch. Raffi swings and fouls it back.
Goodness. I mean, you just can't swing any bigger than that.
No.
I mean, he's dead on it. He's just under it right now. We've seen him under several today.
We've watched this hitter for a while. You just know that in that spot, lead 2-1, he's feeling it. Now he'll battle a little bit. 2-2. Englert is ready. The pitch is swung on and missed. Great sinking fastball. That's a nasty pitch from Englert. I mean, they put it up as a sinker. Almost looked like a changeup to me.
It sure did. His sinker's harder than that. His sinker's 93, 94. That was 89. I think that was a good changeup the way that fell off the table. That was a good pitch.
So you're now Abraham Toro. You just really don't mind Raffi being in that mindset there at all. So 2 on, 2 out. Here's Toro. Here's the pitch. And Abraham takes a strike on the outside corner. Change up. And it is 0-1. Nobody up in the bullpen, so it will be Whitlock for another inning. And then the idea, of course, will be Weissert, I think, in the 9th. Pitch to Toro. Swing and a miss. This guy has had some really good stuff tonight. And it's 0-2.
Yeah, he has a 6 ERA coming into today in 11 outings, but you can see the stuff is there if he's around the zone because he's sinking it, cutting it, got some good velocity.
No balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Toro takes a high fastball. Up and away. And it's 1-2. This time of night, this often happens. You get this big smoke cloud coming from behind us in the upper decks.
It's a new pope.
I wonder if they're cleaning grills back there.
It's got to be, because I was looking at it right when you said that. I was thinking it too.
1-2 to Toro. The pitch inside in the dirt, actually, and a sinker. That's a changeup again, I think. It's
normally
2-2.
when you see smoke like that, and you know where Big Papi is in the stadium. So that could be where his suite is. He is here tonight, by the way.
He was. How about those pants he had on? 3-1 Red Sox in the bottom of the 7th. 2 on, 2 out. Pitch is swung on and driven high and deep into right field at the track right in front of the bullpen. It is caught by Lowe. Toro just, and I mean just, missed that one. He flies out to the track. We go to the 8th inning. 3-1 Red Sox lead. Whitlock back to the mound of the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Unparalleled performance, innovative technology, premium aesthetics. TimberTech Decking at Riverhead Building Supply brings you all that and more. TimberTech endures year after year without fading, staining, or rotting. Learn more at rbscorp.com.
Time for dinner, kids.
The reason I gathered you here today is for a family strategy meeting. Johnny, after dinner, you get 34 minutes of counting practice on iExcel.
Only 30 minutes.
Meanwhile, Timmy, you get to use iExcel for your long division. And Dad, I don't see any broccoli on that plate. Mom, dinner looks excellent.
Let's do this. We've got to study. Tests are coming up, people.
The learning product families trust. Start learning today at iExcel.com.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Raising Cane's is the only fuel I need. Their chicken fingers always fill my tank. So when I'm running on fumes, I always refuel at Raising Cane's. But turns out, not everything's fueled by Cane's. Guess the old girl prefers her sauce unleaded. One love.
Most people would rather remove a nest of irate hornets than search for auto and home insurance. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com. I think I'll wait inside.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Garrett Whitlock for his second inning. You'll see Danny Jansen and the top of the Rays ordered. 3-1 Red Sox. Pitch black skies overhead. Whitlock fabulous in his first inning of work. Jansen, who knows Garrett well, takes a strike on the outside corner.
If Braverman was on it, he would come back to like some Snoop Dogg.
I really want to rejoin to some Sly and the Family Stone at some point. The 0-1 has fouled off. We lost Sly yesterday. One of the great innovators. Lost him at 82 years old. A guy who touched so many different genres of music. Inspired so many. The 0-2 just outside. So, but you want Snoop. I'm into it.
A few choices.
Yeah. 1-2 to Jansen. Down to $1.99. 5 homers. Pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. Great slider from Whitlock, and he has fanned 3 in a row.
It's a beautiful thing, right? You get chase outside of the zone when you're locating 96 with Super Sync. Just have no chance there to Danny Jansen.
Fresh, delicious, and now on sale. Mangoes and Hass avocados, Shaws and Star Market. Fresh mangoes and Hass avocados, 79 cents each. Easy for me to say. When you use the digital coupon, limit 6.
Was that a hiccup?
Beg your pardon. Yeah. Whitlock's got me a little emotional here as Diaz takes a fastball off the plate and away for ball 1. That one was fake.
Sure.
It was.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
1-0 to Diaz. 1 for 3. He takes all the way a slider. He was sitting fastball right there. Got spin, and it's 1-1. They love Joe Braverman. He's always on it. The 1-1 is on the ground to second. That is handled by Hamilton. He's in for defense. Throws to first in time, and there's 2 away.
They snuck him in here, didn't they?
They did. What a job by Giolito tonight.
It really was. I mean, he was so good. I mean, this is obviously he's had some tough outings where he didn't get past, a couple innings. That was great, not only for the bullpen, but just for the Sox to go out and score early, give him some run support, and then he could go to work.
Here's Lau, takes a ball. I'll tell you what, watching Whitlock See Lau in this ballpark takes me right back to October of 2021. And that game 3 when Vasquez hit the walk-off homer. Here's a high drive into right field. Back on it, Anthony at the track. Roman is there to make the play right in front of the wall. Nice job. And Whitlock 6 up, 6 down. Sweet Caroline will sound sweet tonight. 3-1 Red Sox in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
History That Doesn't Suck is a legit, seriously researched, hard-hitting history podcast told through entertaining stories. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Hey, what was the name of that learning app again?
Oh, iXL.
And it's really helping your kids?
Oh, yeah. iXL figures out where each kid needs support and gives them the practice they need.
Go Chipmunks! Chipmunks! So my 3rd grader and my high schooler could both use iXL?
Yep.
Are we talking about iXL?
Do your kids use iXL too?
Sure do. Research shows 20 minutes a week helps improve kids' test scores.
Go Chipmunks! iXL, the learning program 16 million students trust. Try it today at IXL.com.
Set yourself up for success. Their locally owned Benjamin Moore store proudly serves the New England area with more than just paint. They're here to support you and help you find everything you need to bring your projects to life. From expert advice to premium products, they'll help you every step of the way. Enjoy exceptional service and explore a selection of beautiful paint colors designed for lasting results. Visit Triborough Paint Center today and experience the difference that Benjamin Moore's quality products and personalized guidance can make.
I don't know if you've heard, but iXL is perfect for busy kids like me. It helps me practice everything we do in school. My mom calls it healthy screen time. I call it fun. Although, I guess I'm learning too. While other kids are rotting their brains out, I'm getting ahead in reading and catching up on math. iXL actually makes math fun. iXL works for busy kids and busy families like yours. Start learning today at IXL.com.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Now, so often there is no place like Fenway. And yeah, 4 or 5 years in a row, it's not often felt that way. But tonight, Anthony, a big night. Sox lead 3-1. And Sweet Caroline was sweet as Narvaez digs in. He takes a strike on the outside corner. Cut fastball from Englert. They're pushing this guy, Mason Englert. And a real chance for the Sox to expand the lead as Weissert gets up in the Sox bullpen. 0-1 pitch is way outside a fastball. And it is 1-1. You had to give Chapman the night off. And it's partially because Robert Stock couldn't get the job done Sunday in New York with a 6-run lead, 1-1. Here's the pitch. And it's low, but called a strike. Sinker, and it's 1-2. Narvaez has doubled and twice struck out. Stay tuned after the game. The Nissan post-game show. Nissan here to help you save this summer. Lower MSRPs on Rogue and Pathfinders. 1-2 is looped into right field. Actually hit pretty well. Low is backpedaling. He's there to make the play. On the screws, but one away. And here again comes Roman Anthony. Roman's got sort of an old school feel, a little MGMT to his walk-up music. 1 out in his 8th inning. He's the difference in this game. He takes a fastball cutter that misses high, and that is ball 1.
I just find myself locking in and watching his at-bats because he's hitterish up there.
Totally.
It just looks good.
1-0. Pitch is a strike. He'll do that. I mean, he wants to see pitches. Best chase rate, best swing and miss rate in the minor leagues. So much loud contact. 1-1 to Roman. Here's the pitch, and it is inside. changeup. That's the thing that excites everybody about him. I mean, tremendous bat to ball, but he doesn't chase pitches out of the zone very often. 2 balls and a strike to Roman Anthony. 1 down in the 8th. Pitch is swung on and driven high down the left field line. Off the end of the bat, it hangs up. Morel is in. He's there to make the play. That's a big league pitch right there. 2-1 changeup, and it fooled him a little bit, and they're 2 down.
Yeah, when cutter away, fastball in, and then changeup. They don't pitch rookies like they used to. There's way too much scouting reports out there on Roman Anthony. They know how to go after him.
Here's Trevor Story, who lifted off his last time. 3-1 Sox. Pitch is in there. Trevor was looking fastball again, which I love. I mean, he's gotten so many of them. That was a cutter in there for strike 1. 2 down. Bottom 8. 0-1. Pitch. Trevor takes outside. That was very close. Probably, I think, should have been called a strike. Was not, but it's 1-1.
Yeah. I got every bit of the zone. That's a gift as a hitter.
See if he can pay it off. 1-1. Pitch. Swing and a miss. That was a good cutter. Red Sox have 3 runs, 7 hits, and an error. They've not been that good with runners in scoring position tonight. They've left 6 on base. 3-7-1 for the Red Sox. 1-3-2 for the Rays. Updated box score brought to you by the Mass State Lottery. Let's make it the best night ever. Grab your friends, pick your numbers, and celebrate the night with Keno and the Mass State Lottery. 1-2 to Story. Pitch. Swing and a foul. Craig Weisert's going to have the top of the 9th inning. He's ready to go.
Engler's got a good little cutter changeup combination. He uses both righties and lefties. That was a good changeup right there, and Trevor got a piece of it staying alive.
Engler wants a new baseball. We've seen Trevor get so hot in stretches.
He's hit 353 in June so far.
Yeah. The calendar turned, and immediately it changed. 1-2. Pitch is swung on and missed. He got him with a curveball. It's really good. That's the first one that Engler threw, and I don't know what happened to his glove.
His glove flew off
behind the back of the mound, and the inning is over. Greg Weissert is going to try to close this thing down for the Red Sox. 3-1, 9th inning next. Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
College holds a mythic place in American culture. On the new Campus Files podcast, we uncover the scandals you won't hear on the campus tours. Find Campus Files on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A spring evening is the ideal time to invite some friends over, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and get outside. Because when the outdoors calls, it's good to have exhilarating ice-cold refreshment to answer.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Parents, it will be great seeing your kid playing as a professional, right? But the odds are stacked against you. Listen to the Next Pitch podcast to make sure you get the most out of youth sports. We'll give you expert advice to help your young athlete thrive. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
He's in a jam, and the pitching coach is headed out to the mound.
You okay, kid?
Coach, you ever think about your financial future?
Yeah, but not with the bases loaded in a full count.
Fair point.
Plus, there's Mass Mutual.
So, I should look into Mass Mutual?
Absolutely.
Can I borrow your phone? I left mine in my locker.
Yeah, but maybe after the game.
Another fair point, Coach.
Mass Mutual, official partner of the Red Sox. Learn more at massmutual.com.
Want to listen to WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Junior Caminero to face Greg Weissert as we go to the top of the 9th inning. This is his first 9th inning save situation of the year. 3-1 Sox. Caminero takes a fastball down and in. Greg, he has 2 blown saves, but one came in the 7th inning, one in extra innings in Detroit. Javi Baez hit a home run on a hanging slider. He's been so good as Weissert. 1-0 to Caminero, the pitch. He is grounded to short. Story backhands. He plants, throws to first in time. And there's one away.
I mean, I like that. As much as Weisert's been used over the last few weeks, if he could just have one of those quick, efficient innings here, save that arm a little bit.
I think everybody would appreciate that.
I think we could say that about anyone coming out of the bullpen at this point.
Get us off the EKG. 3-1 Red Sox. Here's Jonathan Aranda. He's going for 3 tonight. Weissert throws. And a strike on the outside corner. Slider in the back door, and it's 0-1. Attendance report. It's a packed house here, although thinned out a little bit in the late evening. Brought to you by Crispy Crunchy Chicken. If you're craving some crunch, get hand-breaded chicken tenders or a sandwich spiced just right. 0-1. That one misses. Sweeper outside, 1-1. Giolito was really good. Whitlock excellent for 2 innings, and now Weissert trying to tie a bow on this thing. 1 down in the 9th, 1-1 the pitch. High fly to deep left center field. Duran back in front of the National League scoreboard. He is there to make the play. Just in front of the wall, and they're 2 down.
I love that when he got to the wall and turned his back and figured, okay, this is going to be close, he realizes Cedon's in front of him, and he does, okay, I can get up here if I need to, and I have backup.
That's really interesting. In other words, I read the situation, the wall, and my other outfielder. If I need to leap, I can, and he'll play the carom. 2 down, bases empty. Here's Christopher Morel. 1 out away from a win. Weissert throws. Fastball just low. And that is the chemistry that's starting to develop. I think in the end, it's very possible that Roman starts to play a lot in left. Duran plays some in center, but not the case tonight. 1-0. Weissert is ready. He throws. High drive into right center field toward the triangle. Cedon, though, as it lined up. He's there to make the play, and the ball game is over. Cedon turns and says, welcome, Roman. His double turned out to be the game winner. The Red Sox beat the Rays 3-1. A great start from Giolito, and this series is all level.
That just felt like a well-played ball game, didn't it? Got good start from Giolito, some timely hitting, big homer from Story to give a little bit of padding there in the 6th inning. Bullpen came in, did their job. That's just a nice, clean ball game by the Boston Red Sox. Haven't said that a lot lately.
No, a welcome change for sure. 3-1, the final Nissan postgame show next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
I don't know if you've heard, but IXL is perfect for busy kids like me. It helps me practice everything we do in school. My mom calls it healthy screen time. I call it fun. Although, I guess I'm learning too. While other kids are rotting their brains out, I'm getting ahead in reading and catching up on math. IXL actually makes math fun. IXL works for busy kids and busy families like you. Start learning today at IXL.com. I don't know if you've heard, but IXL is perfect for busy kids like me. It helps me practice everything we do in school. My mom calls it healthy screen time. I call it fun. Although, I guess I'm learning too. While other kids are rotting their brains out, I'm getting ahead in reading and catching up on math. IXL actually makes math fun. IXL works for busy kids and busy families like yours. Start learning today at IXL.com.
Take Boston sports with you wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI. This is the Nissan postgame show. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
Clean game for the Red Sox. They beat the Rays 3-1. 3 runs, 7 hits, and errands, 6 left for the Sox. 1-3, 2-4 for the Rays. It took only 2 hours and 26 minutes in front of 31,917. What a night for Roman Anthony, who's down talking to Jemai Webster. Marcelo Mayer is out of the Red Sox clubhouse in the dugout talking to the Anthony family. That's how close those guys are. Think about all the games they've played together in the minor leagues, and it is not hard to sort of close your eyes and think about what those two can do together here.
They're just creating memories, right? You're going to look back hopefully 20 years from now when that career comes to an end, and this is going to be one of the things that sticks out the most to him is having his family here, getting his first big league hit, his best friend right beside him in the same uniform, and then getting a win and getting to go celebrate with your family right after.
And Roman has the game-winning hit. He's walking up to Dad right now in the dugout, a huge embrace. And now Mom and his sister and his brother in that Red Sox dugout. And, you know, seriously, you talk about life memories. They weren't able to be here for his debut yesterday. And that embrace from his mother, you can relate to this unlike most people walking the face of the earth will. I mean, again, you're now a dad. Your kids are not 21 years old like Roman, but I mean, it's a great moment for Anthony, obviously, for Roman, but seriously, for Mom and Dad who walk out now on the field and embrace him, not only do they get to see him for the first time in a major league game, they see him rip a double down the left field line. It turns out to be the game-winning hit. And you know, they're thinking about literally the first time they were in the backyard playing catch with him, and the first time they put a ball on a tee, and when he went up to coach pitch and kid pitch, and then all of a sudden he's on travel teams, and Mom and Dad are shuffling their schedules to find an apartment so that he can go to a juggernaut high school down in Broward County. And again, a shot on the field of Roman's mother right now, and it's just everything that matters about these moments and this sport and what a day. She cannot believe it. And this is the kid who's been the next true star in the game, and Mom is just thinking to herself, you know what, boy, you did well tonight, and I'm happy to be here for it.
I just love when you can look at the reaction of people and know that they are soaking it in and know that they are creating a moment that they're going to remember forever. And to your point, I lived it, and I got to do it, and I got to experience it with my family here at Fenway Park. And it's something that I'll always have with me, and one of my favorite memories I ever had.
Well, all five of them are together. We need to get a little better at this. We need to flip them around so the green monster is behind them.
They'll work on it. They'll have plenty of time.
Figure that out. You know, now he's with his brother taking a shot. And look, this game is so much about Lucas Giolito and Trevor's story. But Will, look, I mean, this has been such a long time coming. Red Sox Nation has been expecting and hoping and dreaming about this for a while as Chris Stasio, who was instrumental in Roman's development down in the minor leagues, comes out and says a few words to his mom. Look, it's one game. He's played two in the big leagues, but you know, it's hard not to think about what this kid could mean to this franchise.
Totally, right? And it's even more special when you see him out in the outfield wearing number 19, obviously Jackie Bradley Jr., but Fred Lynn, right?
Yeah.
You think of Freddie Lynn here as a